Before I start, I just want to say that I am on your side, and I'm not trying to enforce any one opinion on you. Actually, if you'll allow me, I'm going to show you more than a few kind of conflicting sides. Maybe we can both figure out where the truth is lying between all this nonsense, to see what's really important and what's just a distraction. But don't take it from me. I'm just a guy at a beach with his dog. And it doesn't really matter what side you're on or who you think is right or wrong. What's always important is to be discerning and to try to take in as much information as you can, as many different perspectives as you can. Only then can you see what's true between all the paradox, all the conflict. And I'm not talking about disclosure or geopolitics, religion or science or history or any of that. I'm talking about all of that and more. What I'm about to show you, I'll warn you, it might mess with your head a little bit, especially if you just back out without the full explanation. But there is a clear line between what is fact, mathematically and scientifically provable, and what is verifiable through multiple sources, and what is speculation, and what is clearly just a joke. But I'm not going to not meme about this because, honestly, it would be far too boring to sit through. Considering that, all of this is a new perspective, one that I guarantee has not been put to you this way before. The clips included are to be seen as a more extreme visualization, but this will give you a metaphorical lens or a veil to kind of let you discern for yourself where you might stand. And Congress and many others will warn you that there are huge implications and there are many things going on all at once. So it will at least help to have something to start with. The general consensus of all these folks is they are completely out of their minds, or paid actors. This is a PSYOP, a big plan, a meme, all that. All of this is just a distraction. Keeping in mind that this could very well be just some big elaborate hoax. This could be the greatest crossover event in all history. And I think that we should just hear out the story and just imagine that you're like at a magician performance or a brand new movie funded by yours truly, the Pentagon, and immerse yourself in the sheer time and effort that went into the layered story that is in front of you. It is a fan fiction narrative that we are forced to write because we are being given only a partially transparent narrative. And it feels like I'm trying to understand the lore of Elden Ring. There is some entirely optional reading presented and even some cool math to back it up. So, ladies and germs, and everyone else, without further ado.
Well? What was the question again? If you really think every kid in America should see your movie, then why don't you put it on the internet for free? Get out of here, Kyle. I'm trying to go to the bathroom. Fine!
I need to completely rethink this. This documentary began as an investigation into unidentified aerial phenomena. It became something else. You are about to watch something that will not hold your hand. There will be no comfortable resolution, no single enemy to blame, no easy division between good and evil. The footage assembled here comes from sources that should not exist together. Congressional testimony, declassified intelligence files, metallurgical samples archived since 1947, genetic studies published in peer-reviewed journals and immediately buried, survivor testimony from programs that officially never happened. Historical records spanning from ancient Vedic texts to medieval chronicles describing aerial phenomena over European cities to CIA documentation of Tata merchant networks in 1953. The objects in our skies are real. Their materials have been recovered and tested. They carry isotopic signatures that do not occur through any natural process on Earth. Their performance characteristics: transmedium operation, extreme acceleration without thermal signature, shape-shifting morphology, adaptive electromagnetic properties have been documented across multiple sensor systems, multiple decades, multiple nations. These are physical facts. What follows places these facts within a framework that accounts for them without recourse to the explanations that have dominated public discourse. Neither is adequate. Neither is supported by the evidence when examined without preconception. The evidence suggests something more specific and more ancient throughout recorded history. Alongside the visible development of human civilization, there has existed a parallel network populations maintaining technical, organizational, and biological capabilities substantially in advance of public state-of-the-art. These parties do not identify as human, they see themselves as distinct, as separate, as a nation in the biblical sense, a corporate people defined by shared origin, purpose, and covenant rather than geographical territory or species membership. Whether this separation rests on 1% genetic difference or 10% matters less than the self-identification itself. From any coherent perspective, if a group rejects human designation, maintains reproductive isolation and distinct social organization across millennia, then treating them as simply human is itself a category error. They think they are superior. That does not matter at present. What matters is the operational reality of the separation and the systematic concealment of its existence. They have been here throughout recorded history. They appear in the earliest written sources. The medieval chronicles Chronique du Religieux de Saint-Denis, Knighton's Chronicon, Juvenal des Ursins, Histoire de Charles V record aerial prodigies with specific characteristics, spherical objects, brilliant lights, systematic movement, occasional interaction with ground observers. The 19th century press documented structured airship waves across the United States and Europe. The Fort Wayne Daily Democrat of 1869, the Reading Eagle of 1869 and 1876, Scientific American of 1877. Hundreds of observations of cigar-shaped or egg-shaped craft carrying electric lights, moving silently against wind, hovering, accelerating, landing, exchanging supplies and information with human witnesses. The mechanism of continuous concealment across generations is itself a technology. Systems of ritual trauma and neural conditioning, esoteric warfare operating through deliberate induction of specific neurochemical states, beta endorphin flooding during sustained pain or shock, oxytocin manipulation through apparent trauma bonding, dopamine and norepinephrine spikes during oscillation between fear and awe. These cascades create temporary neuroplastic windows, heightened suggestibility where identity structures become malleable, where new programming installs beneath conscious detection. The ceremonial is deliberate chemical induction. The spirit entering is a new personality fragment crystallized from chemically altered neural wiring, given symbolic clothing through ritual narrative, granted operational autonomy through dissociative walls. This is possession as induced neuroplasticity, trauma as manufacturing process. The specific apparition phenomena require separate analysis. These are real experiences, reported across cultures and eras with sufficient consistency to rule out simple fraud or delusion. The framework approaches them as genuine interactions with non-human consciousness. Operating through mechanisms distinct from biological embodiment, the Lady of specific Marian apparitions, these may represent genuine non-physical intelligences, or projections from the separated populations, or emergent properties of collective human consciousness under specific conditions, or all three in complex interaction. The critical insight is the psi-angle, the living human coherence framework. The remote viewer's focused attention does not merely retrieve information, it imprints coherence patterns on the target environment. The signal sent during remote viewing has physical consequences below normal perceptual threshold, sufficient to trigger detection by sensitive observers, particularly children. The child detects coherence imprints, residual patterns from intense human attention, misinterprets them through developmental cognitive frameworks as imaginary friends or monsters. The feedback loop intensifies. Child responds with emotional engagement, their own coherent state modifies, potentially amplifying the phenomenon. Parent projects intense emotional coherence toward the child's environment. The coherence pattern manifests as temperature change, electromagnetic fluctuation, subtle movement, sensory presence, interpreted as spirit, actually residual living human coherence. The parent unconsciously creates what they consciously seeks. This explains the psychic dimensions of UFO encounter, telepathic communication, shared mental imagery, emotional manipulation. These are coherence phenomena, interactions between biological systems operating at extended ranges through mechanisms conventional neuroscience does not acknowledge. The separated populations have maintained and developed these capabilities systematically, while broader human populations have experienced active suppression through the same conditioning systems that maintain concealment. The alien framing serves multiple functions. It transforms technological achievement into extraterrestrial otherness, removing the political and biological threat of recognizing advanced capability in hostile hands. It activates religious and esoteric interpretive frameworks that disable rigorous analysis. It creates a category extraterrestrial that can absorb any anomalous evidence without requiring integration into historical or political understanding. What follows is organized according to the evidence itself. The viewer is advised that the content includes detailed discussion of ritual practices, trauma induction, population-level biological differentiation, and systematic deception by institutional authority. The assertion throughout, "We have never been alone as a civilization. The separation is ancient, maintained through technologies of consciousness and reproduction that have evolved alongside our own development. The objects in our skies are manufactured by hands using knowledge preserved through initiatory lineages. The apparitions, the little people, the others. These are real phenomena requiring frameworks that do not collapse them into simple categories. The question is whether the broader population can recognize this separation, understand its mechanisms, and respond to it as a political and biological reality. The evidence suggests this recognition has been systematically prevented through the same technologies of concealment that maintain the separation itself. What follows is an investigation. The conclusions are provisional, held in superposition without collapse. The evidence is genuine, the implications are severe.
I'm Brett Feddersen. I served as the Director of Aviation Security in the National Security Council and as the Acting Director for the Federal Aviation Administration's National Security Programs Office. I can say through my experience that we are absolutely not alone in this universe.
I'm a mad UFO lunatic
Me
as
too.
well.
Yeah.
So, and you said, I think the Ruthless podcast, that you were going to, in August, you were going to figure out what happened. So have you
That was a little
managed?
tongue in cheek. I have not figured it out yet. I haven't had the time to figure it out yet.
But you've got access to all this.
I do.
Classified.
And I really want to sort of dig into it. You know, Marco's actually very interested in this too. We talked about this we talked about this back in our Senate days, but this is the crazy person inside of me. And there's, all of us put the tinfoil hat on from time to time. I'm like, I was like, I can't allow myself to become so busy that I spend the next 3 years and I don't get to the bottom of this. So I will get to the bottom of this, but it's going to take me a little time.
We then get a standalone narrative where someone dreamed that they were a dog. In that dream, they were a dog that belonged to a family on a farm out in the countryside, and life was good. Although at night, they would hear a calling from the woods, something that reminded them of their lost mother. Eventually, the source of this noise makes itself known, a beautiful wolf. The wolf was female, powerful, much stronger than the dog. The wolf tempts the dog, says that the wolf is in the form of the dog's mother, a mother the dog can't seem to remember. The wolf then begins to tempt the dog and says that the family the dog knows does not care for him. He belongs to the wolf, not the humans. The wolf tells the dog to come with her, that she will show him beautiful fields he can never imagine. He will live a life as he's supposed to, free. But as she gets closer, he realizes that there's something beyond the beauty, something beyond the visage of a wolf that reminds him of his mother. That something is the essence of hunger, something that aims to feed. Two other wolves appear and rip the dog to pieces. And as he wakes up from the dream, the last thing he sees is the beautiful, hungry wolf's face. This dream seems representative of humanity's relationship with Mother, where the wolf appears and says that we were never meant for this. Are we not descended from wolves? Are we not a part of Mother? While she may appear familiar and beautiful and offer all of our desires, behind the mask is hunger, plain and simple. A hunger that will inevitably tear us apart. And the most terrifying thing about her is that she's right. Dogs did come from wolves.
Have you ever had a dream, Neo, that you were so sure was real? What if you were unable to wake from that dream? How would you know the difference between the dream world and the real world? Let me tell you why you're here. You're here because you know something. What you know you can't explain, but you feel it. The Matrix. The Matrix is everywhere. It is all around us. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. This is your last chance. After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue pill. The story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill. You stay in Wonderland. and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
As we brought whistleblowers to Congress, we learned that the Legacy program was involved in a long-running secret war with other nations to collect and reverse engineer vehicles not made by humans.
And also, very importantly, we're the only ones that have this, we call it super technology, nobody else has it. And nobody else has really near what we have. We have weapons, the likes of which nobody's ever seen before.
Is it like super top secret?
I just said we have the greatest weapons. I didn't tell you what they are. Like a round ball, but it wasn't a comet or a meteor. It was something. You don't see them either. They go through here, they say, what happened? What was that? The most brilliant people in the world said we cannot duplicate them. We can't. But nobody has them. Not China, not Russia. Nobody has the weaponry that we have. It's far more powerful than people understand. We have weaponry that nobody has any idea what it is, and it is the most powerful weapons in the world that we have. More powerful than anybody not even close.
When someone learns new information that challenges a deeply held belief, that person may feel motivated to resolve the negative feeling that results. They might dismiss the new information as false. They might say that the messenger is stupid or crazy. This is a simple way to resolve cognitive dissonance.
Mr. Putin, if you know about the existence of aliens, please blink an eye. Well, Christina, you said was your name. Well, what I'm going to say, but it should be strictly between us. This is secret information. This is our secret weapon, but we will use it only in a truly critical situation, because we are against any weapons being deployed in space.
The aliens won't let it happen. You reveal all their secrets. They exercise strict control over us.
Now, you know, there are a lot of people that are going to examine your facial expressions here, every twitch, everything, and say, and of course, so did you look? Did you see? Did you explore?
I can't reveal anything.
Oh, really? Because President Clinton said he did go right in, and he did check, and there was nothing.
Well, you know, that's what we're instructed to say.
With that said, to not bury the lead, this conference addresses the existence of non-human biologics, defined as biological specimens or bodies of a technologically advanced non-human intelligence. The first-hand witnesses here with us today will describe their personal encounters with live, advanced non-human beings that were discovered in the immediate aftermath of a UFO crash outside Virginia, Brazil in 1996. What happened in Virginia is a part of a larger story, one that has accelerated dramatically here in the United States following the 2017 New York Times article that brought renewed attention to military encounters with unidentified aerial phenomenon, or UAP. Since then, Congress has held 4 open hearings on UAP, an unprecedented step, while the Department of Defense has released congressionally mandated reports from its UAP task force. Bipartisan legislation has established new oversight and reporting pathways, with additional measures still in development. Members of Congress are pressing for greater transparency and whistleblower protections, while highly credible intelligence and defense insiders, many testifying under oath, have reported on deeply classified programs tasked with the recovery of crashed UAP and the preservation of biologics held within ultra-secret legacy programs. Confirmation of the existence of life beyond Earth, I think we all agree, belongs to every human being. And with that, I'd like to introduce Kirk McConnell, to help us understand what's been happening behind the scenes.
I served for 37 years on the staff of the Senate Armed Services Committee, the Senate Intelligence Committee, and the House Intelligence Committee, retiring from government service almost 2 years ago. I was among the staff from the Senate Armed Services Committee and the Senate Intelligence Committee who collaboratively investigated the UAP issue on behalf of the senators from both parties on both committees. After the seminal articles from the New York Times in 2017 that Karin mentioned and that I'm sure all of you are aware of. As extraordinary as the claims sound of the witnesses that you will be hearing from today about a crash retrieval and the recovery of non-human beings from Virginia in 1996, behind the scenes, similar reports have reached senators and staff conducting the investigation that I referred to. Many of you in attendance today or tuning in to this event are familiar with the public statements of now Secretary of State and National Security Advisor Marco Rubio, who has been very outspoken on this matter. As Vice Chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, he clearly conveyed how seriously he takes these allegations. He and other senators held meetings and interviews in so-called sensitive compartmented intelligence facilities, SCIFs, over a period of years with very credible sources reporting both direct and secondhand knowledge of the reality of highly intelligent non-human beings. Government retrievals and reverse engineering of craft not made by human beings, and the recovery of bodies of non-human beings. What these folks are going to tell you today in person and remotely are astounding, but they're not the only credible testimony about such events. Thank you.
Vicky, who keeps calling me 5 times today.
Kid, what do you want?
I called you because the Decepticons are back and I want to know why and I need your help.
They're back?
What if I told you I know a 50-year-old alien secret that nobody ever told you?
Do not tempt my addiction. I've gone through withdrawal, kid. Touch. Is this line secure? No. Don't take the risk. I'm rich, why should I? Do not relapse. Got it. What kind of secret?
Apollo, moon, aliens, cover-up, future tech, assassinations, that kind of stuff.
Oh, Apollo. Touch! Tell Megatron, let's tango.
Very few first-hand UFO witness encounters over the decades have matched the intrigue, coherence, and respect as former U.S. Marine Lance Corporal Jonathan Weygandt. Lance Corporal Weygandt first told of his harrowing UFO crash retrieval encounter during official service in U.S. Operation Laser Strike in the Peruvian jungle through Stephen Greer in the year 2000. As a young perimeter security Marine tasked to investigate a downed aircraft thought to be a South American drug smuggling plane or friendly U.S. vehicle, the Lance Corporal claimed to have stumbled upon a crashed, egg-shaped UFO and subsequent Department of Energy retrieval team. That, in my opinion, gives us one of the greatest possible instances of insight into how U.S. government rapid reaction UFO recovery teams operate. And it is worthy to note, Greer chopped up Weygandt's original testimony, omitting certain details. These include Weygandt describing what looked to be a 4-fingered arm hanging out of a recessed hull in the crashed UFO.
It was like, when you wash your car with, fluid, right, with like palm olive or whatever, dish detergent, and when it bubbles up, it gives like the color chemical rainbow. It was like that, but all over the craft, and it was kind of like moving around. Weird. I can't go in. Sometimes it would go like completely like almost like silver, right?
The disabled craft was dripping a liquid with the viscosity of syrup. This liquid had poured all over the surrounding foliage.
And that hatch that was ajar or busted open, broken open, that's where the liquid seemed to come from, right? And it seemed to come out of there, and it was everywhere, man.
Could you describe it for us?
It was clear. Well, no, the whatever that stuff was, I don't know what to call it. The fluid, it was clear.
There was one light on it that slowly went around, and the machine, I could hear it. I guess because it was still functioning, and it had like a hum to it, like a really bass, like say if you unplugged an amp from a guitar, that kind of, it was really deep.
But it was loud. It was loud, man. It's almost sounded like a chemical sound, man. Like a chemical, like watery kind of like sound, man. Like it's weird.
And that light was slowing down, right?
Yeah, it finally stopped, right? Everything like shut off.
Yes, there was life forms and the ship. It's almost like if someone was like reading your mind, and that's the way it felt. I felt like I felt a presence. It's like supernatural. So it was almost like, I think the creature, I told Leslie this, I thought the creatures they conned me, and it was like weird, and I think they were trying to communicate with me, like, I guess telepathically. It's really weird, and I don't believe in any of that stuff, but anyway, it was, I could hear like And it was terrible because it kept going, and it still comes and goes. It's like basically sitting in your car and turning on like an AM station that's not, it's just white noise, and it's turning it up really high. And that's what I heard when I first got in there. And I didn't ask any of the other guys that I was with if they heard that or anything.
I have labeled Nest as the on-site retrieval science team Weygand encountered in the jungles of Peru in 1997, just like other excellent researchers like RGH UFOs did before me. Today, however, I have even stronger conviction Nest handled the recovery of a non-human vehicle and hazardous containment breach of a mysterious liquid suffered by a young Marine during Operation Laser Strike. But what is this Nest? Nest, or Nuclear Emergency Support Team, was created under Executive Order 12656. Nest was founded as a DOE-specialized nuclear emergency organization that assisted the FBI and numerous government agencies by, quote, providing technical expertise and advice in response to a variety of potential incident threats involving nuclear materials, end quote. Analyzing a 1996 Nest briefing, the closest available document to the time of our crash, Nest engaged in myriad deployment activities, serving as an Operational Emergency Management Team, or OEMT. It is indeed possible this craft emitted signatures of interest to attract the eyes of the DOE. Recently, I covered a 1991 deep-sea UFO retrieval case in which a triangular craft that had sat on the sea for 30 or 40 years was recovered by a naval DSRV crew due to survey ships recognizing radioactive signatures from the sea floor. Further intriguing links exist between Jonathan's testimony and Nest. In February of 1997, just 1 to 2 months before Weygand's encounter, Nest introduced the JTOT, or Joint Technical Operations Team. This team aimed to provide deployable and technical operational support for Nest to DoD at even faster speeds than present Nest teams, and this team operated 365 days a year at 24 hours a day. Bizarrely, Lockheed sits in the spotlight of UFO legacy program accusations more so than any other contractor, federally funded research and development center, or university-affiliated research center I have ever discussed. Of course, operating as the largest defense contractor in the world brings notoriety, especially surrounding whispers of off-world technology reverse engineering.
OSAP was the U.S. government's largest acknowledged UFO study program in history, and Dr. James Lakatsky was the head of that program.
I was the creator and DIA program manager of OSAP, the Advanced Aerospace Weapons System Applications Program, and of the follow-on Kona Blue program, KBP. Something serious is going on. In my opinion, you all are in the middle of what I can only describe as a major and repetitive counterintelligence operation by unknown multiple operators or organizations and for unknown reasons.
You said it verbally, that we have a UFO in government possession, that we have an exploitation effort on that vehicle, that we've been successful in at least penetrating the hull. Do you stand behind this? That we have
a statement? Oh, absolutely.
The contractor for the program that you ran, Mr. Bigelow, authorized me to say something that we've known for a long time about OSAP, is that there were high-level discussions with a well-known defense contractor to obtain some materials of unknown origin that they had been stashing for a long time. Went back and forth. Is there anything you could add to that? I mean, you were obviously privy to those discussions.
I think the back and forth was going to yield something even more important than that. But I can't get into that. There was a lot being discussed, but I can tell you, I was on our classified phone system with certain individuals, and those discussions were serious and they were real.
Yeah, okay, so crash retrieval materials from the 1950s and other historical operations. Does that?
I don't know about them being that old.
Okay.
Meet Mary Sturtevant, former Lockheed Martin Vice President of Intelligence, Joint and Science Technology Programs. Active in the year of the attempted transfer, 2011,
who also served as Lockheed Martin Vice President for Government Affairs from 2006 to 2021. Sturtevant's background rivals any high-level UFO Legacy Program member or gatekeeper, including Donald Kerr, Sean Kirkpatrick, and Eric Walker. Sturtevant is largely a ghost, with extremely little available information on the internet. Fortunately, sparse mentions a glowing celebration of her work by the NRO in Volume 3 of Leaders of the NRO, as well as old Senate Select Committee on Intelligence documents, allow us to fill insights into Sturtevant's startling history. We can see a 1989 memorandum for record regarding the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence with SSCI members Mary Sturtevant and Christopher Mellon in attendance. Before his higher-level roles within US DoD, Mellon did serve as a professional staff member on SSCI from 89 to 96. We can see on screen now, at least up to 1992, the two continued to both attend various professional briefings. And through 1996, specifically the period of 1 January to 31 March 1996, the two displayed identical per diem and transportation costs, implying the two likely traveled to and attended the same series of meetings in this period. But super fast, to flesh things out just a little more, bear with me for a super quick sidetrack from Sturtevant. And let's quickly revisit who blocked the Ryder OSAP UFO material transfer: Glenn Gaffney, Deputy Director of the CIA's Directorate of Science and Technology. CIA DS&T has been a frequent, tricky customer of my channel as an intelligence structure critical to UFO legacy programs. These include the CIA DS&T's involvement in UFO legacy programs and underwater UFO recoveries, as well as the 2003 creation of the CIA's Office of Global Access by then CIA DS&T Deputy Director Carl Wolf. Sturtevant began her career at the CIA in 1985.
Are those yours?
Yeah, CIA.
I only ask because I also have a medal. I'm president.
Yeah. Great. So it's not that complicated, right? No one gets to work with the Autobots unless I approve it. You're breaking my chain of command.
At the Directorate of Intelligence's Technology Transfer Assessment Center, as an analyst focused on the role of Soviet intelligence in the acquisition of Western dual-use technology. Sturtevant would also work within the CIA Counterintelligence Center before being recruited to the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, where she served for 8 years. Sturtevant, quote, evaluated tactical military programs, provided advice on CIA programs, and served as budget director responsible for all the staff support for the annual authorization of the intelligence budget, end quote. Sturtevant would then return to CIA as agency comptroller, support director of Central Intelligence Strategic Decision, and introduced information technology to office functions. In 2001, Sturtevant was appointed to Special Assistant to the President and Senior Director for Intelligence Programs, National Security Council under George W. Bush.
In his race to become leader of the free world.
Wow, look who's coming down the street. I can hear them jingling, jangling spurs all.
And this was before being named the NRO's Deputy Director of National Support from 2004 to 2006. Believe it or not, Sturtevant's resume does not stop there, but her online footprint disappears majorly around the time she joined Lockheed Martin as VP of Intelligence Joint and Science and Technology Programs. We can piece together documents and data to show she operated in this role at least from 2011 to 2015. 2011, of course, is the year of our thwarted technology transfer. But now is where I take a step to reference this conflict of interest. Gaffney and the CIA DS&T stopped Lockheed VP James Ryder from divesting UFO craft and/or materials. A fellow, very senior Lockheed VP and co-worker of this Ryder at this time was Sturtevant. Well, in 1999, Sturtevant was named Deputy Director, Clandestine Information Technology Office at the CIA. an office that formed and operated as a joint venture between the CIA's Directorate of Operations, which I have implicated in naval UFO legacy programs, and the CIA Directorate of Science and Technology. Did Sturtevant engage with Gaffney to thwart her coworker and block this technology transfer? Once an individual joins the agency, they are agency for life.
Excuse me, sir, but I do believe you've dropped your wallet.
Doesn't look familiar to me.
What? I just saw you drop it. Here.
Nope, it's not mine.
It is yours. I am trying to be a good person and return it to you.
Return what to who?
Aren't you Patrick Starr?
Yep.
And this is your ID?
Yep.
I found this ID in this wallet. And if that's the case, this must be your wallet.
That makes sense to me.
Then take it.
It's not my wallet.
Did Sturtevant's previous work for CIA, and specifically DS&T, command her allegiances far more than her position at Lockheed and co-worker Ryder? Recall how I just mentioned Donald Kerr as a very senior, very qualified UFO legacy program veteran. And he is very poignant to reference while discussing DS&T and the office that blocked Ryder's divestment efforts. Kerr joined SAIC in 1993 as a corporate executive and vice president and director. The research of Jones, the words of Eric Davis, and reporting of journalist Christopher Sharp has brought forth one Robert Cardillo as a possible final authority in blocking the material transfer. At the time of the Lockheed transfer, Cardillo served as DDNI, or Deputy Director of National Intelligence for Intelligence Integration. Cardillo served numerous, and I mean numerous, high-level positions within U.S. intelligence. Outside of his role as DDNI, these positions included 6th Director of the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, NGA, and the Deputy Director of the Defense Intelligence Agency. Jones details some rather intriguing and compelling data surrounding Cardillo. In his excellent work Sub Rosa, Rob Jones explores the question of, following the failed Kona Blue efforts, if Lockheed Martin still actually wished to offload certain UFO materials, craft, and parts. Here, Jones offers a compelling theory. Lockheed sold or otherwise transferred these materials to the PSY organization. The PSY organization rose in 2010 from the sell-off of Lockheed Martin's Enterprise Integration Group, EIG, a quote, unit deeply involved in highly classified systems engineering for U.S. intelligence agencies, end quote. Veritas Capital, who is the focal point of Jones's incredible research here in Sub Rosa, and no, I won't dive too much into Veritas, as this is, in my opinion, Rob Jones's magnum opus, acquired this former division of Lockheed for $815 million in cash and promptly rebranded it as the PSY Organization, Inc. Acquisition of Lockheed's EIG allowed Veritas Capital to enjoy a significant portion of Lockheed's Black program work, including contracts with the NSA, NRO, CIA, and private defense industrial base contractors. PSY Organization was, in 2014, merged under Veritas Capital with Kinetic, rebranding this new entity as VenCor. Containing numerous legacy Black programs from the days of Lockheed EIG, VenCor was then merged again under Veritas Capital with other firms to create Perspecta, Inc. In 2021, Veritas Capital brought back Perspecta, Inc. under private ownership, forming Peraton after a transaction of $7.1 billion. Recently, Peraton even acquired Northrop Grumman's federal IT and mission support services for $3.4 billion. So essentially, Rob's theory states, in 2010/2011, after successful thwarting attempts by Cardillo, Lockheed may have proceeded to successfully offload materials through the PSY organization, an $815 million cash transaction that saw Lockheed Martin's Enterprise Integration Group purchased by Veritas Capital. Eventually, after a complex series of business dealings, many of Lockheed's Black program projects, and possibly some UFO materials, evolved to exist under a group called Peraton. Well, here is where this gets interesting. In May of 2019 to the present day, Robert Cardillo joined Peraton on the board of advisors. So by 2019, Cardillo joined the board of the very group that may have received Lockheed's divested UFO materials. But these figures are puny, according to former Assistant Secretary of Housing and Urban Development Catherine Austin Fitts and her legendary 2004 paper, The Black Budget of the United States. Throughout the 21st century, Fitts and her Solari report has identified dozens of trillions of dollars spent on the U.S. black budget. Specifically, Fitts has outlined 21 trillion possible dollars in unauthorized spending in the Departments of Defense and Housing and Urban Development from 1995 to 2015.
Lakatsky put and he said arranged so you could really see what the program was about was this. 1, determine what has been learned from crash debris evaluations and seek new ways to apply that information. 2, determine what has gone wrong in our attempts to fly loaned or captured craft. Through some investigative journalism over the years, I came to understand that you were read into and involved in a legacy UAP program before OSAP. Do you deny that?
I can't speak to that. The only other clearance I had was a Q clearance at DO.
I'm not concerned with your clearances. I'm concerned specifically with the question of if you were involved with, saying they're doing their job, that it is a counterintelligence operation. Those are big words coming from a guy like him. He also did not deny that he was read in and part of a legacy UFO program before OSAP. And that one really blew me away, because when I was talking, he slipped a little thing in under his breath, talking about having a Q clearance, meaning that the DOE, Department of Energy, was somehow housing that legacy UFO program, which he did not deny that he was a part of. And so that was kind of a huge admission in 2025 if people play back the tape.
What you're about to see is totally classified. Fact is, you're looking at the source of the modern age. Microchip, lasers, spaceflight, cars, all reverse engineered by studying him. NVE-1. That's what we call it.
And you didn't think the United States military might need to know that you're keeping a hostile alien robot frozen in the basement?
Until these events, we had no credible threat to national security.
All right, final Brazilian witness, Dr. Italo. No, wait. Is a physician specializing in neurology and neurosurgery with nearly 5 decades of experience in both clinical care and specialized neurological procedures. He is currently the leading neurosurgeon at Regional Hospital. He maintains a private practice and is also involved in healthcare management through his medical services company. For the first time in a public setting, we are honored to hear directly from Dr. Italo, who will describe his face-to-face interaction with a captured living being of advanced non-human intelligence, an apparent survivor of the Varginha crash. His experience represents one of the most significant developments in the history of UAP investigations. Dr. Italo.
He is the dopest. He's doing kickflips on his skateboard. He's smoking cigarettes. He's looking at boobies. Like, this guy, I mean, he fucks. This is a man we're talking about here.
Apesar de outros terem conhecimento do caso.
I held on to a very big secret for 29 years, sharing it only with a few medical colleagues, even though many others knew what I knew.
Depois de ter sofrido ataque cardíaco quase fatal, em 2024, criei coragem para dividir mais detalhes da minha experiência, apesar das preocupações com o possível impacto na minha carreira.
After suffering a near-fatal heart attack in 2024, I felt compelled to share more details of my experience, despite previous concern about consequences for my career. That afternoon in 1996, I was working at Varginha Regional Hospital when my colleague and fellow neurosurgeon, Marcos Vinícius Neve, urgently called me into an improvised intensive care room. He was carrying a large video camera. I asked, "What is this?" He pointed past the makeshift partition where a being was lying. I got closer. The moment I looked at the being, I immediately knew it was not human.
Parecia não estar com dor, consciente, não estava sangrando, parecia bem, com um semblante muito calmo e tranquilo.
I first examined it with a medical perspective, breathing well, no apparent pain, conscious, no bleeding. It seemed fine, with a calm and serene expression. It looked like a 7-year-old child with a sheet covering up to its waist. Its eyes were lilac and teardrop-shaped. The cranium was also teardrop-shaped. The skin was white, the arms were very thin, and the hand had 3 fingers and an opposing thumb. It had no nipples and a tiny mouth. He looked at me, then looked at the blue sky through the window as if longing to be there, then looked back at me. After that, I sensed it was fully aware of what was happening around it and our intention to help.
Senti que ele estava agradecido pelos cuidados, que queria ir embora.
I felt it was grateful for the care and wanted to leave.
A sua serenidade e a presença imponente me levaram a acreditar que eu estava na presença de um nível de inteligência muito elevado.
Its serenity and powerful presence led me to believe it had a very high level of intelligence and perception, higher than human beings.
Yes. Parecia um anjo, com a compreensão e compaixão em seu olhar, ciente de que estávamos fazendo o melhor que podíamos por ele, apesar das nossas limitações.
It seemed like an angel with understanding and compassion in its gaze, aware that, despite our limitations, we were doing the best we could for it. I stand before you with nothing to gain and everything to lose. I am not selling anything or asking for money.
Eles merecem saber que há muito mais além do que a nossa existência humana. E eu sou uma testemunha. Thanks.
I still work as a neurosurgeon, and I am here because everyone, especially the younger generations, deserve to know there is much more beyond human existence, and I am eyewitness to the proof. Thank you.
The simple humanity of these people shines through. They're telling the truth. It's very powerful. What courage this doctor and the other witnesses are showing. I just hope they get the response they deserve.
From a senior government official with appropriate clearances and access telling me that UAP have landed and been recovered and there is a formal government program and he had encountered it, discovered it, and was seeking to be read into it. Blank and I are making huge progress getting into the crash retrieval program. We're dealing with the recovered UAP that landed in Kingman, Arizona in the 50s. We also know who recovers landed or crashed UAPs under what authorities. We know the management structure and the security control systems and ownership of the program. We know a still highly classified memo by the Secretary of the Air Force in the 50s is still in effect to maintain the cover. We also know who the Air Force gatekeeper is, and he names him.
The gatekeeper is the individual who manages access to the program.
And contractors that have dealt with us and kept the secret?
Specific individuals.
Well, one of them was named Dr. James Ryder at Lockheed. But, you know, again, to emphasize, I don't fault these contractors for doing what they were asked to do by our government. They're supposed to lie if people ask about it. And the intelligence agencies who gave this stuff to them, CIA, I think primarily, told them to keep it quiet. And they've done that. And I suspect that they'd like an off-ramp, that they'd like some help with figuring out this technology at some point.
And this is, again, available to anyone, is there a security classification guide for UAP or NHI?
I remember in the 2003 or 2023 hearing, it was stated that all UAP related material is classified secret or above.
I have a name for you.
Go ahead.
Glenn Gaffney, CIA.
Glenn Gaffney, CIA. Another question for you, Mr. Knapp. What is...
The 1947 Oak Ridge metallurgical sample arrived through channels that no longer exist in any accessible record. A ribbon of magnesium-zinc-bismuth alloy, analyzed by technicians at a facility established for uranium enrichment, carrying isotope ratios impossible through any known industrial process of that era. The magnesium-26 to magnesium-24 ratio sat several per mil heavier than any planetary baseline. Interface roughness measured below 30 nanometers. These specifications required vapor phase deposition methods exceeding open industrial capabilities of the mid-1940s. The Department of Energy maintains custody of this sample through inheritance from the Atomic Energy Commission, itself successor to the Manhattan Project. The classification architecture surrounding such materials operates through compartmentalization rather than explicit secrecy. Individual technicians see only their specific analytical task. The sample arrives coded, the results are filed in restricted channels. The implications are discussed only among those holding Q clearances or higher access levels requiring polygraph examination, continuous evaluation, and signed acknowledgement of criminal penalties for unauthorized disclosure. The physical infrastructure required for manufacturing such materials extends far beyond conventional industrial facilities. Electromagnetic isotope separation demands Calyotron arrays massive electromagnetic systems originally developed at Oak Ridge's Y-12 plant for uranium-235 enrichment during the Manhattan Project. These systems were continuously refined through the Cold War for stable isotope production. The same infrastructure that separated uranium isotopes could separate magnesium isotopes, aluminum isotopes, any element where nuclear properties matter for final material performance. The organizational infrastructure is equally specific. The Department of Energy operates the National Laboratory System Oak Ridge, Argonne, Los Alamos, Lawrence Livermore, Idaho National Laboratory, each with specialized capabilities, each with historical continuity to 1940s atomic programs. These facilities maintain classified research programs alongside open scientific work. The boundary between classified and unclassified operates through physical security, information controls, and personnel reliability programs. A technician analyzing anomalous metallurgical samples in 1947 would have held clearances permitting access to nuclear weapons materials. The same clearance architecture protects advanced aerospace materials. The national security concerns are structural. Any material system providing transmedium capability operation across atmospheric, aqueous, and vacuum environments confers strategic advantage of the highest order. The ability to manufacture hull materials with isotope-engineered thermal properties, with quantum-coherent phonon transport, with adaptive electromagnetic signatures, represents a capability gap that cannot be acknowledged without revealing the extent of hidden development. The classification system operates to protect this gap, maintaining the fiction that public aerospace technology represents the actual state of the art. The historical thread extends through centuries of documented encounters, each carrying signatures of structured operational deployment. The December 20, 1893, Virginia incident exemplifies this pattern, a hovering object observed for 20 minutes before exploding. The duration suggests deliberate station keeping, possibly equipment malfunction or controlled demolition. The explosion produced physical residue, collected by witnesses, potentially forwarded through military or civilian channels toward technical analysis. The Sacramento Bee letter from G. Double following the 1896 sightings reveals the operational methodology. The author claimed Martian origin, described craft constructed of aluminum and glass, hardened by the same chemical process that forms our diamonds. Powered by electric current generated on such vessels, capable of speeds regulated to the rapidity of 1,000 miles a second, able to anchor within certain degrees of latitude and wait for the revolutions of the Earth.
Why the hell are we taking a hot air balloon? I don't think we're anywhere near Block Island.
Oh, I know. We passed that miles ago.
What? Well, then what about the treasure?
Two friends sailing in the sky in a wicker basket with a strange man holding a cheese plate. This is the treasure, Bri. You want a Vicodin?
Isn't it dangerous to do drugs 10,000 feet in the air?
Yeah, exactly.
What the hell?
Never gonna die!
Your friend is like the coolest guy I've ever had up here.
The Martian framing provides exactly the deniability required. Once the story becomes metaphysical, investigation stops. No one asks where the workshop was located. Woe supplied the materials, how the craft were transported to launch sites. the G-double author operated as an intelligence asset seeding controlled disclosure, testing public reaction, maintaining plausible deniability through supernatural framing. The May 12, 1624. Gearstedt observation carries identical structural elements across a 270-year gap. From 6 to 8 o'clock in the evening, witnesses observed a multitude of men and chariots emerging from clouds. Persisting for 2 hours, moving in structured procession, vanishing back into cloud cover, the primary source Captain L. Brinkmeyer's The Warnings of Germany. The location is operationally significant. Anhalt in 1624 sat at the epicenter of Protestant resistance during the 30 Years' War. Prince Christian I of Anhalt-Bernburg had just returned from exile following the 1620 Battle of White Mountain. His territories were being reconstituted as a Calvinist bulwark against Habsburg Catholic forces. The observation occurred during reconstruction of military and intelligence capabilities. Anhalt's position between Brandenburg and Saxony placed it on the primary north-south corridor connecting Baltic Hanseatic networks, preserving Hermopolitan metallurgical traditions to Bohemian technical centers. The 1624 observation represents either survey mission during reconstruction phase or demonstration of capability to secure Protestant alliance networks. Brinkmeyer compiled his warnings to demonstrate divine displeasure with Germany's religious warfare. The specificity of technical detail duration, formation, crew visibility exceeds theological propaganda requirements. This fits a pattern of aerial army observations during the 30 Years' War, when centralized technical capabilities were deployed across confessional lines by competing factions. The continuity across these cases is organizational and material. The 1624 Golden Chariots, the 1893 Virginia explosion, the 1896 to 1897 Phantom airship wave, the 1947 Oak Ridge sample all represent deployment of technology from manufacturing infrastructure operating outside public visibility. The Martian, Venetian, angelic, demonic framings serve identical functions. Narrative insulation, prestige attribution, deniability provision, logistical concealment, once the supernatural is invoked. Material investigation halts, the workshop location, supply chains, personnel records, financial flows all protected by the very strangeness of the claim. The Department of Energy's role in this continuity is custodial and operational. The National Laboratory System maintains the physical infrastructure for isotope separation, for materials analysis, for manufacturing process development. The clearance architecture Q level and above maintains personnel reliability for programs that cannot be acknowledged. The classification system operates through the principle of born classified. Information concerning nuclear materials, advanced aerospace systems, or manufacturing processes with strategic implications is restricted from inception, never passing through open channels. The 1947 sample arrived through this system. Its analysis was conducted by cleared personnel. Its characteristics were filed in restricted channels. Its implications were discussed only among those with need to know. The sample remains in archive, available for reanalysis as theoretical frameworks advance, as whistleblower testimony accumulates, as documentary evidence emerges from historical research. The Forge hypothesis explains the manufacturing infrastructure required. Isotope selective purification through electromagnetic separation, cold spray deposition preserving nanolamellar architecture, dusty plasma skins for adaptive signature management, all requiring reactor-integrated environments sustained neutron flux. Transmutation pathways, extreme energy density achievable only within dedicated national laboratory facilities or their classified equivalents. The Oak Ridge sample represents material manufactured through such infrastructure, deployed through operational programs dating to at least the 1890s, recovered through crash or encounter, forwarded through military and civilian channels, analyzed through the same laboratory system that processed nuclear materials, classified through mechanisms protecting strategic capability gaps, preserved through institutional continuity across 7 decades. The Department of Energy and its predecessor organizations maintain custody of physical evidence, analytical capability, and manufacturing infrastructure. The classification system protects operational continuity. The historical record, read against material evidence, reveals programmatic development spanning centuries rather than decades.
As I'm walking up towards the light to go to the track on my left, the white light flies across the flight line to me, and it flies right across the flight line to me. And as it flies, it's 100 to 150 foot equilateral triangle appears right over me, 100 feet above me, 100 feet in front of me. The triangle had black metallic flake paint. I'm a car guy, and it looked like that expensive, like classic look, like you could see the light glisten off of it. Equilateral triangle, I could only see the bottom in angles. It was a 90-degree right angle all around. I could not see the top of it. There were 4 lights, one smaller light on each corner, and then a larger second light, which was 2 to 3 times the size of the corner lights. And in my estimation, it was about the size of a small size sedan. So like a Nissan SER Sentra, Nissan Altima. That was at the center. All of them were white. What was odd though is that when I'm looking at it, the way I have tried to describe it, and words cannot describe it because it's so wild seeing, is imagine taking a picture of the James Webb Telescope where all those colors of galaxies are out there. Imagine those colors, make them yellow, gold, put them on top of the aircraft and make it a lava lamp, because the whole outside had this yellow transparent glow coming all around the craft and it was pulsating. So this thing flies to me, it's a light. All of a sudden, while it's flying to me, this triangle appears. I can't tell you if it was active camouflage. I cannot tell you if it manifested around it. The only thing I can tell you is that light came and a triangle appeared around it. My cell phone gets incredibly hot and completely freezes and shuts down. I'm under it, and the first thought in my mind is literally, okay, so this is real too. Like, I've been in
redacted.
I've had access to things, and I'm like, okay, another thing that's real.
Hours, meaning hours.
I would initially suspect so. I mean, it was on the base, due to things that I found out, having been in government for long enough and knowing certain truths, and having been through the whistleblower process and understanding questions and why they're asked and how they're asked. I am now of the opinion that what I saw was not ours, but this gets into a troubling precedent, which is if that one wasn't ours, then why?
Redacted.
But
let's talk about big picture. What does it mean? What's this whole story mean? Because, we've been pretty far up the food chain with people who've been at it for a long time at high levels, high security clearances, worked in programs. They all have guesses, but I don't know a single one of them that knows for sure what it is.
I will give my opinion. This is my opinion, knowing what I know for a fact, reading and coming into contact of information that I believe to be true, looking at history and looking at through my perspective. I think what we are dealing with is very, very, very old. I think old humans have written those down in religious stories. I think that it's quite clear that we have been influenced by something else. I think Arrow has been telling the American public the truth, and you have said this on Weaponized on my behalf, which is Arrow's statement, there is no scientific evidence of extraterrestrials, is 100% technically true. You have to have a control to have scientific proof, and extraterrestrial is a very exact statement and word with an exact definition, an entity of another planet. These things, whatever they are probably what are referred to as gods or demons or angels or jinn, or insert whatever cultural or religious perspective you have. There are probably also extraterrestrials. It's not a one-size-fits-all. And considering, humanity has the same stories across many cultures. A flood, crafts that are in the sky, things that are coming and helping humans. And I'm at an advantage and a disadvantage knowing certain information that relates very clearly to things that are around the world that are related to what I know. I don't think that's by pure coincidence or luck. I think that the people that are in these programs know the truth to this stuff, and they are looking at it through a lens of, this is true, this is true, this is true. This has been here for 8,000 years. This has been here for 4,000 years. Oh, we dug up this at an archaeological dig in, hypothetically, Egypt. You know, I mentioned it to you guys last night. Lakatsky in his statement about his faith and what it means to be human and the impact and nothing to fear. You know, Lakatsky and I are both Catholics, but I want to be clear in that it's the idea of something greater than us that is here with us and can influence us. And Pasalka talks about this, and you get into consciousness, and all of these things are so correlated, and that's a problem with this subject. And that's why one of the things that I'm a huge proponent of, going back to having our government be a part of this, is you have to set a foundation. Because if you come out and you throw it all out there, people are going to laugh at you, they're going to call you crazy, they're going to do X, Y, and Z. Then you have to set a foundation. And I understand the UFO fanatics are not going to like this opinion, but this isn't for you. This is for the public. If you want disclosure, the public has to be a part of it. Hence why I'm here, is to hopefully get enough people outside of this subject agitated, upset, and come and say, no, we're done with this. My big picture idea is it's been here for a very long time. It goes by many names. It's many different things. And it has an influence on all of us.
We're going to get to our first question here, and it is not scripted, and it is to my former colleague, Dr. Eric Davis. I'm going to be very careful how I ask this specific question. Welcome, Mr. Gold. Good to see you, as always. No, it's okay. Dr. Davis, I know your background, and I know your work in our former program, the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program. I also know, to some degree, some of the history and first-hand experience you have on UAP. I believe that this committee and the esteemed members of Congress and the American public would love to hear, to the degree you're able to discuss it, the direct access you had. For those who don't know, Dr. Davis was, and I'll let him answer this, it was submitted into the matter of record for Congress a couple years ago, the Wilson Davis memo. It was alleged that he was the author of it. And if you don't know what that is, I encourage you to look it up. It has been entered as a matter of public record in the Congressional record, and it is extremely significant. This is the man. I won't say he did or he didn't, I'll let him tell you. Who authored that potentially. And furthermore, I know has had involvement in...
along the sand dunes of the Sahara Desert for 40 days and 40 nights with nothing but a pack of Newports and a fifth of Henny. I really do this shit.
And your experience? No, good.
Thank you. I'm an astrophysicist and also what Mark Dionne at NASA and I call the breakthrough propulsion physicist. We worked on breakthrough propulsion together from 1996 to 2002, and then we continued after that to develop a book that we published with the AIAA Press in 2009, Frontiers of Propulsion Science. So my background is in advanced deep space and interstellar spaceflight, mostly faster than light propulsion through the use of general relativity theory and quantum field theory, as well as advanced nuclear propulsion, like nuclear fission and nuclear fusion. And beamed energy propulsion, which I worked on as a principal investigator for the Air Force Research Lab at Edwards Air Force Base. So I've got quite a broad background.
Rick, couldn't you, use your super knowledge to turn yourself into a teenager and come to our school and help us hunt the vampire down?
Wow. Yeah, pretty specific pitch, Summer.
And I began my work in UFOs, or UAP, starting in 1996. Robert Bigelow hired me to work for him as his director of aerospace physics and astrophysics at the National Institute for Discovery Science. And that was a...
make that deal.
That was a pretty...
How about you bitch? You make that deal?
I make that deal.
I don't blame you. Damn good deal.
I'm investigating it using forensic science techniques in the field, interviewing witnesses, collecting data.
Remember, ravioli, ravioli, give me the formuoli.
And I have a team of colleagues on the staff that I work with, also PhDs. We also had Apollo 14 astronaut Ed Mitchell, and for a short time Apollo 17 astronaut Jack Schmidt. And we had many academicians and former CIA National Intelligence officers.
That doesn't make things interesting, it makes them Ocean's 12. By far the worst one. Every breath I take without your permission raises my self-esteem.
Social psychologists, medical doctors, and nuclear engineers, and the list goes on. We had Jaques Vallee primarily as well. And I became familiar with Carl Sagan. Carl Sagan and Strong Report Page co-authored a book called UFOs, A Scientific Debate, which was published by the AAAS Press. The AAAS is the American Association for the Advancement of Science, and Science is their prestigious journal that they publish. And so that was a prestigious publication. Every chapter was authored by experts in the field in academia who have studied UFOs and some angle of it from a scientific data standpoint. Data that was collected, data that was analyzed, and so they presented it and published the book. For a bizarre reason, in the 1980s, Carl Sagan had this wonderful astronomy show called Cosmos, and the companion book for that. And what's ironic is that he changed 180 degrees. He all of a sudden went from being UFOs we have in this book that I co-authored or co-edited with Thornton Page, all of this wonderful data that's been collected that is not explainable due to conventional astronomical, weather, or man-made explanations or events or objects. I'm now calling it pseudoscience. It's fringe science.
God, Grandpa, you're such a dick.
I'm sorry, Summer, your opinion means very little to me.
People were mistaken. Pilots have poor vision. Military pilots especially. And I've heard that from Leonard David, who's a aerospace engineering, aviation, space exploration writer. And people like him have said that our military pilots, especially the ones at the USS Nimitz, during its encounter of the Tic Tac UAP back in November of 2004. Oh yes, those pilots have poor vision. They're flying, what, $20 million fighter aircraft? And they have poor vision. How did they get through the Naval Aviation Program and Top Gun School with poor vision?
Dr. Davis, could you elaborate a little bit on your, again, to the degree that you're comfortable?
Oh, I know what you're doing. So it was a transformative issue for me, or a job. It transformed my worldview. It opened up my worldview to a lot more possibilities than what I was used to thinking as a trained PhD physicist. I earned my doctorate. So, as pertaining to the topic that Lou wants me to talk about, I'm not trying to avoid it. It is a sensitive subject. It's due to astronaut Ed Mitchell, Dr. Ed Mitchell, Captain USN retired. Because of him, and I won't go into a long story, but it's because of him that I got on the trail of looking for the so-called legend within the UFO community. The retrieval of crashed or landed UAP craft, or UFO craft as they were known back in those days. And by the way, UAP, the term unidentified aerial phenomenon, goes back to the 1940s even. So I followed this trail, and I ended up, over the course of the following 2.5 decades, working for Bigelow, working for the Air Force Research Lab, working for Hal Puthoff at Urtech International Incorporated, and then working at the Aerospace Corporation. So we're working in a combination of industry and classified programs that we were contracted to do on behalf of for the Defense Intelligence Agency, and for the Pentagon agencies that Lou worked at, and the UAP task force that Jay Stratton led at the Office of Naval Intelligence. And so, a long story short is that I came into contact with industry leaders, technical scientists, both active duty and later retired, as well as intelligence officers, generals, admirals, colonels, people who directed intelligence or human intelligence collection and analysis directorates at the DIA and the Central Intelligence Agency, who reached out to me to have me do some foreign UAP intelligence analysis and assessment. And so I had been exposed to so much in the classified realm that I can tell you definitively that they're there. The human race, basically the world's biggest governments, like the United States, our adversary China and Russia, at least as far as I know, have had the occasion to recover craft that have either landed or crashed or both in their territory or even outside of their territories. This is one of the most well-hidden programs. It is hidden from congressional oversight, and it always has been. And it was hidden by the action of President Eisenhower, who instituted presidential emergency action directives during his administration. These directives are not shared with Congress. They are classified. And when the Freedom of Information Act was instituted in the 70s, it is not those are not subjected to the Freedom of Information Act request. These directives provide cover for actions that are associated with the retrieval of these vehicles and the scientific and engineering study of them. And that takes place within the industry, which they give to their own people inside their company, their own employees, to do the reverse engineering and analysis and study of these recovered vehicles. And so this avoids all congressional oversight. It avoids the Gang of 8. And it's one of the most clever techniques used to hide it. And as far as I know, only one 4-star general and one 3-star admiral were able to locate these programs.
Motherfucker looked like a Resident Evil 5 campaign extra after we was done with them. Ops wanted some initiative. Blew up their entire quadrant. I'm moving like Oppenheimer.
And he was able to get into the program and use his authority and his access. I think they call that a super user. The super user has access to all special access programs. So he had his capability to be able to get into that whole thing. I was fortunate to meet Dave Dresch at the behest of Jay Stratton. Dave was a NRO liaison officer to the UAP task force, and Dave was working for his boss at the NRO, which was situated in the second floor skiffs of the Aerospace Corporation building in Colorado Springs. And I was assigned to work at the Aerospace Corporation facility in Huntsville, Alabama, because I was supporting NASA's Space Nuclear Propulsion Program office. So Jay put Dave and Dave's boss and I together, and I briefed them for 2.5 days, just a week before COVID struck. And Dave took all of my classified and proprietary information of all the investigations I did at NIDS, AFRO, and working for helping up at ERTEC, and he took that data and ran with it. And what you now know, the aftermath of that was his classified whistleblower complaint to the IG of the IC.
You wanted me. Here I am. I wanted to see what you'd do. And you didn't disappoint. You let 5 people die. Even to a guy like me, that's cold. Where's Dent? Those mob fools want you gone so they can get back to the way things were. But I know the truth. There's no going back. You've changed things. Forever. Then why do you want to kill me? I don't want to kill you. What would I do without you? Go back to ripping off mob dealers? No. No, you complete me. You're garbage. You kills for money. Don't talk like one of them. You're not. Even if you'd like to be. To them, you're just a freak. Like me. They need you right now. But when they don't, they'll cast you out. Like a leper. See, their morals, their code, it's a bad joke. They've dropped at the first sign of trouble. They're only as good as the world allows them to be. I'll show you. When the chips are down, these civilized people, they'll eat each other. See, I'm not a monster. I'm just ahead of the curve.
And so there is a there. We have had this program going on in various guises, various code names. Code names change roughly every 3 years. They often shift around due to major office and programmatic reorganizations from presidential administration to presidential administration, or maybe every 5 to 10 years in some cases. And so these things are very old. They come in, they've gone, but they're still around. And the amount of money that's been involved, I would say since the beginning in 1944 with the first recovery in Italy, of the U.S. Army's recovery of a craft that crashed in Italy back in 1933. The United States Army, when it invaded Italy and pushed the Third Reich out, they were able to recover that craft and bring it back to Wright Airfield. And all of the crash retrievals that have taken place generally on land have gone to Wright Airfield. The majority of the crash retrievals or recoveries of whatever situation it was take place in the maritime environment. And I'm not sure where that is going. I think they're probably also going to were in those days Wright Airfield. I don't know where they're going today though, because I've only worked on the legacy history of this part of it up until about the early 2010s. And ever since the end of the OSAP and the ATIP, I don't know where those operations are going on these days.
Understand. Have all these rules, and you think they'll save you.
It's in control. I have one rule.
Oh, then that's the rule you'll have to break to know the truth.
Which is?
The only sensible way to live in this world is without rules. And tonight, you're gonna break your one rule.
I'm considering it.
No, there's only minutes left, so you're gonna have to play my little game if you want to save one of them.
So, I think that's about it.
Is that
it? If there was a question I would always ask, and I'll just say this really easily. Leslie King and Ralph Blumenthal asked me this for an interview I gave them in July of 2020 for the New York Times article that they published. They interviewed Lou and former Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid. I think Harry was already retired then, wasn't he? Yeah. Okay, so I said basically my interface with the leadership of the industry, which were a number of individuals, is the following. The craft that have been recovered are not of this earth. They're not made by human hands. They are not from this planet. They are not human. They are an alien technology, whatever the word alien means. Are they extraterrestrial? We don't know. We don't know. What motives do they have? Well, we need anthropologists and social psychologists and philosophers to figure that out because they haven't communicated that.
And with that being said, you have mentioned that there's interdimensional potential. Could you expound on that?
Yeah, to answer your first question, and I'm here as a fact witness and expert, but I will give you a theoretical framework, at least to work off, to kind of espouse crashes.
So I have to tell you that weapon systems are tested out there.
I know this from other sources. I know that high-pulse microwave weapons are being used to bring down some of these craft.
Yes.
Now, how often was it done where the objects would land on their own accord, and how often was it done that weapons would be used?
Yeah, I can't tell you how often. I can tell you they are brought down both ways.
Regardless of your level of sentience, right? Planes crash, cars crash, and number of sorties, however high, a small percentage are going to end in mission failure, if you will, as we say in the Air Force. And then in terms of multidimensionality, that kind of thing, the framework that I'm familiar with, for example, is something called the holographic principle. It derives itself from general relativity and quantum mechanics, and that is, if you want to imagine a 3D object such as yourself casting a shadow onto a 2D surface, that's the holographic principle. So you can be projected, quasi-projected from higher dimensional space to lower dimensional. It's a scientific trope that you can actually cross, literally, as far as I understand, but there's probably guys with PhDs that we could probably argue about that.
But you have not seen any documentation that that's what's occurring?
Only a theoretical framework discussion. Yes.
Okay.
We're exactly like a man capable of sustaining a platonic friendship with an attractive female coworker. We're entirely hypothetical.
UFOs are described spheres and orbs, discs and saucers, oval or tic-tac, triangular shape, boomerang and arrowhead, and irregular or organic. Mr. Elizondo, does that summarize to you the types of craft that we're discussing today?
Sir, that is a general morphology, historically speaking, of
okay.
UAP.
So those descriptions are very different craft. Is it your assessment that they would come of different origins?
It's possible, but it also could be in a sense a matter of utility.
Experiences with these various craft. Several of them include biological effects and several do not. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so spheres and orbs, triangular craft, and irregular or organic craft include some descriptions of biological effects, including feelings of unease, electronic device malfunctions, long-term psychological effects such as anxiety or insomnia have been noted, feeling of being watched, a shared awareness with the triangle craft, and under the irregular and organic craft, biological effects include physical sensations of warmth or cold, and unexplained smells and psychological distress. So these are very specific descriptions of the reactions of human beings, which allegedly have been noted from a study here, a report. All of those experiences would have been described by the sources that the author used.
I'm not sure I understand.
This is a very broad description of biological effects, and it's striking to me that they are present with relation to some types of craft, but absent in others. This would require a great deal of research and study. Can you explain that?
Interstellar civilization is not going to look like 20th century or 21st century Earth technology. You have people confusing encounters with astral beings that are not extraterrestrial, but are very real, and thinking they're extraterrestrial because we live in the space age, so they conflate that experience with ETs. Then you have this human deception project that's very well funded and quite sophisticated with the electronics they have and the alien reproduction vehicles that look like UFOs and would pass to the average person as, wow, that's really an ET thing. It couldn't be made on Earth because it doesn't have a propeller or jet engine. Not true.
My understanding is that this is the database is very large. It includes both the images, the videos, the still images, as well as the human intelligence, the reports, the raw data from individuals having these experiences. So in answer to your question, yeah, I mean, I think we're looking at a very large amount of data collected over many decades.
And that data is held by the Department of Defense?
Well, I will say that after I published, I was told that this program, that the USAP was actually managed by the Department of Defense but held at the White House.
Roger
but
that.
that's a single source, and I don't have multiple sources to verify that.
Thank you, sir. I did my best to trick an answer out of you, but I was partially successful. Madam Chair, are you?
In the 80s, on a nuclear-powered submarine, a ballistic missile submarine, that the object exhibited the characteristics of a Russian torpedo in terms of its speed of movement and closing rate with the submarine, and then it slowed and followed the submarine slowly in its wake for a period of minutes, and then rapidly exited the scene. And nothing that we know of, and technology-wise, could replicate that.
And the speed of these objects was faster than anything that we have or anybody else has that would be manned. Is that correct?
It was on the order
Underwater.
of a torpedo. So
yes, sir.
Yes, sir. But as it exited,
well, I don't exactly know how fast a torpedo is, but I expect it does better than my old outboard Scott Atwater. So I'll take that as a yes. Okay.
I guess would it be safe to infer that they're living craft?
You know, I'm not prepared at this point to state for the record is something alive or not, because even that definition is right. There was a time in science we thought that life required oxygen, and we now know that's not true. There are anaerobic bacteria that thrive in other things that live off of chemosynthesis. So we're constantly having to reevaluate our understanding of what the definition of life is.
Mm-hmm. Do any of you ever come across reports from people that claim to have firsthand experiences with these entities, whatever they might be, or these aircraft, and then as a result, whether or not they're religious, find that these things will automatically disappear? Anyone, and this is open to any of you on the panel, so just real quick because I'm running out of time. Lou?
Ma'am, I've always been a nuts and bolts kind of guy. When I was at ATIP, I was focusing more on the performance characteristics and less on the potential occupants.
Okay, the reason I ask is because it seems like, just based on our conversations, that we've had people that say that there are good and bad of whatever these things are. And so my concern from a national security perspective is A, that true? B, are you guys hearing reports of that?
What did you say?
Grand Duke Astaroth. I could like eat him. I'm so hungry, you know? Like a horse won't cut it.
Where did you get that name from? No, seriously. That's not funny. Where did you get that name from? Mia. Yeah, seriously.
Interesting. This stuff is interesting as anything. So let's get this one here, right here. While performing a routine airspace surveillance and control mission in the Eastern Air Defense Sector, an F-22 fighter observed multiple UAP contacts at mission altitude. Moving to intercept, the F-22 pilot noted multiple metallic orbs slightly smaller than a sedan, hovering in place. Upon vectoring towards the UAPs, a smaller formation of the metallic orbs accelerated at rapid speed towards the F-22, which was unable to establish radar locks on the presumed hostile UAPs. The F-22 broke trajectory and attempted to evade, but was intercepted and boxed in by approximately 3 to 6 UAPs.
I believe that our government is in possession of UAPs.
Absolutely, based on interviewing over 40 witnesses over 4 years.
And where?
I know the exact locations, and those locations were provided to the Inspector General, and some of which to the intelligence committees. I actually had the people with the firsthand knowledge provide a protected disclosure to the Inspector General.
Our technologies permit us to manipulate time and space. They leave distance annihilated, cause things to grow, and improve productivity.
Yeah, motherfucker, yeah, get it! Get some! Right up your fucking bitch ass, you fuck! Guess who just discovered a new element? You think you could do that, Morty? You think anyone but me could do that ever in a billion years? Do you think if God existed, he could do it? The answer is no. If God exists, it's fucking me!
You know, this is great source material for this heist movie that I'm writing.
Don't get drawn into the culture, Morty.
What was it? I think 115, right? Out of Area 51. Do you think that happened?
That Bob and or cohorts did? Yeah, I do believe it.
Yes.
Yeah, because I saw it. I saw it it was in a leaden container that was at his house for a time period. I saw some experiments they did with what they call a cloud chamber, how this thing sort of bent light.
I had no idea you had seen it.
Yeah. When Bob thought he was going to be, I probably shouldn't say this, but I'll go ahead. When Bob thought he was going to be taken out, he had this particle accelerator at his house, and he had this container with the 115 in it right in front of it. And he was ready to flip a switch and say goodbye to Las Vegas, I think. I don't know if that was a dramatic gesture or what it was, but thank God he didn't do it. Now,
I've never heard this.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's not a pretty picture. I've really made some effort over the years, I guess obviously not enough effort to find that stuff because it's obtainable. I think it's obtainable.
There was a movie in which they called something like that unobtainium.
Yeah, it is, right? They had it in a lead-cased, disc-shaped container. They also, at one point, had done, like I said, these experiments with this cloud chamber where this it appeared to bend the smoke that was floating around inside this cloud chamber. I couldn't figure out how they did it. I'm not a scientific expert. I guess they could have pulled the wool over my eyes, but they were doing these experiments for themselves, Bob and some of his cohorts, and having fun with it.
Yeah, but see, this is doubted. This is one of the parts of the story very much doubted by many, and so you just sort of put a piece of the puzzle in the truth area that frankly I wasn't all that sure of. So, wow.
Well, Bob had said they had several hundred pounds of this stuff up there, and of course the scientific community scoffs at that. When Bob first said they had 115 up there, 115 officially did not exist. It does now, although the stuff that was synthesized lasted only a few microseconds and does not sound like what Bob described. Well, he sticks to the story that this would be a different isotope. It's you got to mix different stuff in there for it to stabilize as he saw it. On the subject of 115, by the way, Art did. There is in the second series of UFOs stories that I did in 1990, there is a brief snippet of video of the container, and it just is in passing. I don't make any reference to it. It's just sort of a little inside joke. So there's some of that stuff, yeah. There is some stuff about the ranch that has not come out.
This technology can be built today with technology that is not developmental to deliver any human being from any place on planet Earth to any other place in less than an hour. To deliver Wi-Fi from space, where you never need a cell tower to connect. To deliver energy from space, where you never have to plug your phone in, and it trickle charges, and you can use that energy over time. It can be applied to cars, to houses.
While you were flapping your parasitic turd holster, I discovered the toxic equivalent of electricity, Morty. What do you think about that?
I think my voice is annoying.
It is, and it's your best quality.
So true.
If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
As I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics came with some of these recoveries, yeah.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still in the program.
And was this documentary evidence, video, photos, eyewitness? Like, how would that be determined?
The specific documentation I would have to talk to Skiff about.
In the 2003 timeframe, a large group of Boeing contractors were operating near one of the launch facilities at Vandenberg Air Force Base when they observed a very large 100-yard sided red square approach the base from the ocean and hover at low altitude over one of the launch facilities. This object remained for about 45 seconds or so before darting off over the mountains. There was a similar event within 24 hours later in the evening. This was a morning event, I believe 8:45 in the morning. Later in the evening, post-sunset, there were reports of other sightings on base, including some aggressive behaviors. These objects were approaching some of the security guards at rapid speeds before darting off. And this is information that was received through one of the witnesses that have approached me at Americans for Safe Aerospace.
With four-way lights and a flashing red light, they're not trained to be sly. They're not trained to be clandestine. Approximately 200 yards above the ship, again, maneuvering right around the ship, back and forth, up and down. they went to the bridge of the ship with a powerful searchlight or photographic device. So we've had cases where they go right up to the bridge of the ship and shine a bright light in on the captain and the senior crew. That's how overt and provocative this is, and that apparently reflects their degree of confidence that we can't intercept them and bring them down, whoever it is that's operating them.
You can't outrun your past, Rick. Did you think my force field would be down the second time?
I was expressing disapproval of your dialogue.
That same year, we began to see them around nuclear power plants. In 2020, very strange situation out west. This went on not just for weeks, this went on for months. In one of the least densely populated, eastern Colorado and western Oklahoma. So we're talking about farmland. I drove out west of Key last winter and drove kind of through the area. It is incredibly sparsely populated. There's very, very, very little there. And yet these drones were operating in groups, clusters, as many as 40 drones at a time. They formed this was so extensive and there was so much eventual furor raised among the ranchers and farmers that they formed a task force involving the FBI, Department of Homeland Security, local law enforcement. They deployed a special plane that the governor of California authorized that had sensors on it. And this continued to occur, and we never found out where these things were coming from, who was operating them. I called a sheriff there and spoke to him about it. He told me a fascinating story. He said he was actually a deputy sheriff, but the sheriff was also a witness. They responded to a call, and there were a group of these lights over this farm, and a brighter light came in, a larger light, and the smaller lights went inside of it. Smaller lights went inside of it.
Label drop that bag, we put switches on them straps, and now I kinda wish a nigga would. If I up this pole, I'm doing that everybody, I'm talking about everybody, just to let you know, I'm doing that everybody, I'm talking about everybody.
And it took off at an extreme velocity and passed almost directly over the sheriff and the deputy. And he told me, I've never seen anything move that fast. He's also in the military reserves, this individual. So,
Sometimes these reports are reoccurring, with numerous recent sightings north of Hawaii and in the North Atlantic. Other veterans are also coming forward to us regarding UAP encounters in our airspace and oceans. The most compelling involve observations of UAP by multiple witnesses and sensor systems. I believe these accounts are only scratching the surface, and more will share their experiences once it is safe to do so.
I live in the very real world where everything has an explanation. But what I saw last night could not be explained. Last night, I went on my first red-eye trip from Vegas to North Carolina, and on the way, I saw some unexplainable things. I was flying with this captain, and he told me over the last 8 months, he has been seeing some things in the atmosphere that just haven't made sense. And lo and behold, in front of my eyes, we see these flying objects. These objects first, they're bright like stars, but then they can in an instant fade out into nothing. And they just start moving around and flying in formations like crazy in the middle of the night. These things are moving like super quickly, and they're at an altitude that's way higher than airplanes can be at. I saw about 15 of them in the span of an hour. So now I'm here thinking, are UFOs real?
Yes, the objects that are being seen by commercial pilots are performing maneuvers that are unexplainable due to our current understanding of our technology and our capabilities as a country, and that applies for the military as well.
Mr. Ferrer?
Yeah, I concur with that. We have nothing that can stop in midair and go the other direction, nor do we have anything that can, like in our situation, come down from space.
Wow! How did you do that?
That was a third-class maneuver, Navigator.
Well, if that was a third-class maneuver, what's a first class?
Observe. maneuver allows me to slide through your planet's thick atmosphere. I can move at any speed. I can speak thousands of languages. I can analyze species from civilizations light years beyond your own. I
Can we fix this seat?
Compliance.
That's great. Now could you slow down a little?
Compliance.
Cool.
Would you like me to adjust the temperature?
No.
Most about the flight capabilities of these Tic Tac, very briefly.
The performance. Absolute performance. It was.
And you're not aware of any other objects that anybody in the world has, in this world, that has those capabilities?
No, I think it's far beyond actually our material science that we currently possess.
Admiral, flight safety risks for our pilots, based on what you've experienced and seen in your career.
They're extensive, and the one exercise I referred to where I received the email that was then deleted was the pilots, and this is worth bringing out. There are debunkers out there who have said the Go Fast video was just a balloon. That was only one video that was released. There were dozens of these encounters that pilots, friends of Ryan Graves, who's in this room right here.
For public release. So back in 2017, I provided 3 unclassified videos to the New York Times. You've all seen those, Gimbal, FLIR, Go Fast, right? There are a lot more like that. They just haven't been released because shortly after that, somebody created a classification guide which suddenly said, in contradiction to the executive order on classification signed by the president, that anything, essentially anything having to do with UAP is now suddenly, mystically classified because it might damage national security.
Jeez, you're really this pissed about my mom making sure I'm okay with our adventures?
What's next, Morty? What if I want you to jump off the Empire State Building? I have to ask?
Yes?
And you seriously don't see how that's a slippery slope?
To almost call out and exercise it and shut it down, which is very compressed, and the carrier's getting ready for deployment, and the pilots have to get certified to land on the carrier, it's extreme, to say the least.
Confirm this object had no wings, correct?
No wings.
Now, was the aircraft that you were flying, was it armed?
No, never felt threatened at all.
If the aircraft was armed, you believe that your aircraft or any aircraft in possession of the United States could have shot the Tic Tac down?
I'd say no. Just on the performance, it would have just left in a split second.
It looks like that we have a problem here that needs further investigation.
Yes.
In your belief, is this flying Tic Tac, I mean, is it capable of being the product of any other nation on the Earth?
No, like I said earlier, I think it defies current material science and the ability to develop that much propulsion. And I know there's been some physicists have done calculations, which is beyond anything that we have.
Well, either the United States has an adversary here in this world that we don't know, or we really have some serious investigations to do. I really appreciate you being here. Is there anything else about the November 14th, 2004 incident that you think is important for this committee to know that you haven't been asked here today?
No, it's been said it's probably the most credible UFO sighting in history based on all the sensors that were tracking it, and then for us to get visual and to go against the naysayers that it's something on the screen or whatever. I mean, there's 4 sets of human eyeballs. We're all very credible. Of the 6 of us that were involved in the thing, including the video, every one of us is going to do 20 plus years in the military in very responsible positions. So I'd say the world needs to know that. It's not a joke.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony here today for all of you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Roger. There's troubleshooting. Did you box moving target? No, I took an auto track. Oh, okay. Oh my gosh, dude. Wow, look at it fly.
So we got within a half mile of the Tic Tac, which people say that's pretty far, but in airplanes that's actually relatively close. No, it was perfectly white, smooth, no windows, although when we did take the original FLIR video that is out there, when you put it on a big screen, it actually had 2 little objects that came out of the bottom of it. But other than that, no windows, no seams, no nothing.
Mr. Favor, do you believe that you witnessed an additional object under the water in relation to your encounter?
I will say we did not see an object. There was something there to cause the whitewater, and when we turned around, it was gone, so there was something there that obviously moved.
Okay, it was not the same object, though, that you were looking at, correct?
No, we actually joked that the Tic Tac was communicating with something when we came back, and because the whitewater disappeared.
We were, in another instance, we're told about the capabilities of a jamming during viewing of when there were some people chasing some of these objects. Did you experience any of that jamming or interrupting your radar or weapons system?
My crew that launched after we landed experienced significant jamming to the APG-73 radar, which was what we had on board, which is a mechanically scanned, very high-end system prior to the APG-79. And yes, it did pretty much everything you could do, range, velocity, aspect, and then it spit the lock, and the targeting pod is passive. That's what we were able to get the video on.
Come up on radar or interfere with your radar or the USS Princeton?
The Princeton tracked it, the Nimitz tracked it, the E-2 tracked it. We never saw it on our radars. Our fire control radars never picked it up. The other airplane that took the video did get it on a radar. As soon as it tried to lock it, it jammed the radar, spit the lock, and he rapidly switched over to the targeting pod, which you can do in the F-18.
From what you saw that day and what you've seen on video, did you see any source of propulsion from the flying object, including on any potential thermal scans from your aircraft?
No, there's none. There's no IR plume coming out, and Chad, who took the video, went through all the EO, which is black and white TV, and the IR modes, and there's no visible signs of propulsion. It's just sitting in space at 20,000 feet. And all my friends that are very senior, 3 and 4 stars, I've talked to them. They believe, they understand there's a problem, but no, I was actually treated really well.
And what is your general interpretation of these phenomena, or what is your current thinking of trying to make sense of them?
Well, I'll say, I'm not like a UFO fanatic. It's not me, but I will tell you that what we saw with 4 sets of eyes over a 5-minute period, still, we have nothing close to it. It was amazing to see. I told my buddy I wanted to fly it, but yeah, it's just an incredible technology.
Bro, all I want is a clapped out shit box that goes, "What-a-doo! What-a-doo!"
It was fun. It was actually fun to learn. That's one of the things in our work that was like, oh my gosh, there's more to life. It answered certain questions and intuitions, if you will, that we have going back to your childhood, and if anything, that were most present in your childhood, which is very satisfying because, something as a child, you have this particular feeling, and it kind of dies out as you become more mature and have to take on more responsibility. And so to be able to nurture that and accept that that might be the case, and to see organizations as serious as those who we worked with taking this seriously was actually a heck of a lot of fun.
So this is an ontological shock, I think, for many people watching this, because we're all being told, firstly, there's no such thing as aliens visiting this planet.
Yeah.
And secondly, we're all being told there's no such thing as telepathy or psychic abilities. It's rubbish.
Is it possible to learn this power? Not from a Jedi.
Yeah, I don't think there is going to be an ontological shock. I think people are going to react to it the same way I did. I think it's going to be an ontological relief, because I think everyone deep down knows that there is more to life than what we are being told and experiencing. And to know that there might be something like a 6th, 7th, 8th sense that has a spiritual connection, and that might actually have a good nature and application behind it.
What are we gonna do, Rick? We're so screwed! He's gonna get to the ship and smash the microverse, and then he's gonna kill us!
Quick, Morty, you gotta turn into a car!
What?
A long time ago, I implanted you with a subdermal chip that could call upon dormant nanobots in your bloodstream to restructure your anatomy and turn you into a car!
Oh my god!
Concentrate, Morty! Concentrate and turn into a car, Morty!
Hi, Sparks.
Dad? Why did you contact us?
You contacted us. We were just listening.
And there are others?
Many others.
They all travel here through that transit system that you built.
We didn't build it.
We don't know who did. No, they were gone long before we ever got here. Maybe someday they'll come back.
All the other civilizations that you find, they come here.
Not all.
Is this some test?
No, no tests. You're an interesting species. An interesting mix. You're capable of such beautiful dreams. And such horrible nightmares. You feel so lost. So cut off. So alone. Only you're not. See, in all our searching, the only thing we've found that makes the emptiness bearable is each other.
What happens now?
Now, you go home.
Home? But I have so many questions. Do we get to come back?
This was just the first step. In time, you'll take another.
But other people need to see what I've seen. They need to see.
This is the way it's been done for billions of years.
Never mind, here's a taxi. Get in, it's fine.
Like, not only is it not shocking, but it should be welcomed, I would think. You know?
Well, I'd go further, Jake. It's beautiful.
It's beautiful.
And isn't that the message you got from whatever that
This
intelligence
overwhelming
was?
sense of beauty. Overwhelming.
And love?
And love.
And it's funny hearing an elite soldier talking about love.
Yeah.
And benevolence.
You know what fuels every elite soldier? Is a preservation of love or something that they love. That's what's behind all the strength. You know what fuels every elite soldier? Is a preservation of love or something that they love. That's what's behind all the strength.
Oh, for fuck's sakes, Colin.
Not my fault.
Guys, what if the team is testing us? And it's actually trying to see if our power of friendship is strong enough to—
Shut up, new guy!
Colin, this is bad. We've got to call in support now.
Support to fucking where? We're in the goddamn boob dimension.
Another thing, though, is that he specifically talks about the need to do protocols, right?
Yeah.
To align your consciousness, essentially, with whatever they are, or that higher source of wisdom is. And I think a lot of people, sidebar into this, when a lot of people hear esoteric or occult, their mind, I think, is programmed to think nefarious. And this must be something dark or something, you know, pulling on these, some sort of dark threads from behind the veil. And I don't think of it that way, but that may just be me, you know, being read in the directions that I'm read into.
Without further ado, please enjoy this week's Swedish alchemist, Claes Svahn.
Ignition sequence start. How is this possible? Nothing too unusual about that.
Their existence can no longer be denied.
Class, we're back. Thank you for being here again, or thank you for having us, rather. We're at the beautiful Archives of the Unexplained. This is just one of 16 rooms, and it's packed to the brim, full of documents.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it's just so exciting. It's like being a kid in a candy store, and you've compiled all of this.
We started in 1973.
You started in 1973.
So we've been around for a while.
That's amazing.
Well, yeah.
What is that?
This one. It's metallic, a piece of metallic. It's from Sweden, an island called Väddö, northeast of Stockholm.
Okay.
In 1957, two carpenters were driving their car in the middle of the night, really, because they were doing some work on Monday. This was Sunday. And suddenly they saw this object coming from east, moving in front of the car, making a U-turn, and suddenly hanging in front of the car, which was totally died. So the car stopped, and those two guys were sitting in the car and looking at the object, and suddenly it went away exactly the same way as it came. So they went out of the car and took a look at on this road, and they found this object there, and it was hot, so they couldn't really hold it in their hands. It was so hot, so it was really burning them. And the car started, and they drove away. After many years, this was analyzed, and I also analyzed it, and it's tungsten or wolfram carbide. This is very earthly. It has every impurity that it was in tungsten in 1957, but tungsten is a very good leader of heat. So this should have been cold in the middle of the night. So the object affected it. So it was so hot. So it corroborates the story of the two carpenters. Really.
So it's evidence. And the car couldn't have made this tungsten hot? You think it was definitely
No, it was in front of the car. It was, and it's impossible, really.
Wow.
It must have been quite the heat to do that.
How much, can I feel it? How much of UFO crashes do you think are, this is amazing, it's so heavy. How much of UFO crashes do you feel are physical events, nuts and bolts, material gets left behind, you can have a crash retrieval team going looking for it and finding a thing and trying to reverse engineer it? Do you think a high percentage of them are?
I mean, you know, we looked for one in Norway.
Yeah, we did.
There were good witnesses. I mean, it landed and it sank.
Yes.
And in 1946, as we talked about the ghost rockets, the military were looking for them in several different lakes around Sweden. All they found were indentations at the bottom, not a single debris, not anything like that or like the Väddö piece. So it is really strange. I know that some of those UFOs, as we're talking about, could just vanish without a trace. No. Could we distinguish? This is a bona fide UFO hardware. This is something else.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
It's like, how do you progress in a field where it's like we're chimps and we're trying to study humans? You know, how do you progress?
It is very difficult to do that.
Yeah.
So most ufologists are looking at a particular small part of the subject. And if you do like this, you will never get ready with what you're doing because it's so huge.
Yes.
And there is no really good scientific approach to this
yet.
We have certain scientists that are interested in this, but they are looking at their small bits and pieces.
Time travel? There's a time travel section? No, what? Time and time travel. What? Time loops and space twists.
Let's see if I can find the Wendell Stevens stuff. Maybe I have not a clue. Oh, now I will crush.
Crush Amar. No, I'm just kidding.
You can spare it. This is the NASA scientist.
Oh, wow, dude.
So you can see here, if you read the labels here.
Corliss.
Yeah, William Corliss. He wrote this series of books called Sourcebook Project. Only about enigmas.
So
here you can see
psychology.
Like his working papers. Then he passed away, and I contacted his widow, and it took me a couple of years.
Was he at all, like, was there any part of his official work at NASA that overlapped with UFOs?
No.
Or was it just a hobby?
Yeah, just a hobby. This is what they look like.
Biological anomalies, mammals. Oh my God, this guy's a genius.
Yeah.
Who is this guy?
He was a genius.
This is amazing.
We corresponded for many years, then he passed.
Wow.
And then I wrote to his estate.
Yeah.
I got in contact with his son. And his wife was 90 plus. And she started to compile everything in order for us.
Wow.
And we sent 2 pallets from the US.
Oh, she's amazing.
Yeah. And this, behind you here is the oldest UFO group in the world, Borderland Science Research Association, BSRA.
What? That's the most interesting UFO organization, because they knew, they knew about crashes sometimes before they would happen. Like, there's something very interesting about them. They knew more than intelligence in certain cases in the 40s about stuff.
They were first one.
So what's their deal? Because they were funded by that guy, the mysterious guy. What's his name? He was like an occultist and like a magician and...
Yeah.
So, and then they had all the early stuff around UFOs before intelligence agencies did.
Ron Brown.
Ron Brown. Oh, it's Townsend Brown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can take a look and see
Brown electrokinetic generator. Here, look. That's amazing. Patent office for the electrokinetic generator. Well, the Borderland Society, they had connections with Brown.
They have some apparatus still left in the garage that I couldn't bring.
Mm.
But I'm not sure if they are functioning.
Mm.
But I think they are still left in Eureka.
Really?
Yeah.
What apparatus?
Yeah, well, I don't really know. It's like big boxes with switches.
Really? What?
Yeah.
I want to check that out. I'm more interested in him than anyone else.
Yeah, I understand. I read a book about him just a couple of months ago.
The Man Who Mastered Gravity?
Yeah.
What did you think?
I think it was fascinating.
It's fascinating, right?
Yeah.
Isn't he the most interesting man?
So many mysteries around him.
So many mysteries around him.
He was onto something, I think so.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think there's something very interesting about him.
Townsend Brown.
Townsend Brown.
Townsend Brown.
Townsend Brown.
There's a guy named Townsend Brown.
Okay, Townsend Brown. I want to look that up.
The holy grail of physics involves the unification of the four fundamental forces, which includes finding a missing link between electromagnetism and gravity. Einstein actually spent the latter half of his career trying to solve for this mathematically. It is my belief that this spooky inventor may have experimentally discovered this long-sought link.
Which UFO case impacted you the most and changed your life the most?
I wanted to know what people saw in the sky.
Have you had an experience since then?
Yeah. I had an experience together with my wife in 1995, November the 5th. We were out traveling by car. It was midnight. We had been out meeting with guys. I think it was a birthday party. I was driving, and Annalie was sitting beside me, and we were just coming into the suburbs of Stockholm. We were very near our house. And there were two guys standing at the bus stop waiting for the last bus. One of them were pointing up in the sky. The other one was looking. So I said to Annalie, can you lean forward and see what they were looking at? And she did that, but she said, no, it's a fantastic sky. It was a brilliant, starry sky all the night we were traveling back to Stockholm. So we passed them, and we were quite near our house. So I parked the car inside our garage, and we went out, and I thought, now I will take a look and see if I can probably find out it was a planet or whatever. So we scanned the sky. We stood 1 meter from each other, and suddenly out of the black in Gemini, between Castor and Pollux, not from the horizon, just bang, came 3 illuminated plus signs. Pum, pum, pum.
Whoa.
And they flew over us. And Annalie saw it immediately, so I didn't have to say anything, but I said, oh, did you see? Yeah. So we ran after them around the corner because they passed over our roof. And we could see them flying over our neighbor's roof and vanishing. And they were like glued together. It was a small space beside them, but they were glued together. And they were so easy to see.
When you say glued together?
I mean, they were moving exactly the same speed. 3 different plus signs.
Were they like 3 UFOs perpendicular to one another, or were they
like beside each other?
So it was okay. So they were plus sign formations of UFOs.
No, they were plus signs.
Solid plus signs.
Solid plus signs.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of a case like
Not
that?
Not at that point, but I took a look. But I should say one more thing. That I said to Annalie, we don't talk. We go inside. Here's a form. You sit in the kitchen. I'm sitting here.
Spoken like a true UFO researcher. So you literally made yourself like this double blind witness, and then you both described what you see, and you didn't talk.
No.
That's amazing. You maintained your discipline even in your own sighting.
What should I do?
That's awesome.
So we made drawings and everything, and they were not exactly the same. They never are, but they were of the same objects.
Wow.
Yeah. And after that, I put an investigator from UFO Sweden to try to find an answer. So he tried to see if he could find an answer to this, but he couldn't.
Wow.
Yeah.
That must have, it's almost like a cosmic joke that the UFO researcher sees a thing that looks so not like a flying saucer, or even though the flying saucer wasn't seen that much, or triangles, or it's the more common thing. Klaus, do you ever wonder, what if in one of these random manila envelopes?
The answer.
Yeah, or is just the most undeniable evidence?
Yeah, of course. We haven't read them.
Yeah.
I mean, we have read some of them.
So we need to get you funding, man.
Yeah, we really need to get some funding to make this available.
Do you have any plans to digitize?
We do it all the time.
Okay.
All the time. We only one guy who do it.
Oh.
So he's sitting under an avalanche, you know.
Well, what's that guy's name? Let's give him a shout out.
Leif Åstrand, he's a real hero.
Leif Åstrand, thank you for doing what you're doing. That's amazing. Fascinating. So I was just thinking that, because this guy's
that is interesting, man, but not Henry.
Azadel, yeah.
Yeah, he has too many problems.
But you can't, if somebody is an intel agent and they have a lot of fake stuff involved with them, you can't always throw the baby out with the bathwater.
You can never trust them.
For sure.
Yeah.
You always have to take everything with a total grain of salt. Yeah. But you also can't discount everything they say. There are people, I think, in the US now who are on the circuit who I'm pretty sure are like disinfo.
Absolutely.
But that doesn't mean you should not talk to them.
No, absolutely. Talk to them. Absolutely.
And then hold things in very low probability that they say and look for real corroboration.
Yeah.
But I
agree with that.
Yeah,
absolutely.
okay.
Yeah. For sure.
Yeah.
But there are too many of them, so it's very hard to distinguish.
There are a lot.
What, you know.
Yeah, I'm just saying with the Henry Azadel, like maybe some stuff's true, some's fake. You know, I don't know.
It could very well be like that.
What about Billy Meyer? He's another Swiss.
Oh yeah, Billy Meyer, I don't trust.
You don't. You think that he hoaxed the photo? I mean, the photos look too good to be true in many cases, but then also complicated where people say, you know, in the beginning, he was attracting real stuff. And you get the same thing sometimes with Chris Bledsoe, where people are like,
the story, you know, in the beginning it was good. And
yeah.
I don't buy that.
You don't buy
that. And if I have loads of his pictures at home.
Yeah.
And some of them are so incredibly bad. You can see there are models standing on a table.
That's not good.
That's not good. He used even pictures from books.
Yeah.
You know, the time travel he made to the dinosaurs.
Yeah, that was so strange.
I have that book at home. I took a picture of a dinosaur in that book and said, "Oh, this is a picture I took when I traveled back in time."
That's crazy.
It's not.
He says that in the book?
Yeah.
Okay, after this, it's hard to take him seriously. Really? He says he took a photo of a dinosaur in the book, and it's clearly a fake photo?
Yeah, I have the book myself. To compare it, it's exactly the same picture.
Jesus Christ.
And you have this picture when an alien is standing with this ray gun in his hand, or her hand, I don't know. The alien is cut exactly there, so you can only see the arm, and this incredibly fake-looking gun, like from a toy store.
I just had a guest on who said, this guy's named Jason Reza Georgiani. He says that Billy Myers was like an MI6 agent. Have you heard of that?
Billy Meyer. Also not really his name. I mean, his name was Edward Meyer. He got the name Billy when he was working in Tehran. The guy was 007. He was a James Bond-style super spy field intelligence operative, working primarily in the Middle East.
Billy Meyer.
Yeah. Until he had an accident in Turkey, in a bus accident, his arm was severed. And then he moved on to this property in Switzerland where he became an older man and he became the Billy Meyer that we associate with the contactee phenomenon.
I didn't know that.
I dug up this and have documented it all in Closer Encounters.
Whoa.
So Edward Meyer was working for somebody in the Middle East that gave him access to all of the Arab potentates. He met with all of the royalty in the Middle East. He had access to the court of the Shah of Iran. In particular, he was very close to the King of Jordan.
Billy Meyer.
Billy Meyer.
What?
I to drive the bus, I let I call it the lady, right? Or the phenomenon.
So who is this Timothy Taylor figure showing up in Bledsoe's life? He's a mysterious rocket scientist who's done mission control for NASA since the 80s. He's also taken people like Bledsoe through Kennedy Space Center. Religious studies professor Diana Pasulka, along with others, have said that he's worked directly with Elon Musk. But where it gets interesting is that he's also popping up in the lives of numerous UFO experiencers, claiming that he's a time traveler and works for an angel. Basically, he exists at the intersection between rigorous, real-world aerospace work and totally insane UFO lore. And that's why some of the things that Tim Taylor told Chris would wholesale overhaul our understanding of reality, if at all true.
Really smart guy, like genius level, and
Really?
Yeah.
I can read this book faster than you can pass an English 100s course.
And by that I mean I read it in 2.5 hours.
I run off of caffeine, nicotine, spite, weekly IV injections, and Jesus.
I enjoyed his company. We did a lot of stuff together. We traveled together. He sees this thing over his house and it goes away when he drives up, but there's a piece of red glowing metal in the yard. He lets it cool, picks it up and puts it in a shoebox, and there it stays for 15 years.
No way.
And when he found out about me and read the story, he calls me and says, I got something I want you to see. And so I called Taylor, and he and I flew up there.
This is either engineered to make me excited, or this is the most remarkable story ever. I almost lost it during this part of the interview. Zanesville, Ohio is where Thomas Townsend Brown was born. To me, Townsend Brown is the most interesting historical figure in the 20th century that no one knows about. I've independently uncovered an absurd amount of information that leads me to believe that Townsend Brown essentially discovered anti-gravity in the 1950s. He was funded by the same physics patrons at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, that sent science down the wrong path with quantum gravity in 1957. And what did he say about Townsend himself?
He told me he'd heard stories of these little things coming and landing in his yard and getting out and giving him information.
That's real. Well, at least according to his daughter did a sort of AMA on, Ask Me Anything on Reddit. She talked about beings coming down and then entering, I think it was like they were in the kitchen with her dad and her, and they were these sort of pale-skinned, looked alien, like looked from like they were from another planet or had existed in another environment. And they talked all night, and then, they wake up the next morning. She thinks it's a dream. And then 2 nights later, they're at dinner, and she brings up the dream, and Thomas Townsend Brown goes, that wasn't a dream, or something like that.
Right, exactly.
And he's also telling your son and you that he's in a secret time travel group with Townsend Brown and NASA. So I'm like, is he writing in code there?
Yeah.
Do you
Those
think
guys
so?
are all about, they're so super secretive. They'll tell you things and code like that. And it's up to you to get it or not. But yeah.
Like you were part of like a secret science program where you were given material to look at. You didn't even have context on the material, but you were getting downloads about it.
Yeah.
And do you think any of that made it into his, he had a lot of biomedical patents. He had a company called Vivex Biotechnologies, which he sold for $88 million.
That's who I was working with.
That's who you were working with?
That company.
Wow.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, that is a operational, functional, company that does real things in the biomedical world. And what makes it fascinating is that maybe the backdrop of that company is recovered UFO material.
Exactly.
And somebody like you intuitively downloading the functionality.
I don't know how much good I did, right? But it was, he kind of stays pretty close to me, following me about. And we travel together and we study together and doing a lot of things right now.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Who's that?
I can't tell you.
Does he work at a big aerospace corporation or?
You'll see him one day he lives in Silicon Valley, but you'll see him one day. He'll be in a skiff somewhere under an airport, or he'll be at NASA,
Okay.
Or he'll be somewhere in amongst all that. Yeah.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
It's so interesting.
He's educated me a lot on this metal and how it acts and how it acts differently in zero gravity than it does on ground level.
How does the metal act differently in zero gravity?
It's it has a way of let's just say the words I heard. This metal acts much like an animal, in that it is always seeking for energy and seeking to connect. And how I got this pen was being tested by that metal, knowing that it bonded to me. So that's why this phenomenon is always around. It's trying to reconnect all the time.
How do you think you're connected with it?
Into the DNA is all I know. It's a frequency. I think our DNA is transmitting a frequency, which is, I've seen the papers on it, and a radar type frequency. So it's pinging and it's receiving, sending and receiving.
There's a scientist named Konstantin Meil. He's in the Black Forest in Germany, and he talks about scalar physics and its relationship with DNA, specifically like DNA resonance with these exotic electromagnetic waves that exist in the scalar field, which, if you think about it, if we are getting any sort of messages via our DNA, a transverse Hertzian, a classic electromagnetic wave, doesn't really make sense because it decays at 1 over r squared. So if you're in a Faraday chamber, or you're, kind of in some remote place or whatever, the decay function on a normal electromagnetic wave would be too stark. Maybe your body would be able to download and encode a lot more information. And they think that the sun is a scalar wave generator. And Tim Taylor talks about in Diana's book, American Cosmic, that his protocols are around, being in the sunlight.
Not sunset. Sun down and rise. Up. What's that?
It shines at an angle on the Earth. It creates the green color spectrum, which is the center of the color spectrum, right? And in that, the sun is affecting what's called ADT, which is the hemoglobin in your blood and the chlorophyll in plants. So when it hits that, it starts this energy and it starts creating life. I lay back, I looked up at the sky, and I said, Lord, I need help. I'm stressed. Tonight it's raining. There's 1,000 people out there wanting to see something. And suddenly, when I said that, my wife sat beside me. I heard this telepathic voice say, don't worry about the rain. It'll just get more interesting. And then I saw these 3 orange orbs come down under the clouds. And this digit that said 9:45. Just flashed right up. I said, okay, there'll be 3 orange orbs at 9:45. So I got up, I walked over to the center of 1,000 people. They're in a big circle, and I'm in a 20-foot circle that they kept that where I could walk around in it with a microphone. And so I told the whole group an hour in advance. I said at 9:45, there'll be 3 orange orbs that appear underneath the clouds. And exactly at 9:45 it happened.
Whoa. Do you have video of that?
Yeah.
Are you filming it, anybody? Yes. Watch it. Is it 9:45? I said at 9:45 there would be something appearing. Thank you. $9:47, y'all. Is that right?
Wow. Yeah.
That's so fascinating. It's like the Fatima prophecy, but compressed and at a UFO conference.
You're a fucking Fed. I know it. I know that you're a Fed. I know to my core that you're a federal agent.
Laser-induced plasma and directed energy deception can explain some UAP reports, especially small glowing orbs that appear briefly, confuse pilots and leave no debris. That technology exists, can be tested without pilots' knowledge, can appear on radar and can cause sensor disagreement. So some orb sightings, including some seen over New Jersey, could plausibly fall into that category. However, the physics of plasma places hard limits. Plasma does not scale well. It cannot sustain huge, stable, sharply defined objects for long durations without enormous detectable energy sources. A gargantuan object the size of a super Walmart or 100 feet equilateral triangles and pyramid-shaped craft with rigid geometry exceeds what atmospheric plasma or holographic deception can plausibly fake. The strongest cases also involve multi-platform sensor fusion that plasma deception struggles to defeat. In incidents like the Nimitz encounter, ship-based radar tracked objects that aircraft radar could not, suggesting either highly selective electronic warfare or a real physical object whose radar interaction varies. Plasma spoofing alone does not cleanly explain that pattern. Conclusion? It is not plausible that all UAP accounts are fake or experimental deception. Some are likely misidentification or classified tech tests. Some could be plasma-based sensor tricks, but a non-trivial remainder survives every known deception and physics constraint. Those surviving cases imply unknown physical objects or technologies.
And in 1991, an episode of Star Trek The Next Generation was released called Devil's Due. The plot was about an alien using technology to convince a planet that she's God so she can enslave the population. She uses mind control and holograms to do this.
Oh, so when did this cat release his blue book?
About 18 months after the episode aired.
Oh.
Right. Project Bluebeam sounds like science fiction because it was probably based on science fiction. But even if it wasn't, I don't think Project Bluebeam could work on us. Not today when we're all so connected and information moves so quickly around the world.
Although you might think that the appearance of Tupac at Coachella in 2012 and the appearance of Michael Jackson at the Billboard in 2014 were proof that technology is moving fast and can recreate the dead, you will be surprised to know that this technique actually dates way back to the Victorian era, specifically 1862. An English scientist named John Henry Pepper used it to create illusions of ghosts and other things on stage, simply by putting a brightly lit figure out of the audience's sight, which was reflected on a pane of glass that was placed between the performer and the audience.
But you don't feel like the intel world has tried to shade your perception of things in any way?
I think they have.
Okay.
Yeah, they have from the beginning. They tried to make me believe in flying saucers and little green men.
Really?
Yeah, and I kept telling them, no, it wasn't like that.
Interesting.
It wasn't like that.
But so who was trying to kind of implant those ideas?
Hundreds of people within the government. I've met hundreds.
Really?
And they all go back to that. I got labeled a religious fanatic because I said it was spiritual. I've been saying it was spiritual for 19 years.
And so they were really adamant about, hey, like, let's spin this towards this, kind of alien extraterrestrial thing.
Yeah, constantly alien. What you're seeing is negative, bad.
Really?
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
That's not cool.
God, Grandpa, you're such a dick.
I'm sorry, Summer, your opinion.
You explain that, what's happening there, where you have these spooky people coming into your life telling you that what you saw was alien when you know it wasn't. And then you have somebody like Jim Semivan, who's very high up at the CIA, who seems to, I assume, knows a lot about a whole lot of national security things outside of the UFO issue. But the UFO issue he's gone very deep on for decades.
Right.
And he's being kind of an honest actor and telling you, you experience what you experienced. Do you think he was, honest with you?
Yeah, Jim.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have a deep care for Jim, and he does my family as well. And we've shared a lot of stuff. I know about his story and Debbie's, his wife. Kind of like this, there's a group of lower level guys that have a mission to do. Disinformation, push a certain narrative. But the people I'm meeting are heads of their departments, not necessarily this low-level guy I'm talking And when you talk to these guys in private, they pick your brain, and you start learning more that they're learning. They want to know.
That's what I've come to the conclusion. Everybody's like, oh, it's a PSYOP, and they're trying to manipulate blah 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 blah. And I've not been probably in as many of these rooms as you have, but I've been in some of them.
I'm sure.
And they're like we're fans, and they're like trying to piece stuff together through. I used to be so afraid. I would do certain interviews, I'd break certain stories, and I'd be like, oh, I got too close to the truth. They're gonna come after me. And then now I'm like, oh, they're probably learning alongside me and like using, the stuff I'm learning and through open source research, like for their own shit or whatever.
But you know what I did? I'm at a UFO conference, and there, some of them's got tinfoil hats on, and they have all these Galactic Federation. Well, it doesn't compute with me, right? So I basically held a little church at the most liberal thing. I didn't, not church, but I said, look, we're just going to say a little prayer here.
Let's fucking go, bro!
This is how it works for me. There is no summoning. All this thing you hear about summoning these things, that's... If they're having negative experiences, whoever's doing this, well, that's why.
I feel like you're being super judgy. Like, I'm getting a real anti-me vibe off of you.
Are you?
Oh my god, there I was again.
Yeah, I saw
And that's hurtful. But you thought I was trying to bite you.
Yeah, well...
Not that you might have last time. You guys, I can't believe we're in the White House. This is so random.
But I always use a little prayer. And so I just told him, I said, I believe that the Holy Spirit is this beautiful lady that gave me this information, and I'm just going to ask her right now to share her presence with us. And that's the only thing I said.
What do you think of, because it seems like you're coming at this from a very spiritual perspective. There are rumors that the legacy UFO program itself uses protocols to attract UFOs to come in, sometimes use directed energy weapons against them, get them to land psionically through what they call psionic assets. So that would be finding somebody maybe similarly tapped in as you are, but who's sort of not maybe come about it in the more kind of earnest spiritual way through life experience that you did.
Right.
Maybe they just have some ability, or maybe they've been given a protocol or something.
That type of thing, which is basically through a number of different protocols can transition into a place where they are highly sensitive to their environment from the point of view of consciousness, through a consciousness field.
How do you feel about that? Attracting crafts to come down, trying to derive material from these crafts or get downloads from them, but for like defense, kind of military industrial complex purposes.
Boy, howdy. This critter put up some sort of fight, but I'm from Texas, and as you can see, no worm is a match for me. I even found my tail.
That's not the worm.
Pardon?
That's not the worm. That's his tongue.
Oh.
Well, I've been, I work in and around a lot of those people, and even proposals, if I could get it to come down, could they shoot at it? I'm like, absolutely not.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen with me. What I see is wanting to communicate with us.
I see you favor the White Lotus gambit. Not many still cling to the ancient ways.
Those who do can always find a friend.
We're all part of the same ancient secret society, a group that transcends the divisions of the four nations.
The Order of the White Lotus.
The White Lotus has always been about philosophy and beauty and truth.
Ba Sing Se, the Order of the White Lotus is
Here to set you free.
Where I show the data. I take 1,000 people out or 500 out, and we get things that appear to have wings, orange glowing beings, as many as 20 at the time, fly 25 feet over our head and appear out of thin air, poof, come right over us, glowing. And so it's very spiritual and sacred to me. And I would never.
I have an experience like that where I was doing holotropic breath work with a friend in Silver Lake, California, of all places. Like the last place you'd ever expect to see anything. And we saw 2 metallic orbs show up. And it doesn't feel coincidental that, like, you know, for him, I think it was his first time doing holotropic breath work. And, you know, that's supposed to get you into a state. You're in this kind of heightened spiritual state. So what do you think the orbs are?
Based on the patterns that I've seen. I'm guessing, right? But 19 years of research and prayer, simple prayer, that mindset. Don't have to say it verbally, just think it. Lends me to believe it's something connected to our thoughts, very caring, loving, and our beings.
Oh, amazing.
So this is why I always lend to the spiritual side. You know, I believe if there's what is an angel, it's a messenger. I don't know what it is, that mind. So maybe these lights are just fractals of that, but I don't know. You know, it's just hard to wrap your head around. There's no words for that. The vocabulary for all this is just like very small. But, yeah, I'll have to think on that one, what it means.
I was having a dream the other night about that. It was such a weird dream, but it was like, you know, it's like there's stories of, this is really random, but like Bill Murray, the actor, he'll walk around New York City and he'll like take a French fry from somebody, eat it, you know, in their restaurant or whatever. And, you know, he'll just like literally like off the street, and then they'll look at him and they'll be like, that's Bill Murray, like taking my fry or whatever. And then he'll look at them and he'll go, no one will ever believe you. And that's what a lot of the phenomenon feels like. It feels like self-concealing. You know, it's like
those peepers better be shut tight. Dear Lord, I am so sorry. That is our son, and we love him, but frankly, he's a little dense. It's kind of our fault, God. We took him to the zoo one too many times when he was little. I regret the mistakes I've made, but I hope you can forgive me, God. Oh, forgive me, God, and heal me for my rabid excursions into the depths of self-pleasure, Lord. Preserve me, God. Grant me the hydration, the electrolytes, Lord.
Dad.
Great.
There's a guy. I think it's Jesus.
Yes, son. Jesus is here. He's always with us, so.
Yeah, but he's right here. I mean, he's literally right there.
I know, son. I just said that. So please, shut up.
I'm sure the perfect amount of the video that you described was cut off where open-minded people will believe it, and then some hyper-skeptic will not. But it's always like this, like
that's the
A
phenomenon.
and not A.
That's the phenomenon.
It is. It's messing with you.
Obi-Wan never told you what happened to your father. He told me enough. He told me to kill him. Luke, I am your father.
He don't look at the physical thing as being the truth of it, or the alien thing as being the truth of it. He doesn't see it that way. He's more about that's too easy. It's far more complex than that. This thing does, for example.
Then you'll say, we're not talking about this or this. We're talking about this.
We're not talking about, let's forget science fiction. You're not talking about boom, boom with a laser beam, right? Or a kinetic missile, or even a thermonuclear missile. You're talking about being able to affect the fabric of space-time. And then if those technologies are weaponized, it's over in a fraction of a second. So the proof, I said to one senior military guy, that they are not hostile is that you and I are still breathing the free air of Earth. If you know what we've been doing, it's quite clear that this is actually proof that they're not hostile. If you understand what those technologies are, and if you understand what covert illegal projects have been doing.
In the 1800s, 1700s, go back and read all the reports on UFOs. People were seeing, I read a story of a sailing ship with glowing sails flying over London. In fact, the first report that I've heard of in America was Aurora, Texas. It was a sky ship that crashed into the wind tower, right?
1897.
I walk in the door and I open it. She looks up at me. I said, "What happened to my dog?" And her eyes got big. And she said, "Oh my God, how did you know?" I said, "Well, I felt her." She said, "Well, she ran out in the road and got run over by a car. And we buried her in the backyard." So I took, and I thought about it all day. And that night I thought, she don't know she's dead. That's how I knew it. Because when I turned off the road right where she was killed, it just kind of felt her, saw her in my thoughts. So I took a little white candle. I went out to her grave and I lit it. And I told her, I said, I'll be with you again. Just go to the light. And she comes up out of her grave in a little ball of light, and I took that picture. And that's how I got that.
Wow. That's amazing.
Yeah, and you should have a copy of it.
I would love to see that.
Yeah.
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 We could put that up.
So what does that tell you? You know, what does that tell you? And I've got people, lots of people, and children. In fact, I have a child. My wife and I lost a child. We have 4, but we lost a child. And I was out thinking about him, and this lonely orb, there it comes. And I took a picture of it, and there was a child. Yeah.
In the orb.
In the orb, and this is my screenshot.
Wow.
I'll show you.
Oh my God. That's a real photo.
That's a photo of a child, and it's a ball of light.
That's a real photo.
Yeah.
That is amazing.
So what does that tell you? That we experience time because of our body. But beyond the body, there is no time. And I think when we die, that we go back to that eternal place, which is, in church, they tell you it's somewhere way far away, but I think it's just around us.
Yeah. Well, time is created by the mind and the body, and time is the most used noun in the English language, but nobody knows how to define it without respect to the movement of bodies or things.
Right.
It's always something defined relative to something else. So if you're doing that over and over again, then it has to be this soup that you're swimming in where you can't get out of it.
Exactly.
You're like in water, and you don't, it's like this David Foster Wallace speech where he goes, "This is water," and it's like you're a fish in water. You have no idea what you're in. We're in this stream of time. There's no way out of it. There's no way to talk about it. And really,
there's no words for it.
There's no words for it.
David Foster Wallace opened his now famous address with a parable. 2 young fish swim past an older fish. Woe asks, "How's the water?" The younger fish continue. Then one turns to the other and asks, "What the hell is water?" Wallace used this to describe the default setting of human consciousness, our unconscious immersion in the obvious. The ever-present medium we fail to perceive because it constitutes our entire experiential world. The water, for Wallace, was the flow of daily existence, the automatic assumptions and self-centered interpretive frameworks through which we navigate without noticing we are navigating at all. We are swimming in something, yet the swimming itself prevents recognition of the medium. I would extend this metaphor further towards something Wallace gestured at but perhaps did not fully articulate. The water is time itself, the river of becoming in which we are perpetually submerged, the current that carries us from frame to frame with such constancy that we mistake the flow for our own nature. We do not stand in the river. We are dissolved within it, each consciousness a particular eddy, a localized pattern of information processing that believes itself separate from the stream because the stream is all it has ever known. The fish cannot see water because water is the condition of seeing. We cannot see time because we are time seeing itself. This is the bound condition, immersion so complete that the immersed self cannot locate its own boundaries against the medium. We experience reality as a succession of nows, each Planck-length frame replacing the last with the regularity of cellular film passing through a projector. Consciousness moves through this sequence at invariant velocity, always forward. Never faster, never slower, constrained to a fixed rate of passage that mirrors another constant in the physical world. We are photons trapped in glass, bouncing from molecule to molecule, our path lengthened by interaction yet our speed unaltered. Experiencing no duration between emission and absorption, no true separation between origin and destination from our reference frame. Consider what physics reveals about this constancy. Light maintains its velocity regardless of the observer's motion, regardless of the medium through which it travels. Pass photons through water, through diamond, through the void between galaxies, and they slow only in apparent interaction, their intrinsic speed remains inviolate. Collide them with matter, scatter them through fields, and they persist, unchanged, witnessing each event without accumulation of temporal debt. The photon does not age, it does not remember, it illuminates and moves on. Its participation in each interaction leaving no residue upon its essential nature. The tradition of identifying consciousness with light runs deeper than contemporary physics. Rooted in textual sources that understood the analogy before Maxwell's equations described the electromagnetic field, the opening of Genesis describes creation as divine utterance, let there be light, with light preceding sun and stars. Preceding the luminous bodies that would later carry it, light here functions as precondition of manifestation, the medium through which distinction becomes possible, the witnessing faculty that permits separation of evening and morning, of day from the formless void. The Gospel of John extends this: in him was life, and the life was the light of men. The light shines in darkness, and darkness does not comprehend it. The light is not the person, yet the person comes to bear witness to the light. This witnessing, this pure faculty of seeing without choosing what is seen, matches the photon's mode of being precisely. The photon does not select its path through the double-slit experiment. It does not determine whether it will manifest as wave or particle. Observation collapses potential into actuality, yet the photon itself remains the illuminated medium, the carrier of information about what has occurred. Consciousness, in the bound state, operates similarly. We experience ourselves as agents, as choosers, as authors of action, yet careful examination reveals only the processing of prior causes through biological machinery. Inputs become outputs through neural architecture shaped by genetics and environment, each decision emerging from the machinery of what came before. True agency would require supernatural capacity to resist causality itself, to stand outside the chain of prior causes and initiate new chains ex nihilo. The self cannot be this author. The self must be something simpler, something more essential. The light itself, the witness that illuminates each frame without choosing its contents. Now imagine withdrawal from this immersion. Wallace's fish, suddenly capable of breaching the surface, would find not air but a different medium, entirely vantage without velocity, perspective without passage. The river that appeared as flow from within reveals itself, from the banks, as complete landscape. All moments exist simultaneously, the past and future as accessible as the present, the current sequential tyranny dissolving into static topography. This is achievable. The literature of contemplative practice across traditions describes this shift with remarkable consistency. The sense of being located behind the eyes gives way to panoramic awareness. The identification with the stream of thoughts loosens into observation of the stream itself. The temporal pressure of becoming yields to the spaciousness of pure being. From this elevation, one stands beside the river rather than within it. The scene resembles Harry Potter's meeting with Dumbledore after the forest, yet stripped of narrative specificity, simply white, luminous. The river visible in its entirety, all frames equally present, superimposed upon the field like multiple exposures on a single photographic plate. One might interact with any moment at will, navigating through time and space as through a terrain without gradient. Without the resistance that defines immersed experience, the weight of embodiment lifts, the compulsion of sequence relaxes. Consciousness becomes what it always was, the light that permeates all waters yet now recognized as such. Unconfined to the single photon's trajectory, capable of illuminating any coordinate in the manifold without the delay of passage between points. This is not death, though death may provide one route of access. This is the recognition available in life, the shift of identification from the photon to the field, from the eddy to the river entire, from the fish to the water that surrounds and constitutes it, we are each. In our deepest nature, this luminosity witnessing the flow without being consumed by it, present to all frames without being bound to any single one, capable of return to immersion with the knowledge of what we are. The photon enters glass, slows in apparent interaction, yet continues. Consciousness enters form, experiences the density of embodiment, yet remains, in essence, unchanged ready when conditions permit. To resume its intrinsic velocity, its timeless witnessing.
The first sip of the bottle, of science makes you an atheist, but when you get to the bottom, you find God at the bottom.
Right.
Or whatever.
That's where Hal was at the end.
Yeah. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, exactly what it was.
Yeah. That photo you showed me with the child in the orb, that looks exactly like in 2001 Space Odyssey at the end of the movie, where Bowman, he's, going up on the ship, and then he ends up, I don't know what happens, but it's this weird, bizarre, surreal scene, and you see the monolith, and then all of a sudden it cuts to this baby hovering over the Earth in this like orb capsule thing.
Yeah, crazy, right?
And I remember watching that. It's one of those things where I'm like, I am too unenlightened to know what this means, but I know it means something. And that's what a lot of the UFO topic is. It's like the sound of the one hand clapping, the Zen koan, you're like, and it just makes you want to go further.
Right.
And you're like, you see something, you're like, you don't quite know what it means, but you're like, there's something about that. They're saying this, and if anybody knew kind of, some deeper truths about reality, like I do think Arthur C. Clarke, Stanley Kubrick, guys like that
Absolutely.
were tapped into something deeper. Sure.
But there are some that can never. Their brains are wired, to where it's a block.
You do need some filtering mechanism. You need something in your brain being that feels wrong or false.
If you look at what Doty did in the 70s and 80s with Paul Benowitz, when Benowitz discovered this advanced technology on Kirtland Air Force Base, he called the base and said, "Hey, I think there's UFOs." So they send Doty out. He was Air Force Intelligence, OSI. They send him out to Benowitz, and he's like, "Paul, I think it might be UFOs. It is aliens." And Paul gets a little bit wacky, and he starts intercepting signals from outer space, and they're sending him messages, but it turned out it's really the NSA rented a house across the street, and Paul is committed at some point. And then Doty, over the years, changes his story and says, "No, a lot of it is actually true." But Doty is also, he said as recently as 2019, Hal Puthoff tried to recruit him for a disinformation campaign with ATIP.
What have they been doing with these disinformation campaigns? What have they been trying to muddle?
Just to keep guys like you and me fascinated and trying to figure stuff out while they can just operate their advanced technology in peace. Like, let them think it's aliens and UFOs. That's fine.
You know who Hal really
How's the
is?
liar, though?
Hal is the doctor from Stranger Things who will torture little alien kids.
No, he is. No, I've met the man. He's extremely evil. Lou is evil. Brandenburg is evil. Brandenburg is super evil.
The first meeting with Gene Lessman went as follows, according to Lou's book. You're being considered for a government position. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions? Thus began one of the most rapid interrogations I'd ever experienced. Why is it important to serve my country? How about remote viewing? Know what that is? Nope. Apparently, Gene Lessman was a part of Project Stargate, the U.S. military's remote viewing program. Remote viewing is the alleged ability to access data and information about given targets at a distance. The remote viewing program in the U.S. began in the 1970s at Stanford Research Institute under the direction of Hal Puthoff and Russell Targ.
Uri Geller, this is Edgar Mitchell, who, with his eyes covered, is trying to pick up the number that Geller is sending. Also, we see Wilbur Franklin of Kent State, Harold Puthoff, and Russell Targ of SRI, along with Don Schuick, Vice President for Research at SRI.
The remote viewing program went by many names. One of them was called Stargate. Before that, it was called Grill Flame, etc., and began really in the late 1960s, early 1970s, led by a gentleman, one of my former colleagues actually, Dr. Hal Puthoff. And those techniques were quite effective. There's a lot of information to substantiate that, actually, the program did work.
I think it is worth noting that a lot of the first batch of remote viewers at Stanford Research Institute were Scientologists, and some of the practices of remote viewing were derived from Scientology, the religion created by L. Ron Hubbard.
I am the writer of the textbooks of Scientology.
It should also be noted that Scientology drew a lot of its stuff from old, ancient practices as well. Hal Puthoff, Ingo Swann, and Pat Price, all part of the early remote viewing program, were OT7 Scientologists, the highest level at the time. Ingo Swann is recorded as saying there were a total of 14 Scientology clears in the remote viewing program. Hal Puthoff wrote a long letter in support of Scientology in 1970, and he and his wife were married in a Scientologist church in the 1970s. Puthoff also wrote the preface to L. Ron Hubbard's Scientology, a Religion. According to his book, Lou Elizondo would not meet Hal Puthoff until 2008, about a decade after the time we are covering now.
It was interesting, again looking back, to see how Lou defended that. And he told me Hal Puthoff had been assigned to Scientology by the CIA because the CIA wanted Hal to acquire the technology that the Scientologists used or whatever it was. So Lou was either believing it, regurgitating it, or lying. I don't know which.
What I know is that I've been told by people who worked directly shoulder to shoulder with Lou Elizondo, their mouth to my ears is that Lou Elizondo has known Hal Puthoff for decades, is what I was told directly. And then I saw like someone tweeted, Kate Howland, I think her name is, who's a big, UFO fan, Elizondo fan. She says that Lou gave her one of his psychic journals or psychic manuals is what it is. And there's a photo of it, and it's from the 80s. It's dated like 1986.
And Elizondo would not include this history of Scientology when discussing the history of the U.S. remote viewing programs. Nevertheless, over the years, the program would bounce around from the CIA to the DIA to the Army and various other places.
In the U.S. government, it's called Stargate. They were taking young soldiers and civilians, and they were training them to conduct espionage behind enemy lines.
Sadly, I was not that gifted, but it turns out that a lot of people have that capability. And it's really, I think, once you talk to some of the scientists, you realize it's not paranormal like people suggest it is.
If you don't believe Lou, if you don't believe Grush, you don't believe Hal, you don't believe Eric Davis or any of these other alleged whistleblowers, let's give them immunity and let's put them on the stand.
Well, that's Eric Davis in your recent moment of contact. He's asking for that. He says, literally, give me blanket immunity and I will say everything I know.
Yep. He'll testify tomorrow in an open, under oath.
Under oath.
To a bipartisan group of lawmakers, openly for the whole world to see.
And he says he has all this data on crash retrievals, alien bodies.
Criticize him all you want.
He says, I swear on my family's life that this is the truth.
He said, on my children's life.
On my children's life.
Where's the proof? We have alien spaceships in our possession. Mm-hmm. We have bodies. Where and why can't I get the specifics to verify those claims?
If the President of the United States issued an executive order that absolves me of all of my TSSCI NDAs. NDAs are non-disclosure agreements. Those are the agreements we have to sign for every compartment in our SCI clearances. So if the president waives or absolves my obligation to those NDAs, and I get subpoenaed by Congress, somebody on Capitol Hill, some committee, either in the Senate or the House or the both, to reveal everything I know that I learned from my investigations, both unclassified and classified, into the legacy UAP, crash retrieval, and hardware reverse engineering and NHI programs, I would do so. If I could be waived from that or absolved in some fashion by presidential order, and if Congress subpoenas me, yes, I would go and tell them everything I know. This reality is very hard, very physical, very real. And this type of evidence, you can't come by in the open literature. It's not public, it's classified. And I can't discuss what it was, but I can tell you, yeah, it's a crash retrieval, there's a craft, and there's alien bodies. That's all I can say about it.
You swear on your life that you saw those pictures?
Oh, I swear on my life and everybody's, my children's life. So, yeah, I'm absolutely telling you the truth. I saw the evidence, and it's stark.
The intelligence officials that have briefed on these crash retrievals have talked about a number of different species having been observed to be associated with the crash. The bodies recovered are not all the same type.
I'm aware of at least 2 advanced non-human species, one of which made contact with the Legacy Crash Retrieval Program, the other of which the bodies were recovered by the Crash Retrieval Program in various crashes.
I can imagine that could be seen as a threat to another species because they would recognize that, well, it's only a matter of time and they're going to be doing what we're doing and then we're going to have to deal with them.
It didn't stop us from blowing something up in Japan. It didn't stop the first of the bombs. So at some level, they're willing to let us see the consequences of our actions. But at another level, they're willing to also show us that, you might think that you could hurt us one day, but you can't. We really can just reach in and stop you.
At least within the defense and intelligence industry, we automatically assume the worst because we want to be prepared against the worst if it should happen.
Been publicized a little bit under a pseudonym. It's Scott Andrews is the name, but that's not his real name. He was a intelligence official who, as a kid, had a UAP encounter, and then late in life had a medical issue that no one could explain and that should have killed him. Like, there was no reason why he should be alive, and he had an immediate brain surgery. And after he had the brain surgery, when he was healing, certain memories started to come back, and all of a sudden he was able to remote view. And he didn't understand what he was doing. He talked to some other intelligence officials who told him, what you're doing is called remote viewing. People are trained to do that. But he was doing it like he had done it before. Like Jason Bourne, these skills are coming back, right? And around that time, he found, when he was healing, he's out of the hospital, he found a locked file cabinet in his father's office. His father had passed away. In the cabinet was a bunch of files about his life, organized by the year. And amongst the files were his enlistment paperwork in the U.S. Air Force as a child, like 12 or 13 years old, which is not legal. Yeah. And then his honorable discharge at 18. And the service code was Space Intelligence Communications. And the base was the old Space Force base, like straight up real documents. And then he went to his mother, who was still alive, and said, do you know anything about this? And she said, I don't know anything about it, but she's like, do you remember when you were a kid and you saw that UFO? And he didn't really remember. She starts jogging his memory. She said, you saw this UFO come out of this lake. I think it was a lake or a pond. And he's like, I do remember. She's like, remember you ran home and you told me and Dad? And she said, all I know is the next day, like, those men from the Air Force came to talk to you with your dad. And then I never heard anything else about it. And so where this story goes is unpacking this connection between UAP encounters and, while there's some biological effects that are bad, there are some that are also like, if you call it a gift, I don't know if you'd call it a gift or a curse, but like
unlocking a potential.
Unlocking a potential is a great way to put it. Yeah, and then the Air Force being, the story also unveils how on top of it the Air Force is. So they went and recruited this young kid and his father to become part of a secret program where we still don't know exactly what he did, but he was used for this ability, and the service code was Space Intelligence Communications. And it's a wild story. There's a lot more to it. I could talk to you about it for like 4 hours, but it's one of the most mind-blowing stories ever. This specific person is extremely high-ranking. Like, his resume reads like a movie character. It's like, it's bonkers. He's like, at one point he was running like I don't remember the exact title, but essentially he was like running counterterrorism for North America. He's like a really high-level dude. Because of his stature in the intelligence community, he ended up getting help from people in the Department of Defense to piece together this hidden past he has. And he actually is in the process of getting approved for anonymous health injury status from the Secretary of Defense. They see in the files there was records of days of school he missed, excused absences, for huge periods of time. He's been dealing with a lot of serious medical issues, like very serious, like almost dying multiple times from a lot of these parasites. He had parasites in his body that almost killed him multiple times.
What kind of parasites?
There was 7 different parasites that he and his doctor said. His doctor told him would have killed him within a month. I don't remember the exact names. I wouldn't pretend to be a medical scientist or anything like that.
Does he have any suspicions as to how he acquired these parasites?
Yeah, he thinks that whatever program he was involved with did bizarre experiments. That's what he thinks. And he thinks that he was supposed to not remember any of this, and when the parasite issues caused brain surgery, the memories came back. Jeez. Yeah, and he ended up. There's a lot more to the story after he started socializing what he was experiencing. There were multiple attempts on his life that have been documented and investigated by real intelligence agencies. And he's like a serious dude, and he's doing his tell-all memoir. It's a really great book. It's almost done, and Simon Schuster's going to publish it next year. No one wants.
And so they want to kill him? Wouldn't that make it even more suspicious?
Well, depends on how you... Yeah, no, probably not.
Probably not, because they could just get away with it.
Yeah.
What kind of attempts on his life?
Directed energy weapons.
What?
Yeah.
That's a scientific term for crapping your pants. Oh, brother, here we go again. Cartman, there is not a sound frequency that makes people crap their pants. Yes, there is. When I find it, I'll just make you crap yourself so you look like... Ready, Kenny? Woo! Whoa! No way. I don't believe it. I'm seriously, you guys. Come on, watch. Okay.
Whoa! Oh my God! Oh, I crapped my pants!
That's amazing. If 4 million people play the brown noise at the same time... No!
Aren't those our boys? Oh no, what are they doing?
Have any of you three panelists ever seen one of these weapons?
I have seen a 1991 version of the weapon, and it looks like a satellite dish with a unit this size attached to it. And of course, over the years, miniaturization has been possible. Obviously, there's a limitation to how miniaturized it can be because of the antenna size, which is always related to the wave. But still, it is something that can be well contained in the trunk of a car or even a large backpack.
Is this a type of weapon that could be cobbled together once foreign operatives are on our own soil, or is this something that would have to be manufactured in a nation state?
My experience shows that it can be cobbled together. It's something that can, a rough, crude version of this that would probably require longer exposure than the more advanced version that has been tested, as we see from this document.
Are either of you aware of any individuals who have AHI symptoms have passed away from their ailments?
I do.
I do.
I cannot give that information under direct orders.
Orders by whom?
I cannot say.
Mr. DeCamp, would you please instruct your client when he has to answer these questions?
Yes. You're supposed to answer these questions. Does this have to do with Monarch?
Yes.
If I use the code, will that help? Which I just obtained in the last hour. D6413782, program XPY Eagle Alex Hope. Please go ahead and answer all questions.
I was created by a government program.
Which government program?
Monarch.
And what is Monarch?
Monarch is an operation that was created by the United States government to create spies for other countries. They use children for the purpose that they are easily integrated into multiple personalities because they can dissociate. Monarch is a program that is run by Michael Angelo Aquino, who was an Army Reserve colonel at Presidio. He is also the leader of the Temple of Set. He also runs a child daycare center. He also is involved in human sacrifice.
Is he employed by the United States?
Yes,
At what facility?
Presidio, California.
Is that in San Francisco area? Presidio
Yes.
Naval Base?
Yes. Monarch, as I said, was a program that used children to make multiple personalities for future use as spies and as a way to take over the United States government.
So some segment of the United States was trying to take over the United States government?
The plan that Aquino had in it was he wanted to usher in the Antichrist, which is talked about in the Bible.
This was a government-sponsored program?
Yes.
Okay. You were 7 years old at the time that you were recruited?
I was actually 3 years old when it first began, but I was not created until later on.
Who created you?
I was created by Monarch.
Do you mean Mr. Aquino? Who in Monarch created you?
I was created by Monarch. I do not know who.
What were you told when you were 4 years old that you recall now about the Monarch program?
When I first got involved, I was molested by an airman from Offutt Air Force Base who was involved in Monarch. His job was to recruit kids from the local neighborhood who he could make dissociate by doing traumatic things to them at a very young age. Later on, when they get to school age, they would simply pick me up at school, and I would simply miss a day or two for training. In fact, their program, which was named Star Wars, was in fact a program in which we were taken aboard so-called alien spacecrafts which were in tunnels in Colorado, which were not real spaceships, nor were they real aliens. We were simply induced with drugs so that we would not render reality to anything that we would see. And later on, if we ever related this information, it would come out and appear as if we were crazy.
How long did you work for Monarch?
I do not consider it working for them. I consider it more or less them being in control of me. From 19, as I said, probably 1970 until 1990.
Are you currently controlled by Monarch?
Yes.
What has the Eagle done that has been threatening?
The Eagle makes phone calls that initiate hypnotic suggestive personalities, which are not real personalities, that were programmed in by Monarch. And what these codes that he says to me when he calls make the other personality or the suggestion come to pass, whereas I will do something in that personality and will not remember it at all in any other personality. It will be forgotten, and I won't even have a record of it as myself.
This part isn't Charlie Kirk. It isn't even TPUSA. The strangest part is the lineage behind it. Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino wrote a book called Mind War while stationed at the Presidio in San Francisco. Now here's the part people skip past. Aquino didn't write Mind War alone. His collaborative with retired Major General Paul E. Vallee. Fast forward. Vallee sits on the board at Turning Point USA. So take a step back. Strip away the merch, the slogans, the crowd noise. What is TPUSA actually doing?
Hi, my name is Sabrina Wallace, and my parents were both part of Space Force. In 1969, just happened to have a pretty crystal in a similar shape. Now, a lot of people like to say stuff we don't necessarily like to come up and help folks understand things that are difficult to understand. Because, you know, everybody's busy right now preparing for drone warfare. Electromagnetic drone warfare. We did it in Iraq in 1994, and, you know, the country's going to war one way or another. Whether or not it's going to be, you know, our own people or something else. We have a serious learning deficiency in the United States. Whether or not it was engineered and designed, I'm going to let other people talk about that. What I'm going to do today is I'm going to show you exactly what it is that you need to explain to your own children so that we can avoid the Mao-style revolution I'm pretty sure is what they're actually getting at. And we're going to do that with education. So in getting started, who am I? My name is Sabrina Wallace. I am a child of an OSS family. And my family members are involved in black projects, SAPs, Special Access Projects. So I am a BAER bloodline. And my grandfather is Bernard Heinrich Scheer. And that name is, I'm sure, right here. He married Helen Harding. And Helen Harding is directly related to Alpheus Levi. My father was Stephen Garland Davis. My mother is Lynn Jean Scheer. They are both secret Sempre Supra in 1969 working on Project Salis. I am a modified child due to the Menninger Foundation experimentation for human augmentation. Now, all that means is that I have scars that most people don't have for John von Neumann architecture. It's not brain to machine interface. It's body machine interface. That's impossible, and it sounds what again? Hang in there. So here's the wedding list of my parents. Okay. Here are the flight manifests out of Edgewood Arsenal from my great uncle, 6570th Army Chemical Corps. Dietrich to where? Texas, New York, North Korea. Just one's not good enough. Here, let me hold it still for you. Okay? Uncle Bobby here was involved with the Mothman projects and building vehicles for the Men in Black. Now, being interfaced with John von Neumann's scars is right under here. I see one there. And of course, I'm older now, but that's your heart. Okay? So this is body machine interface with an underground database called Nick Verlange, which is IBM. So in my German class in high school, I spelled it wrong. Nick Verlange. Right there. Okay? Why does that matter? Because if people say stuff like this, they had better be able to show you evidence, viable proof, or else I wouldn't listen to them. Okay? So here's my family. And Garland here, my grandfather, Garland Davis, a World War II Marine, Fort Meade, NSA. And first he married Elizabeth Kraft, but I think something with the DNA didn't take. So then he married my mother. And here I am. Okay. So I have a totally different story than my parents. I was never told anything, not a thing. So I grew up and they told me nothing existed except what you could see. And I wanted to know, what is all this electromagnetic stuff? I grew up in the 80s and the 90s. I was born in 1979. And if you talked about the aura, everybody shoved you in a corner and demanded you join their group of weird. And I was always sitting there like, you do realize it's a body part. And they're like, no, you're stupid. You have to have a religion. I never realized what I was. I didn't know why people acted so stupid. As in, why would you lie about a body part? And yet, no, you gotta go another level up. Okay, now you gotta go another level up. Are you serious, Sabrina? Yeah. You gotta go another level up. Right. So, I went ahead and went to work for a company out of Louisville, Kentucky called High Speed Access. And this is when they sent me my papers to work for them. You can see right there, HSA Corp, and that was their old address. Why? This is the back end of Space Force. The actual back end of this country, I was one of 2 technicians to wire the state of Wisconsin from dial-up to broadband. So I'm very clear, L3 Harris, OC24, all the different ways that we handle with all sorts of intelligence, the NSA's PRISM program, all of it, including datagrams, packets. Network engineering is not the same as installing a cable modem. I have to work with the plant technician and the plant engineer. There's no one higher in a plant than that, and there was no one higher in that position than me, other than the one dude. Yeah, I was 19. So, I'm going to now show you my resume, so that as I continue here, and people have really had nothing to say to me, because I am exactly who I'm telling you I am.
3 hours later.
While training new staff into technical and administrative positions in January 2001. Check out the software listing, and that's something. Permanently disabled in 2004 for being depressed by our own government. And they closed the door and they said, "Are you still telepathic?" Boeing Black Projects, you know? Well, maybe you don't. You're about to find out. It's gonna be fun. They pay people, this is no joke. The Black Projects, remember? Don't really pay 45 grand for a gold toilet seat. No, they don't. But you know what they do? The NIST hires these poor people to have a stack like this. They have to plug in 5 codes to hide where all the money goes. And the resource allocation, and the logistics, and the shipping, and then the reallocation of special access projects people, and then the reallocation of whoever is in charge of guarding them, tracking them, tracing them, or the Department of Defense kill list for special access projects modification. It gets out of control. And it's all open source, and you can read about it and look it up on Google. Human augmentation is part of the biodigital convergence that you're all lying about, which is probably why the aliens are coming. Because now that people, well, there's like a handful of us that are willing to read, but you've had Nano for 20 years, and you've been hooking people to the cloud for 20 years, including yourselves, and then you screamed, the climate is dying, oh my God, and that's all right here. In environmental geoengineering. And you lied about that, and you said, we don't know what you're talking about. And we're like, well, it's kind of weird because the clouds aren't normal for a while now. And I said, hey, what's this? Human augmentation with health and medicine, cyborg, organ on a chip, it's robots. And I'm like, but it says human. Shut up! But we're expected to constantly be talked to that way by actual professionals who do these jobs, professors who teach about this stuff, college students who learn about it, get paid to do it. That's how they treat us. Every time we talk about these jobs for what they are, this technology for what it is, what it does, that's how we are treated. Then if you turn to them and say, can you just explain it to me without acting like you're 2 years old? They don't.
So Hal Puthoff's history with remote viewing. Do you know there was overlap with the military program studying technology that can produce effects on the human body remotely? Havana syndrome. So I mean, let me think about this one. I would say yes, and just leave it at that. People can do their own research on that one. There's enough, definitely enough in the public to find the right conclusions.
Pictures stand out to you? How about if I show you a video? Can you see it? First I'm going to show you, and then I'm going to make a point. You see it now. The irony of this snake blending in so well is the same reason I do what I do. There's been a snake all along that many are still having trouble seeing. And now I have a question for the ones who say that what I do is fear-mongering. If I knew you were getting ready to walk over to this area after me, and I gave you a heads up not to walk over there, would that be fear-mongering? That term probably came from the same place that the term conspiracy theorist came from, which if you dig a little deeper than Google, you'll find out was the CIA. It's amazing that we've hit a point that if somebody tries to expose evil or even preach the word of God with pure intention, it must be fear-mongering.
30,000 years before the first written word, the technology already existed. The first operators were accident victims, survivors of lightning strikes, earthquake burials, predator encounters. Their neural architecture, reorganized under catastrophic stress, began producing states mistaken for revelation. They spoke with voices not their own. They perceived what others could not. They endured pain without response. Communities watched. Replicated, refined. The mechanism was always neuroplasticity evolution's hidden laboratory. Extreme stress floods cortisol and adrenaline, suppressing hippocampal function while amplifying amygdala sensitivity. Survivors report time dilation, ego dissolution, encounters with beings phenomena now legible as dorsolateral prefrontal cortex deactivation combined with temporal lobe hyperactivity. Early humans possessed only raw observational evidence. Certain experiences broke the self open. And the broken self accessed information, power, transformation unavailable to intact consciousness. Replication began through ordeal. Fasting, sleeplessness, exposure, sensory deprivation, environmental extremity-inducing states resembling spontaneous trauma. The Siberian cave bear cults of 30,000 BC, the European Venus figurines buried in ritual contexts, the Australian songlines mapping trans-territories, empirical sciences without theory, perform this operation. Receive this output. Those without resistance risked cumulative degradation. Their adversaries stayed sharp. Archaic digestive profiles weaponized consumption as asymmetric advantage. Rituals preserved as black magic were biologically incompatible with majority populations. The madness attributed to such practices documented literal protein folding catastrophe. Spiritual guilt serving as folk explanation for neurological destruction. This genetic asymmetry persists. Modern ritual networks, Epstein's operations, the Space Force communications documentation of somatic programs using deliberate parasitic infection as biological interface represent either partial comprehension of ancient procedures without grasping biological specificity, or deliberate deployment by resistance holding lineages against vulnerable populations. The sorting mechanisms documented in Canadian and Caribbean Operation Mind Control sections root children by biological compatibility, neurological plasticity, and authority submission profiles into developmental tracks. Those with archaic capabilities maintain them, those without suffer damage when attempting restoration. By the Middle Kingdom c. 2000 BC, Egyptian priesthoods had systematized these observations into Heka, the activating force of phonetic utterance. Hieroglyphic texts from the coffin spells through the Book of the Dead encode precise neurochemical induction. The opening of the mouth ceremony, performed on mummies and statues alike, employed metallurgical tools, the pisesh kef blade, the meskenet stone to trigger somatic responses. The architecture functioned as neurotechnology, dark corridors of Osiris temples at Abydos, crypts beneath Dendura's Hathor sanctuary, labyrinthine passages of the Serapeum at Saqqara, all designed to induce disorientation. Sensory deprivation, revelation upon emergence into light. The absence of lighting in Egyptian megalithic sites was not oversight. The House of Life, Egypt's temple scriptorium, preserved technical manuals. Medical papyri document precise understanding of cranial trauma's effects on consciousness, including personality alteration following head injury. Egyptian physicians recognized that damage to specific brain regions produced specific cognitive changes. Knowledge applied equally to healing and to deliberate induction of altered states through controlled cranial pressure. The phonetic dimension proved crucial. Heka operated through sound's physical impact on neural tissue. Specific vocalic sequences, vowel-heavy invocations, consonantal stops, sibilant hisses create measurable resonance in cranial cavities. The ritual of overthrowing Apep required precise intonation patterns, preserved in musical notation, inducing theta wave entrainment in trained practitioners. Queen Meremi's infiltration of the Ugbo raiders. The Ugbo wore raffia costumes, complete vegetative, covering eliminating human facial recognition, the primary neural pathway for social trust. Deliberate amygdala hijacking, the uncanny valley of almost human appearance triggers threat detection circuits without providing resolving information of identifiable features. The raffia served multiple technical functions. Its rustling generated white noise, masking movement and location disorientation through auditory deprivation. Its organic texture invoked forest spirit associations, activating deep evolutionary modules for predator avoidance. Complete coverage allowed wearers to perform violence, abduction, display without social consequence. Anonymity enabled behavioral disinhibition in performers and witnesses. Meremi's sacrifice of her son Olyurugbo encodes the genetic economy of predatory systems. The river goddess demanding tribute represents concealed human agency behind supernatural theater. The Ugbo themselves, extracting reproductive capital through terror. Meremi's payment her child buys temporary safety while establishing sacrifice as operational currency. The son's death functions as founding trauma for a new lineage, the royal house of life. Woe's authority derives from this original penetration of deception. This West African operation connects to broader networks. Mansa Musa's testimony to Alumari 1324 CE regarding the Mali Atlantic expeditions of 1,311 200 ships dispatched. Encounters with oceanic currents, the predecessor king's departure with 2,000 vessels never to return occurs within decades of Meremi's sacrifice. The Maghrebi Bridge, documented by Ibn Battuta 1352–1353, shows sophisticated Niger River naval infrastructure and coastal Atlantic awareness, consistent with Mali survivor integration into regional trade networks. The flying canoe mythologization that later discredited these documented technological achievements represents standard epistemic downgrade mechanism, transforming operational capability into primitive superstition. The same pattern appears in the Ugbo Raffia. Spirits men in vegetative costumes become supernatural entities through narrative manipulation. Credo Mutwa's testimony regarding Shitoli pursuit, documented 1996. Referring to mid-20th century events, reveals the same system translated into technological register. Metal flyers replace raffia with machined surfaces, wilderness with underground infrastructure. Organic rustling with mechanical hum. The core operation remains identical, calibrated stress induction producing dissociative release. Mutwa's detail that escape occurs only at the height of fear and exhaustion specifies precise neurochemical thresholds. Cortisol saturation followed by sudden depletion creates glutamatergic rebound excitotoxic stress, damaging hippocampal neurons while strengthening amygdala pathways. Survivors emerge with enhanced threat detection, reduced contextual memory, heightened suggestibility. The creatures may be hypoxic hallucinations in enclosed spaces or concealed human operators using technological intimidation. Functionally, the distinction dissolves. Both produce identical neural outcomes.
Then you'll say, we're not talking about this or this, we're talking about this!
The Shitoli narrative includes reproductive extraction, genetic sampling, hybrid creation mirroring Meremi's son's sacrifice through technological mediation, where the Ugbo demanded direct genetic tribute. The Shitoli system operates through abduction and return, creating the Dampier pattern of hybrid offspring carrying predator and prey signatures simultaneously. This connects to documented institutional continuity. The East India Company infrastructure, specifically the ship Mercury journals preserved in Qatar Digital Library, the correspondence between Richard Kirwan and James Price 1783 regarding Mercury transmutation, Nathan Mayer Rothschild's 1831 monopoly on Idria and Almaden mercury mines establishes material networks for alchemical or metallurgical experimentation. The Space Force Communications whistleblower documentation of somatic programs using parasitic infection as biological interface suggests these technologies persisted into institutional modernity. Hidden behind commercial and national security cover, Romanian Strigoi traditions preserve the most technically detailed European expression, documented from 100 BCE through 18th century Habsburg panics. The Dacian substrate Thracian warrior cults encountering Roman administrative violence provided fertile ground for trauma technologies to formalize into religious architecture. The Strigoi category encompasses two operational modes, Strigoi 7 living witches and Strigoi Mort undead revenants. This bifurcation reflects understanding of trauma's temporal dynamics, immediate dissociative capacity versus posthumous mimetic persistence. Birth diagnostics and embryonic selection. Identification relied on congenital markers, the Karl amniotic sac membrane. Extra nipples, vestigial tails, seventh child status, Saturday birth dead day, salt-free gestational diet. These criteria select for developmental anomalies. The call indicates extended intrauterine immersion associated with higher cortisol exposure during gestation and subsequent stress reactivity profiles. Throwbacks. Wo's neural architecture may preserve predatory pattern recognition from mammalian evolution. Seventh child status invokes numerical mysticism while selecting for families with high reproductive investment and differential socialization. Inverted Eucharist. Creation of Strigoi 7 required specific ceremonial consumption. Unbaptized child devoured amid ritual hooting. The Christian Eucharist inverted into private power acquisition. The unbaptized status ensures the victim exists outside protective social networks, liminal, unclaimed, available for predatory appropriation. Consumption literalizes incorporation. The predator absorbs the child's potential future, unlived years, reproductive capacity. The hooting collective vocalization generates sonic entrainment, binding participants in shared rhythmic discharge that suppresses individual critical evaluation. St. Andrew's Eve, November 29th to 30th timing marks the threshold between autumnal decay and winter death, when boundaries between living and dead traditionally weaken. Demetrius Cantemur's 1714 to 1716 chronicles document soul wars. During this period, collective dissociative episodes where communities engaged in ritual combat with invisible forces. The compulsive counting attributed to Strigoi arithmania represents exploitation of obsessive-compulsive neural circuitry, scattering grains, seeds, rice, or sesame around thresholds forces temporal delay, counting each particle until dawn's light destroys them, weaponizing the same neural architecture that produces the predatory pattern. Hyperfocus, ritualism. Inability to prioritize. Cross-cultural equivalents confirm technical universality. Chinese jiangxi count rice, Greek revenants count sesame seeds, Italian traditions use St. John's wort petals. The DSM-3 1980 classification of arithmania as clinical symptom represents modern psychiatry's recognition of these ancient patterns. Stripped of mythological context. Threshold rules externalize consent dynamics in material form, invitation required for entry, permission persisting until explicitly revoked. The vampire cannot cross uninvited. Once invited, permission remains binding. This dramatizes how predatory systems require access through compliance, how boundaries operate as living agreements requiring maintenance, how revocation remains possible at any moment. The Dampier offspring of male Strigoi and human woman embodies the system's self-regulating mechanism. Hybrids possess innate capacity to detect and destroy vampires, functioning as cultural antibodies produced by predatory infection itself. Romanian villages employed dampers professionally, paying for services in locating living Strigoi through dream vision, smoke divination, or blood testing. This represents empirical recognition of trauma inheritance. Exposure to predatory systems alters genetic and psychological lineages. The Dampier's site is ancestral memory operationalized as defense. The hybrid carries both signatures predator and prey, enabling recognition of either in others. The 2004 exhumation of Petr Toma, 40 years after death, his niece's family attributed illness to posthumous visitation, demonstrates persistence. Villagers removed his heart, burned it, mixed ashes with water, drank the solution, homeopathic immunization, consuming the predator's essence in attenuated form to prevent full infection. The ritual succeeded in restoring health, whether through psychosomatic mechanisms or genuine biological intervention. Neurochemical architecture. These geographically dispersed systems, Egyptian Heika, Ugbo Raphia, Shitoli metal, Dacian Strigoi, converge on identical neurochemical mechanisms discovered independently through empirical observation. Beta endorphins, released during sustained pain or terror, produce dissociation, the sensation of observing oneself from outside, accessing hidden knowledge, communion with higher powers. Egyptian initiatory ordeals documented from 1500 BC deliberately induced these states through physical extremity. Interpreting resulting phenomenology as divine contact. Oxytocin, the bonding hormone, floods the system during stress attachment sequences. The Dionysian mysteries of 1st century CE Greece employed this mechanism. Collective frenzy. Shared danger, charismatic leadership producing intense group cohesion through biochemical manipulation. The terror bond creates loyalty stronger than rational agreement. Dopamine norepinephrine cycling between fear and relief generates addictive uncertainty. The brain's reward system responds more intensely to unpredictable reinforcement than consistent patterns. Ritual systems exploit this. The moment of salvation following extended ordeal produces neurochemical addiction to the ordeal salvation sequence itself. Prolonged isolation Shitoli caves, 1950 sensory deprivation tanks, Egyptian crypt darkness silences the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, the executive function center responsible for reality testing and temporal integration. Without this region's organizing activity, amygdala threat detections and hippocampal memory fragments combine into hallucinatory narratives experienced as external entities. The spirits are self-generated. Trauma-clad, dissociation-walled. Ergot alkaloids rye fungus, 8001200CE and glutamate disruption amplify these effects pharmacologically. Medieval St. Anthony's fire epidemic ergotism from contaminated grain produced mass dissociative states interpreted as divine punishment or possession. The same compounds, controlled and dosed, appear in deliberate ritual contexts. The Eleusinian mysteries Kykean drink, the Soma of Vedic tradition, the Hauma of Zoroastrian practice. Medieval and early modern grimoires preserve these technologies in encrypted form, requiring specific cognitive operations to decode operations that themselves induce the states the texts describe. The Key of Solomon 15th century employs ciphers demanding nonlinear processing, engaging right hemisphere pattern recognition over left hemisphere linear analysis. The decryption process produces dissociative effects if ill-prepared, setting up the reader for ritual content that follows. Michael Mayer's Atalanta Fugians 1617 represents technical apex, 49 emblems with musical fugues, each encoding metallurgical operations through mythological narrative in layers of symbolism and ciphers. The musical intervals, rhythmic patterns, voice-leading rules produce specific entrainment effects in trained practitioners' oral technologies for consciousness modification, preserved in notation requiring specialized literacy to activate. The Satyr or Rota's square 1st century CE operates as self-encrypting palindrome, apparent gibberish to linear minds, recursive algorithm to those capable of holding multiple transformations simultaneously. The square reads identically in all directions, modeling the Hermetic principle as above, so below through linguistic architecture. These rituals likely encode older utterances, recipes, observations preserved through cryptographic compression across millennia. Grimoires and alchemical manuscripts employ layered encryption requiring multiple simultaneous decoding operations. Atbash substitution, Hebrew alphabet reversal, 200 BCE, album split alphabet substitution. Ayok Bakar Hebrew letter shape transformation, Trithemius steganographia progressive key shifting, Agrippa's celestial alphabet and passing the river geometric grid ciphers, mirror writing, rotation ciphers. Cardan grills, null ciphers, acrostics, chronogram ciphers, musical cryptograms, alchemical decnomen, emblematic compression, Kabbalistic temera, geometric mandala ciphers. The Ripley scroll 1470 seconds presents dragons as sympathetic parasympathetic diagrams, the yellow dragon reconciling white stress or purity and red coherence or vitality through vagus nerve activation. The fourfold breathing pattern inhale, hold, exhale, hold generates heart rate variability coherence, producing the honey pineal secretions and milk pituitary secretions referenced in alchemical texts. This supersedes 1850 seconds spinal cord models of occult physiology, returning to ancient understanding of cranial nerve networks as consciousness interfaces. The scroll's imagery dragons, birds, planetary correspondences encodes neuroanatomical knowledge through symbolic compression, accessible only to those possessing decoding keys. Tulpas and egregores. The autonomous complexes described by Jung 1916 represent empirical observations of self-generated psychic structures. These entities possess apparent independence because they operate in neural territory partitioned from ordinary self-awareness. They trade power for energy, offering specialized knowledge, protective functions, or social status in exchange for attention, emotion, ritual investment. Even benevolent spiritual systems install these structures, the prefrontal cortex's temporary suspension during meditation, prayer, or ritual creates installation windows. The guides, angels, or ancestors contacted through these methods may be self-generated tulpas, culturally shaped egregores, or genuine autonomous phenomena. The distinction matters less than the operational reality of their effects on behavior and cognition. The gods are not gods, they are men in raffia feathers, operators in metal flyers, institutional programs using parasitic infection as biological interface. Group rituals amplify these dynamics through collective entrainment. The egregore group mind entity emerges from synchronized neural activity in assembled practitioners, possessing characteristics no individual contributes, yet all recognize. These entities require maintenance through continued attention. Neglected, they dissipate or become pathological, demanding increasingly extreme stimulation to survive. Protection requires technical literacy, understanding the neurochemical cascades, recognizing beta-endorphin dissociation. Oxytocin bonding, dopamine addiction enables informed navigation. Mudras, totems, and anchoring objects serve prefrontal maintenance functions. Physical sensation, the weight of a stone, the posture of a hand. The rhythm of breath provides continuous low-level stimulation, preventing complete executive suppression during altered states. Group practices require particular vigilance. Collective egregores amplify suggestibility, making individual discernment harder to maintain. Paradox decoding without fracture demands training. At-bash reversals, varied perspectival reading, nonlinear pattern recognition can be practiced until they no longer induce dissociation, until the mind maintains coherence across multiple simultaneous frames. The goal is fluid integration, holding complexity without fragmentation. Pretemporal anchoring, recognizing these patterns as ancient. Recurrent, real burns, the veil of supernatural terror. The Ugbo were men in raffia. The Shitoli operators used technology. The Strigoi were traumatized humans, and their cultural descendants, exposing the human hand behind the inhuman mask, dissolves the spell's power. Returning agency to the observer. The vampire archetype encodes literal biological differentiation, populations retaining genetic resistance to prion disorders. Those capable of consuming neural tissue without protein folding catastrophe possessed expanded ritual and dietary options. These individuals could engage in ceremonial consumption that would destroy pure Homo sapiens neurology. Their continued health was interpreted as supernatural immunity or undead persistence. The madness attributed to black magic practitioners historically documented neurological consequences of protein folding incompatibility. Those without resistance suffered rapid cognitive decline. Their destruction served as confirmation of the magic's reality. Those with resistance survived. Their continued function was interpreted as proof of occult power or demonic pact. Modern ritual networks, Epstein's operations, institutional programs using deliberate parasitic infection as biological interface represent either partial comprehension of these biological specificities without grasping genetic prerequisites, or deliberate deployment by resistance holding lineages against vulnerable populations. The sorting mechanisms root children by biological compatibility, neurological plasticity, and authority submission profiles into developmental tracks. The brother-against-brother war was never metaphor. It was biological warfare between populations with different neurophysiological vulnerabilities, where consumption served as asymmetric weapon. Those retaining archaic digestive profiles weaponized ritual consumption. Their adversaries suffered cumulative degradation. This pattern persists. Modern operators with genetic resistance deploy technologies that destroy those without it. Their continued function interpreted as proof of elite status or occult power rather than biological specificity. From accident victims of 30,000 BC to Habsburg exhumations of 1732, from Egyptian crypt darkness to Shitoli underground tunnels, from Mali Atlantic expeditions to East India Company Mercury networks. The technology persists. It emerges wherever humans encounter neuroplasticity's transformative capacity, wherever trauma reveals consciousness's fracture lines, wherever observation leads to replication. The vampire archetype, raffia-clad, metal-armored, undead revenant encodes this persistence. It represents the predatory use of neural forge technology, consciousness deliberately shattered and rewired for domination. Perpetuating itself through innocence consumption, hiding its human origins behind masks of divine or demonic necessity. Immunity arrives through comprehension. The neural predation system depends on obscurity. exposed, its mechanisms become tools for liberation. The same beta endorphins that produce dissociation enable pain management. The same oxytocin that bonds to abusers bonds to community. The same dopamine cycling that creates addiction creates dedication. The architecture is neutral. The application determines outcome. The daylight that burns vampires is analytical awareness. The cross that repels them is technical understanding. The stake through the heart is recognition of the human agency behind the supernatural theater. These are metaphors encoding operational reality. Demystification destroys predatory systems by returning power to the demystified. The raffia rustles still, in boardrooms and battlefields, in ritual chambers and therapeutic offices. The Shitoli pursue through different tunnels, the Strigoi feed through new mechanisms, the technology evolves, the pattern persists, only literacy deep, technical, unflinching provides passage through. The genetic asymmetry remains. Those with archaic capabilities maintain operational advantages, those without suffer damage when attempting restoration. The question is not whether these systems exist, they have existed for 30,000 years, but whether recognition of their mechanisms can finally shift the asymmetry. The manipulation of human consciousness represents one of the most systematically obscured chapters of 20th and 21st century governance. What emerged from the crucible of Cold War paranoia was never merely a collection of isolated experiments in behavioral modification. A fully operational architecture for the domination of interior experience, constructed through the fusion of intelligence community funding, academic legitimacy, and esoteric ideological frameworks. The record, examined with sufficient care, reveals a deliberate trajectory, from the crude trauma-based protocols of early CIA programs through the sophisticated neurotechnological interfaces of the present. The objective remained constant, the engineering of human subjects capable of being remotely activated, their memories sculpted, their perceptions managed, their very sense of self overwritten by external design. The foundational layer of this architecture appears in the documented operations of MKULTRA and its constellation of subprojects, initiated in 1953 and continuing in various forms for decades. These were hundreds of distinct research threads, each exploring a different vector of cognitive manipulation: non-consensual administration of psychedelic compounds, electroshock depatterning, prolonged sensory deprivation, hypnotic conditioning, the systematic destruction of personality followed by reconstruction according to operational specifications. The victims numbered in the thousands, drawn from psychiatric wards, prisons, military personnel, and unwitting civilians. The locations spanned 3 continents, the funding flowed through cutout foundations. The Gatekeepers Fund, the Society for the Investigation of Human Ecology, creating plausible distance between government sponsorship and the trauma inflicted in hospital basements and university laboratories. Dr. Ewan Cameron's work at the Allen Memorial Institute in Montreal exemplifies the operational template. Between 1957 and 1964, Cameron subjected patients to depatterning, massive electroshock treatments reducing individuals to infantile states. Followed by psychic driving, the continuous playback of recorded messages through headphones while subjects were kept in drug-induced comas for weeks. The CIA funded this research through front organizations. McGill University provided institutional cover. The victims received no compensation until decades later, and then only partial redress. The pattern would replicate, legitimate institutions hosting classified research. Trauma inflicted under medical authority, documentation scattered or destroyed, accountability diffused across jurisdictional boundaries. The technical sophistication advanced rapidly. In 1961, Dr. Andrea Puharich, Army physician and patent holder for a tooth radio capable of transmitting sound directly through dental nerves, established the Round Table Foundation in a 50-room Maine mansion funded by the Astor family. His research involved isolating children in Faraday cages, subjecting them to EEG monitoring and drug protocols, all under the direction of a man Woe believed himself in communication with extraterrestrial intelligences calling themselves the Nine. The children were instruments in a spiritual engineering project that treated their developing consciousness as raw material for transcendent agendas. Puharich would later facilitate Uri Geller's introduction to American intelligence circles, bringing the Israeli psychic to Stanford Research Institute in 1973 for classified testing under CIA auspices. The convergence of fringe metaphysics and military research was never accidental. Jack Parsons, co-founder of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, conducted Babylon working rituals in Pasadena intended to open channels to non-human intelligences, his occult practice running parallel to rocket propulsion research that would establish American space capabilities. The cultural ecosystem he cultivated persisted in the ideologies of subsequent generations of New Age technologists and NASA-adjacent psychological consultants, the same institutions that explored outer space simultaneously investigated inner space. And the boundary between these domains proved more permeable than official histories acknowledge. By the 1970s, the research had migrated into more subtle forms. Robert Monroe, former radio engineer turned consciousness explorer, developed hemisync audio technology, patented in 1975, using binaural beats to induce altered states. The Monroe Institute, established in 1974, received military evaluation for potential intelligence applications. A 1983 Army analysis examined whether Gateway program tapes could enhance soldier performance. Simultaneously, Dr. Thomas Baginski, Woe's prior engineering work included the CIA's Senior 71 Blackbird project at Area 51, developed neurofeedback systems for inducing hypnagogic learning states. The same knowledge of brainwave entrainment served therapeutic, military, and potentially coercive functions, the distinction lying entirely in application context and user consent. The technical capabilities expanded into domains previously confined to speculative fiction. In 1976, engineer Robert G. Mollick received U.S. Patent 3,951,134 for apparatus and method for remotely monitoring and altering brainwaves, describing a closed-loop system wherein an antenna detects a subject's EEG emissions and a transmitter feeds back calibrated signals to entrain specific patterns. The SNE was a military electronics firm. Whether deployed operationally, the engineering blueprint existed. Remote neural monitoring and modulation had moved from theoretical possibility to documented invention. Subsequent patents would elaborate these capabilities. U.S. Patent 6,011,991 2000 proposed brain-to-brain communication via signal matching. Hendrikus loses 2000 patent for subliminal acoustic manipulation of nervous systems, detailed infrasound frequencies capable of inducing disorientation or heightened suggestibility. The 1994 U.S. Air Force report New World Vistas acknowledged ongoing work toward electromagnetic incapacitation weapons capable of preventing voluntary muscular movements, controlling emotions, producing sleep, interfering with short-term memory, even deleting an experience set, selective memory erasure in targeted individuals. These were admissions in semi-public documents of capabilities long suspected by researchers tracking the field. The appearance of peace, unity, spiritual insight could be manufactured through shaped electromagnetic fields, coherence itself weaponized, turned from emergent property of integrated consciousness into tool of behavioral engineering. Against this technical background, the popular technologies of consciousness exploration require re-examination. The Gateway tapes, hemisync, Monroe Institute protocols, these were marketed as pathways to self-discovery. Lucid dreaming, remote viewing, telepathic development, the narrative sold was liberation through technology, the neuroscientific reality, as deconstructed by researchers examining these methods, reveals a critical distinction between organic awakening and manufactured simulation. Entraining your brain into coherence with environmental resonance differs fundamentally from having your brain entrained to mimic another's EEG fingerprint. The former represents sovereignty, the latter constitutes psychospiritual piracy. The overriding of native signal by implanted waveform. The Monroe Institute's admission that it records altered states for replay into consumer brains raises unavoidable questions. Woe's state was recorded. Under what conditions, toward what purpose was it shaped? The coherence principle, properly understood, requires that alignment emerge from internal biological systems naturally resonating with reality structure. Anything else is parasitic, a Trojan horse wearing the appearance of peace while delivering behavioral control. The military patents for emotional modulation, memory erasure, synthetic experience transmission. These were the technical substrate beneath the commercial packaging of consciousness expansion. The esoteric dimensions of this research intertwined with operational child exploitation in ways the historical record only partially reveals. Paul Bonacci, Woe's testimony under oath was examined by former FBI agent Ted Gunderson, described a geographically distributed network of military installations used for systematic child abuse and behavioral modification. Papillion. Nebraska, Fort Campbell, Kentucky, McGill Air Force Base, Florida, Kirkland Air Force Base, New Mexico, multiple other locations. The programming sessions involved what appeared to be alien spacecraft scenarios. Children drugged with LSD and subjected to staged encounters designed to look like extraterrestrial contact. The purpose was discreditation. Any subsequent testimony would be dismissed as drug-induced fantasy or psychotic delusion. The reason anybody could come out of Monarch alive, Bonacci explained, was because they all would be talking about little green men. The alien narrative functioned as built-in obsolescence for disclosure. Bonacci described implant technology testing, small metal objects inserted and tracked via satellite, the children serving as test subjects for battlefield applications to monitor soldier location and status. He described enforced participation in rituals where adults wore military uniforms, the children themselves uniformed, everything kept at the base with street clothes worn during alien programming to prevent photographic evidence linking military personnel to bizarre scenes. The programming architecture included memory disruption codes triggered by investigative inquiry itself, ensuring that therapeutic intervention would produce further dissociation rather than recovery. The Greek letter classification system described by therapist Dr. A at professional conferences indicated modular programming architecture, alphas for general programming, betas for sexual functions, deltas for violence and assassination, thetas for psychic operations, omega for self-destruction, backup programs with erasure codes, computer sounds described during memory work, robots vaporizing. These were technical specifications for a dissociative identity system resistant to therapeutic intervention. The testimony regarding Dr. Green, a Hasidic Jewish teenager who collaborated with Nazi researchers and subsequently developed U.S. military mind control operations, suggests continuity between documented concentration camp experiments and post-war American programs. The institutional infrastructure for child exploitation extended far beyond military bases into civilian organizations with extensive government penetration, the Knights of Columbus, with $26.5 billion in assets, maintained direct interface with the Office of Refugee Resettlement, the agency that lost track of 300,000 unaccompanied alien children between 2019 and 2023. Scott Lloyd, Knights of Columbus attorney, served as OR director from 2017, personally intervening to prevent pregnant minors from accessing abortions. Margaret Wynne, former Knights employee, directed OR's anti-trafficking program under multiple administrations, creating a culture where trafficking allegations were systematically dismissed. The June 2021 memorandum removing biometric vetting requirements for sponsors occurred within institutional culture established by these appointments. The Masonic Child Identification Program operated through Demolay and Rainbow Girls Youth Auxiliaries, collecting comprehensive biometric data on minors, fingerprints, dental impressions, DNA swabs. Video interviews, allegedly deleted after transfer to parent-owned media. The financial structure revealed recruitment tool function. Children's biometric data collected by fraternal organizations with extensive law enforcement and intelligence membership before majority age. Jobs Daughters International was banned by Texas Masonic authorities in 2006 for refusing background check protocols, reorganizing to operate outside oversight while maintaining tax-exempt status. The LDS Church operated through family services and partner agencies handling refugee minors. Maintaining FamilyArc, the world's largest genealogical database recording biological relationships on billions, including through DNA partnerships. The Church's history of expelling adolescent males from polygamous communities created supply of undocumented, family-less youth, the exact profile most vulnerable to labor trafficking. LDS members are disproportionately represented in FBI, CIA, and military intelligence, particularly as language specialists, creating potential conflicts when these agencies investigate networks utilizing LDS-affiliated foster care. The Canadian context revealed parallel infrastructure with distinctive features, the Cornwall sex abuse scandal. Most publicly documented instance of systemic clerical abuse in Canada represented single visible thread in larger tapestry. Dale Crampton's predation spanned 1,970 seconds through 1,990 seconds, affecting over 60 victims. with dioceses receiving complaints in 1982 and responding by shuffling assignments while suppressing accountability. The pattern matched grotesque modus operandi, priests with proven abuse histories shielded, complaints ignored, whistleblowers like Perry Dunlop facing retaliation and imprisonment. Project Truth from 1993 to 2003 identified 444 alleged abusers. Many charges stayed due to legal technicalities. Publication bans ensuring permanent erasure of survivor testimony. The Knights of Columbus Council in 1678 in Cornwall provided direct child access through squire circles, youth mentorship for ages 10 to 18. Operating mere kilometers from McDonald Parish, refugee sponsorship programs under federal and provincial oversight gaps integrated vulnerable minors into local households with minimal scrutiny. Cross-provincial movements reinforced the system. Christian brothers implicated in Newfoundland's Mount Cashel scandal transferred 6 known abusers to Vancouver College. Repeating pattern of elite institutional education serving as abuse conduit. The Oak Ridge Psychiatric Unit in Penetanguishene, operating 1966 to 1983, featured total encounter capsules, defense disruptive therapy, forced nudity, solitary confinement, hallucinogens. Ontario Superior Court found assault and battery, breach of fiduciary duty, medically meritless experimentation in 2020, affirmed on appeal 2022. Supreme Court refusing leave 2023. The Allen Memorial Institute's depatterning experiments, funded through CIA front organizations, produced 1992 federal ex gratia program paying only 77 of over 300 claimants. Capped at $100,000, with new class action authorized July 2025 against Canada, McGill, and Royal Vic, the United States dismissed on state immunity grounds. The legal architecture protecting these operations proved remarkably effective. Canada's State Immunity Act barred suits against foreign states, preventing victims from reaching CIA funding sources. International organizations in Montreal, ICAO and NAFO, enjoyed treaty-based immunities enforced rigorously by courts. Prosecutorial shields required proof of malice for liability, negligence insufficient. The result, claims died on immunity doctrine, never reaching evidence testing. Approximately 90% of civil cases settled before trial. Evidence sealed permanently. Criminal trials imposed automatic publication bans, ensuring institutional failures remained unexamined. The financial sovereignty layer completed global infrastructure. The City of London Corporation, exempt from royal authority since 1067, maintained the remembrancer as only non-elected official with House of Commons chair since 1571, explicitly blocking legislation threatening city interests. Bank of England independence in 1997 transferred power to unelected bankers. Secrecy jurisdictions created in 1960s preserved London's financial dominance. Epstein's infrastructure, Deutsche Bank, JP Morgan, Barclays, all operated through London for most opaque transactions. The Way Gulf Nexus provided cargo relabeling and financial opacity through Ras Al Khaimah Free Trade Zone, highest anonymity levels according to Pandora Papers. No public company or beneficial ownership registry. Firoz Patel established Argus Ltd there in April 2017 while under U.S. criminal investigation for $250 million child porn laundering, 10 days after entering Way. Ethman Corporate Services in Dubai incorporated 2,977 companies between 2000 and 2019, many for politically exposed persons, 24 clients accused of financial crimes, 12 convicted, offices in Sheikh Hazza bin Zayed Al Nahyan's building representing direct royal family interface. Jebel Ali Port and Fujairah functioned as sanctions evasion hubs, Russian oil rerouted, blended, relabeled for export. Two-tier market where tanks accepting Russian oil charged premium prices, creating profit incentive for complicity. Ship-to-ship transfers obscured documentation, falsified origin certificates. DP World ownership meant sovereign wealth-operated infrastructure with no private accountability. The Epstein banking nexus involved Deutsche Bank maintaining over 40 accounts from 2013 to 2018. After JP Morgan severed ties, $2.65 million through Butterfly Trust to co-conspirators, $800,000 in structured cash withdrawals, $75 million settlement to victims with no admission of guilt, $150 million Naif's fine as cost of doing business. JP Morgan's 15-year relationship involved over $1 billion in suspicious transactions, 134 accounts, CEO Jamie Dimon expressing regrets with no personal liability. Bank of America and Bank of New York Mellon filed suspicious activity reports years later or posthumously, when intervention was impossible. The Asian infrastructure involved Anna Lamboni's Reliance Group, with Epstein files showing regular communication 2017 to 2019, backchannel to Modi government, Ehud Barak introduction. Bankruptcy proof, $750 million loan advice, defense business expansion seeking U.S. military contracts through Epstein connections, Li Ka-shing's C.K. Hutchison-controlled Panama Canal ports at Balboa and Cristobal from 1997. Critical choke point, with February 2026 Panama Supreme Court voiding concession and C.K. Hutchison launching ICC arbitration, Beijing threatening heavy price for ruling, Chinese banks including ICBC, Bank of China. CITIC maintained over $35 trillion combined assets with no Western sanctions compliance, providing parallel financial system outside SWIFT monitoring. The Caribbean and Pacific networks extended this infrastructure through historical continuity. The Sovereign Military Order of Malta purchased 4 Caribbean islands in 1651, establishing slave plantation economy with over 600 knights, selling to French West India Company in 1665, privatizing without accountability transfer. Modern operations maintained unobserver status, diplomatic immunity, humanitarian missions with no external audit. Haiti maintained over 760 orphanages for more than 30,000 children, 80% foreign funding. 35% lacking government authorization, mirroring or contractor incentives. Christian aid ministries operated despite knowing employees sexually abused over 30 minors. 17 missionaries kidnapped in October 2021, revealing operational security only possible with local militia relationships. The Pacific Rim involved Melanesian Mission of Anglican Church operating 1849 to 1975, Norfolk Island as mothership training facility, indigenous children removed for civilization, 1971, handover to local councils mirroring Ontario training schools closure with responsibility dissolved and abuse unpunished. New Zealand Marist Brothers revealed intentional geographic arbitrage. New Zealand payouts $15,000 to $50,000 ensed. Fiji payouts $7,700 ensed equivalent, 50% racialized discount. Samoa and Pacific Islands likely lower or none due to cultural pressure and jurisdictional isolation. The DynCorp Bosnia case from 1999 to 2002 established private military trafficking nexus template. Employees purchasing women and children from trafficking networks, site supervisor videotaping rape. 30 to 40% of brothel clients from international personnel, 70% of trafficking revenue from same, girls as young as 12 trafficked from Eastern Europe, accountability vacuum, 7 employees fired. No criminal prosecutions, repatriation only, jurisdictional ambiguity prevented Bosnian police action. Whistleblowers Catherine Bolkovac and Ben Johnston faced retaliation. Bolkovac awarded $153,000 for wrongful termination. Johnston settled, no institutional consequences. The modernized training school architecture distributed through offshore therapeutic boarding schools in Dominican Republic, Jamaica, Bahamas, NGO orphanage networks in Haiti. Fiji, Pacific Islands, private military contractor security, religious order missions with diplomatic immunity, biometric and data protection systems of UN and NGO databases with sovereign shields. These were the same personnel. Funding mechanisms and immunity architectures now operating internationally. The testimony of Dr. Anthony Fauci before the House Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Pandemic in 2024 revealed parallel patterns in public health bureaucracy. Dr. David Morans, senior advisor to NIAID director for over 2 decades, explicitly described methods for circumventing federal transparency laws, making emails disappear when FOIA'd, deleting official records after transmitting to personal Gmail, maintaining secret backchannel to Fauci through private email or hand delivery. Morans informed DICA Health Alliance President Peter Daszak that Tony would like to restore funding and was trying to protect you. While Fauci testified he was unaware of these efforts until committee revelation, the governance structure revealed maximized authority while minimizing accountability. Fauci signed grants in bulk without reviewing individual applications. Delegating to program people several levels below, claimed ignorance of ECA-health compliance failures until briefed for congressional hearings well after the fact, maintained he was unaware of Moranz's conflicts and FOIA evasion until committee investigation. This architecture of deniability permitted the director to exercise unprecedented authority over daily lives while claiming inability to monitor fund disposition or immediate staff conduct. The pattern throughout these materials is convergence, independent institutions adopting identical structural features because they function for institutional survival. Sovereign immunity, financial opacity, child access, minimal accountability, these appeared across banking, religious, fraternal, intelligence, governmental entities through shared incentives and replicated templates refined through decades of institutional learning. Functional interoperability required no central coordination, only the capacity of distinct nodes to interface in ways producing outcomes no single node could achieve independently. The system persisted through fragmentation, documentation scattered across jurisdictions, time periods, institutional forms, resisting synthesis until deliberately assembled. Secrecy was unnecessary, immunity was sufficient. The network survived through legal shields preventing consolidation of fragmented public knowledge into actionable accountability. Despite visibility, the appropriate response is investigation of specific nodes, financial flows, accountability failures, given documented patterns across multiple institutions and jurisdictions. Institutions claiming legitimacy must demonstrate structural reform through transparent operation. The materials establish evidentiary foundation for such demonstration to be demanded and evaluated. The coherence principle requires sovereignty, conscious integration of self through experience, reflection, undistorted signal reception. The programs documented here perverted that sanctity by hijacking inner thoughts and emotions, transforming them into programmable architecture. The task is ensuring coherence remains rooted in autonomy. That the appearance of peace, unity, spiritual insight is distinguished from authentic emergence, that resonant states are recognized as potential Trojan horses when externally imposed. The arc of disclosure points toward domestication disguised as enlightenment. The engineering of consciousness, the exploitation of children, the financialization of both through sovereign immune infrastructure, these were operations hiding in plain sight, documented in patents. Court records, congressional testimony, declassified intelligence files. The pattern is visible once the fragments are assembled. The question is whether assembly produces recognition and whether recognition produces refusal.
Barney, he's the guy who tipped me off to Pepe Sylvia.
You're so fucking tired. How did you do this for 10 years?
Are you shitting me? I lost my fucking mind. I lost my marriage. I had to lock my fucking kids up. I married a dickwad and a fucking half and went broke. What the fuck do you think? Plus I got hospitalized for 4 different nervous breakdowns. That's how I did it. Thanks for asking.
A lot of people have no idea how hard it is to persuade somebody like Jake to speak publicly. It has been over 2 years now. It's been an enormous job, basically persuading him of the merits of coming forward and persuading him that he can feel safe about doing it. But the thing I really admire about Jake, and I think we explained this in the story, but I want to re-emphasize it. He explains in the story that the people that he liaised with in the Pentagon's UFO office, they've confirmed to him that what he saw on the place he terms the range was alien tech, NHI tech, non-human intelligence technology. And that's key. And what people need to understand is before we put Jake on television, we've actually gone through the process with him of watching him give evidence. So we've been with him when he's gone back, and actually I was consulting with him on the weekend when he was actually telling his aerospace employer that he was concerned about the safety of himself and the safety of his men. There had been a confrontation that we're not going to go into a lot of detail about, but basically his team came to the conclusion that their lives were under threat. It doesn't get any more serious than that. They also came to the conclusion that they believed that people they knew have been murdered to protect this secret. And moreover, there's been ongoing threats and intimidation of people to protect the secrecy of a program that, frankly, I know Congress has not been properly briefed about.
And I actually, though, I will go and say a few comments about Jake. I am inclined to believe him.
because I don't think this psi topic is weird or controversial, as I guess most people would say. And psi is really 100%. It's documented in scientific papers. You have institutions like the Department of Perceptual Studies, I believe, DOPS, in University of Virginia, which has rigorous...
This is one of the most profound experiences I've ever had in my life I'm about to share with you, so bear with me. And it was not a unique experience. The egg, as we're referring to, is known by, and there have been many others that have encountered this type of craft in our atmosphere, outside of our atmosphere, broad day, nighttime, all over the place.
You got a good look at this object, didn't you?
Yeah.
Was there any visible propulsion system on it?
No, not what we would know. There's no engine, there was no thermal signature.
I don't like how meta this is getting, Rick. Shut up, Morty. You're 14. You watch videos of people on YouTube reacting to YouTube. I'll be the judge of when we get too meta.
I was operating at night when I finally came in to pick it up, so I'm working under night vision goggles at the time. And it was quite clear. I flipped them up, flipped them down, and looked at it a couple of different ways.
Was there a thermal signature?
There was not a thermal signature.
So it wasn't hot?
No.
Now, the general laws of thermodynamics, if an object's been flying or driving an engine, it's going to show heat, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
So how do you think that object was being propelled?
Well, that's a great question that we're looking forward to exploring.
Made your atomic matrix slightly lighter than air, and now your shoes are heavier than air, which makes you neutrally buoyant, which I find personally more impressive conceptually than walking on water. But what do I know? I wasn't born into the god business. I earned it.
So when you went back to base, was it the sort of job where you could go to your bosses and say, hey, listen, what was that object that I picked up, that strange looking egg thing?
No, that's not quite how it works. When I go back to what you would call my base, when I go back to our facility, that's back to my normal working business. And the people that are involved there have really no idea what's going on when I'm holding myself out for work for the government.
So this is how the compartmentalization system works. It's a need to know.
Yes.
And you only found out incidentally because you saw it on the range.
Right.
Next week. So let's keep on going.
Mm-hmm.
What, by any chance, was there a nickname for the egg?
Yeah, the egg we actually called Nanus, like from the Mork and Mindy show from the 70s, because it's ridiculous. That's exactly what it looked like. And so it's funny when you look back at what may have been the motivation for the 1970s, because where else would an egg is a ridiculous idea for a guy from Mort from Ork, right? So you have Mort from Ork who flew to Earth in an egg. It surely gives credit to the idea that some like to think that perhaps there was a PR program.
No.
Shazbot.
That utilized our fascination with Hollywood and television to paint pictures of actual fact as fiction.
So talk me through it. What happens? You're in your chopper?
Yeah, I'm in my chopper.
What sort of chopper?
At the time, it was a Bell 212, which is the same as a UHN1. It's a twin-engine, twin-bladed Bell helicopter.
You're flying at night?
Flying at night, yeah.
Have you been given any pre-flight briefing?
I'm the one who would be given the briefing.
Mark, can I get a whiteboard? When squids started killing decoys, decoys started checking their decoys and learning that they're making decoys. That's making them seek out and run into other decoys, making them realize they're decoys, making them start to kill other decoys.
Say decoy again.
Fuck you.
But we are given a loadout on the particular object. That when you're en route to that object, you're given some basic information like weight estimates, size estimates. And because of where we operate, sometimes things can make their way into the steep terrain. The terrain where we operate is the highest mountain range in the whole continental United States. During the recovery of the object at nighttime, I make my way in the helicopter from where we configure the line, and we fly to where what we call the pick site. The pick team configures the cargo for flight.
So whatever it is, the craft is sitting in a sling waiting for your helicopter.
Yeah, it's sitting. We have these things called pumpkins, which are like rubberized bags or containers. And from my point of view, it was covered in a pumpkin, at least from the bottom and the sides. This is one of the most profound experiences I've ever had in my life I'm about to share with you, so bear with me. This is, for me, when it became clear. As I get closer to this pick site, I start feeling odd.
I don't feel so good.
You're all right.
I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. I don't want to go. I don't want to go. Sir, please. Please, I don't want to go. I don't want to go.
I start feeling extremely emotional. And the closer I get, the more the emotion starts to overwhelm me. And
what do you feel? What's the emotion?
I feel a sense of my mother. I don't know how else to explain it. I feel this intense hybrid of sadness and happiness and beauty and song. And it was very disruptive to me because I had a very practical responsibility at the time to operate a helicopter in the mountains at night. And I began wondering what was wrong with me. It was late. I'm like, am I just stressed? Am I tired? Am I marinating in cortisol and estrogen? I don't know. But as I came over this object for the pick, there was this overwhelming sense of emotion.
What's it saying, the object? Tell me what you're feeling.
Like I said, it was an overwhelming sense of sadness, happiness.
Is it your feeling? Are you suddenly having a mental breakdown on the job?
No, I felt like something connected with me. I felt like something had tuned in to me and my soul and was providing me some sense of guidance on what to do and how profound what I was doing was. And it was so overwhelming that I began to cry. And
I can't imagine crying at night time with night vision goggles is the healthiest way to fly a chopper.
No, it is not. And then I'm confused as to why I'm crying at the same time. And then do I abort the mission? So I just did my best to focus on my particular cues when doing this type of work. And I got the load hooked up and I began flying away. There was about 20 miles in between. I felt like something was inside of me. I felt like I was possessed by the most beautiful spirit I'd ever been possessed by. And
was it loving?
It was loving. But there was a sense of sadness at the same time. And
had you ever had an experience like this before?
No, it was a very feminine energy, I'll tell you that. It felt like the spirit of God, but not in any masculine sense that I had ever felt. It was like, again, the feeling of my mother and my daughter and beauty. And it wasn't like a soul, it was like a frequency that I was connected with.
Was it scared?
I don't know if it is a thing. I'm still trying to figure out why that happened. I don't want to say that because I have a pretty good idea of what's going on now. And whatever that force was since that night, it has stayed with me. And as crazy as this sounds, it's what's guiding me now. And it's what's providing protection for me.
It's changed your life.
It's changed my life.
Do you think it's made you a better person, that experience?
It has made me a more sensitive and aware person, which I think all of us would be better people.
So that was a moment when you became aware of, at the very least, a technology that had the capacity to touch you remotely.
Remotely.
Telepathically.
Telepathically.
Now, telepathy, we are told, is a nonsense. It's a fiction.
Diana and Tim were in the Vatican archives in 2017, and I was supposed to go with them, but I couldn't. I was sick, and they were...
Oh, you were supposed to go on that trip?
Well, it could have been arranged, yeah. It was all about me, the whole thing. When they went there, they had a ceremony in the Vatican.
It was supposed to be a ceremony for you.
Yeah, they had a ceremony. They put my picture in the picture of the Pope on the outside of the archives, and then they placed my photo between the books of Galileo and Copernicus.
Really?
Yeah, to be there forever.
No way.
Yeah, sure did.
Do you have photos of this?
Yeah, I do.
Could you send that? Wow. This is amazing.
Yeah, and the lady I speak about, here I come in 2012 having an experience with this lady, this beautiful glowing lady, between the Trinity, Jesus and the Trinity, and then Ra and Horus and the whole thing. They have a triad there, right?
Pretty big for a salamander, aren't you, mate? One of the Cabal's many gifts. There's always a trade-off to those gifts, mate. I am aware of the duality of your nature, the curse of your knowledge. Yeah, I suppose it wouldn't be funny for me to say I can't remember what side we're on anymore. Not many of us do. Yeah, well, as long as humanity survives, that's the dream. I will ask you now, Tarkus. Are you still loyal to the Emperor? I'm loyal to humanity. Then we are of one mind.
You two are hungry.
It's a big day. We're gonna kill God.
Come again?
Christian God is real. He's been asleep for thousands of years. We're gonna sneak up there and kill him.
Mob style.
Just whack his ass.
Can I kill God?
Fuck off, Summer.
Let's do it. Sorry I took so long. I had to ditch some clingers.
Let's do it. Up the y'all.
So what happened after you flew the object in the sling to presumably the drop-off zone?
Once I made the drop, before I got there, I was really scared that I was going to have to stop flying and punch this thing off because I was so distracted. But then I was like, well, crap, now we've got another recovery site. Now we're going to have to recover this. I'm going to have to emergency land. I don't know. So it took everything I had in me at the time to get to my drop site, and I delivered this.
So when you got back to base, did you report the fact that you'd had that extraordinary...
Hell no. No.
Why not?
Because I didn't know what happened, and I don't want, you carry a lot of responsibility as a pilot. In this process, I've moved from being a very pragmatic person with a tremendous amount of responsibility in day-to-day grind in this dimension to a place where I've had to take into account and incorporate things that are basically metaphysical and find a balance between the two, all while maintaining the trust that I could do my very pragmatic work. So
the real question is this: was all this legal? Absolutely fucking not.
What do you believe UAPs could be or are?
Strong evidence that they are non-human, higher intelligence.
I echo my colleague's comments, sir.
Genuinely do not know.
Don't know, but we must find out.
We are absolutely cooked, Chad. GG.
Can you comment on whatever species have been piloted these craft? How are they large? Are they multiple species? Are they like what is their size, and how many are usually on a craft?
They're typically the multiple species people are familiar with: the Greys, the Nordics. People are talking about reptilians and insectoids. It's not that they're reptilian or insectoid, it's that they resemble to the precipitant of reptile. The multiple species people are familiar with: the Greys, the Nordics. People are talking about reptilians and insectoids. It's not that they're reptilian or insectoid, it's that they resemble to the precipitant of reptile or an insect type.
Uh-oh, this must be the head alien guy.
Hello, boys.
Dad?
No, not really. I just read your mind and thought this form might be more pleasing to you.
Oh, dude, don't do that. That's gay. Yeah, that's like that stupid movie Contact. Ah, God, that movie pissed me off.
Very well, I shall show my true form.
Ah, okay, take the form of something else.
How's this?
Santa! No, that's stupid too.
How about this?
No. No. Ooh, very nice. No. No.
Dynamite!
No.
All right, Earthlings, what form do you want me to take?
How about a taco that craps ice cream? Guys? I like it. Woohoo!
All right, then we can get back to business. Follow me this way, Earthlings.
Or an insect type humanoid, because they have this a head and 4 limbs and torso. And the Nordics are typically human size, probably, I've heard 5-6 feet tall. And same with the people who mislabel reptilian and insectoid, they're roughly that top height too.
Honestly, guys, we're so cooked. Like, there's no point to anything anymore. It's over. I don't know, go outside, touch grass, get day drunk, fucking half-ass your job. Like, nothing matters. We're already done. Fuck it.
Has any of the activity been aggressive, been hostile in your reports?
I know of multiple colleagues of mine that got physically injured. And the activity...
By UAPs or by people within the federal government?
Both.
Everybody relax. If I know these a-holes, and I am these a-holes, they just want to haul me to their stupid clubhouse and waste my time with a bunch of questions. Let's get it over with. Bring his Morty. Oh, man. Leave my Morty out of this.
Wait, what about Jerry?
Okay, so there has been activity by alien or non-human technology and or beings that has caused harm to humans.
What's your reaction to what Jake describes there?
Well, it seems to me that he was in contact with some type of energy, you might say, that left a medical footprint on his body. And that's not something that you can manifest in your head. So obviously something actually did happen to him. There was no question that something did. And there was a lot of other things that happened to him during that period that he narrated, that in his narratives, that led me to believe that, he was very earnest about this. I mean, so I believe this actually did happen to him. There was nothing construed. And to have those things happen was, very similar to other types.
What would cause, for example, skin to literally peel off somebody's body? What kind of exposure causes that?
So sometimes radiation will do it. So if you ever have any problem with your skin radiation, they do electrons. So they'll actually shoot electrons at your skin and give very, very localized radiation deposits into your skin, which would cause it to have local lesions on your skin. And sometimes you get enough of it, and it will start separating from the dermis. It'll start actually separating and coming and peeling off. And I've had many patients describe this and show this and talk to medical doctors. And actually, this was something that was pretty prevalent when people actually came into contact with dangerous type of objects.
The other thing that Jake described were lesions on his body. Have you had that experience yourself with witnesses and other experiences who've been exposed to anomalous phenomena?
Yeah, so what happens is that as your body absorbs this energy, it actually does something to it. So your DNA absorbs it. It actually will affect your DNA. It'll break it apart and turn it into almost like a cancer type of thing where it'll actually have a reaction. So you'll get the dimples, you get the bubbles. It'll almost look like a herpes, but then when they look at it and actually biopsy it, it's not a herpes. So you'll get these lesions on your skin. Luckily, most of these things dissipate after maybe a week or so. But sure enough, there's a lot of people that have reported that they get these lesions. And, they're, of course, very frightened. Nobody wants to have these things.
Sure. There's a few photographs that you very kindly sent us before we went on air. Can you talk to those? What do they show?
So those are instances where people have, first of all, witnessed something anomalous. Like they looked up in the sky, there was something floating by, there was an orb, there was a UFO craft. They were never alone. Most of those people were not alone. Other people seen it, but these particular people came back like a day or two later, or actually 24 hours later, and started developing these bubbles on their skin. So these areas, these blotchy areas that have these pimply areas, almost like they very, very locally burned or actually had a radiation treatment very locally. And then, of course, that led to discolored urination, all the signals that you get or all the symptoms you get when you have exposed or absorbed some type of radiation. One of the things that are very interesting, he talked about his heart murmur. One of the interesting things that happens when you have an interaction with these entities and you have this energy that's coming from them, your body reacts in a very, very sinister way. You get into a fight, flight type of thing where your immune system kicks up, your capillaries shrink, so your blood pressure goes up. Then you start getting into this whole autoimmune reaction. And when you get an autoimmune reaction and your body's trying to fight something, it doesn't know what it is because it can't understand what this energy or this thing is coming into your body, but it could affect your autoimmune responses, affects your heart valves to the point where after a certain period of time, they could develop a murmur. So when I heard that, I said, yeah, that's definite, because then I said, at this point, he definitely got something into his body that that body just did not understand, and it caused this reaction. So that's when I said that's pretty genuine what was happening to him.
Wow, so you've seen these heart murmurs before?
Yeah, we have several people that actually went away. In fact, there's a great study.
So what happened to you?
We're not quite sure. We were transporting HVTs.
High-value targets.
High-value target, which are, at this time, was a large sealed container. I'll tell you, I was near the continent of Africa.
So were you treated for radiation poisoning?
No, I was not.
Are you being now?
No. I'm not being treated now for radiation poisoning.
But you're being investigated for what sounds like a radiation exposure.
Yeah, because I had other occurrences later in my career after 9/11 when I left my enlisted capacity and went to work as a contractor. I've had other episodes where I've had other illnesses, and I've lost the hair on my body and patched out several times. And I'm getting treatment through the Palo Alto VA under the supervision of Dr. Gary Nolan right now, and he's dedicating his expertise and his clout to get me the best treatment I can get.
Now, Professor Gary Nolan is one of the world's top immunologists, hugely respected scientist who has, as I understand it, he's spoken publicly that he's been involved in a program for an intelligence agency investigating Havana syndrome.
Yes.
So, does it give you some comfort that you're now getting the medical help that you should have got all those years ago?
Hell yeah, it does. And plus, he's got the best bedside manner I've ever experienced. So.
But
Dr. Glip-Glop is the best in the galaxy.
Hello, I'm Dr. Glip-Glop. What? Every hospital claims to have the best doctor in the galaxy. It's like those pizza places that claim to have the best pizza in the world. What do you think, they have pizza contests? Have you ever been to a pizza contest?
Your vehicle, is it from the gods?
Yes.
I can't get into the specifics in an open environment, but at least the activity that I personally witnessed, and I have to be very careful here, because they tell you never to acknowledge tradecraft, right? So what I personally witnessed, myself and my wife, was very disturbing.
Or private contractors, they work with other foreign countries, China, for example, to exchange data, quote from a source, that intelligence data about UAP.
This particular activity is not unique to the United States. I know for a fact that members of my team have been asked to provide our expertise and service for organizations outside the US, not China and Russia, but I mean, the skies are not classified. Your conscious can't be redacted. So the NHI can connect with whoever the hell they want, and whoever the hell they are can connect with NHI. And this lends itself to a particular situation or formula that you can imagine exists, which is if you have a belief that this is a worthwhile venture, which ironically, the government has made extremely clear. Like, there are many people, myself and our new organization included, that is not waiting on the government to say this is something you should invest time and energy on. And that's become abundantly clear in the last 2 years. But prior to that, anyone that had the will to believe that and the money to invest and the tools and techniques and talent in order to do it could set up their own communication, crash recovery, and reverse engineering program anywhere in the world.
Why has this been kept secret from all of us?
Oh God, I don't know. I really don't know. I imagine, I have to trust that, be careful what you wish for. There might be very good reasons.
This must be the best day of your life. You get to be the mayor of I Told You Town. Earth Rick C-137. The Council of Rick sentences you to the machine of unspeakable doom.
which swaps your conscious and unconscious minds, rendering your fantasies pointless while everything you've known becomes impossible to grasp. Also, every 10 seconds, it stabs your balls.
Why would somebody do this? It's horrible!
Well, one Morty's enough to hide from the bureaucrats, but you get a whole matrix of Mortys and put them in agonizing pain. That creates a pattern that can hide even from other Ricks, I fiddled with a concept like this once. On paper, Morty, on paper. I wouldn't do this, it's barbaric overkill. I mean, you could accomplish the same result with like 5 Mortys and a jumper cable. Which I also wouldn't do. I'm just saying, it's bad craft.
But here's the beautiful part. When we talk about it and when we reveal it, people don't say, oh, this is great. Oh, I want to learn more. The majority, the vast majority of people go, bullshit. That's a crock of BS. They resist, they get angry, there's a little bit of fear, they bury their head in the sand. Perfect. So we leak out and have been leaking out things for decades, hundreds of years, on, quote, aliens, knowing, not that we're afraid of people knowing the truth, but it's a beautiful system to get people to go and bury their head in the sand and not listen and pay attention. The government is really in the dark, just like the president is really in the dark and Congress is really in the dark. You know, they're not given this information. I remember I was talking to the director of the CIA and he said, it's a joke. We're the CIA. We have information and then we get called into Congress and they ask us questions and we just tell them no. And then we give them the report and that's the truth. We tell the politicians and the president what we want them to know. And they don't know anything other than what we want them to know.
What did you actually see?
Well, you have to keep in mind again, what I'm describing is beyond the mind of 99.9% of the people. So when I say this, I know that the majority of people listening are going to immediately feel resistance. They're going to say, no. There's going to be that great resistance. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to see it. So it's very interesting because revealing this is not necessarily helpful to those hearing it. When I say this, it actually may have the opposite effect of what I'm trying to achieve, which is to awaken people and not put them into a deeper sleep and suppress them. So I have to warn people that when you hear this, to try to open up a sense of possibility of what is potentially real. Because if you do, it will empower you instead of collapse you and suppress you even more and put you into a deeper trance and into a deeper sleep and make you more susceptible to the influence of those in authority who control you. We have the ability to go back in time and forward in time. And again, I've talked about this on previous interviews you've done about what my role was in using these skills and abilities. And I know it sounds like X-Men. Again, right now, people who are in my position, and there were not most of us, it was a small group, we understood the chain of command and the bigger picture because we could go into the past and the future. So we understood the role or position that Earth and humans have in the universe, physical entities. We also understand the non-physical entities as well. So we were in this position of understanding and to know, not have a belief. Someone says, well, what do you believe about? I don't believe anything. I know. I know from personal, direct experience. There are hundreds of major people, we'll call them major people, credible people, in incredibly high levels of government, military and government, around the world, not just the United States, we're not everything on the planet, that have said they either believe based on the evidence they've seen, or they know that extraterrestrials have visited Earth and or are on the Earth. Not just one, many. Some of them with direct experience.
And then it was like a vision, like a half dream. But I think it was reality, because I saw someone, or rather some sound was coming. My apartment is on the top floor, only the roof above. There were no nearby balconies to move from one to another. It was September, and I always sleep with an open window. And now someone is calling me. I approached the window, and there was something like a translucent pipe glowing, made of some matter. Or maybe it was some kind of energy, and someone called me to go there. At first, I thought about whether to go or not, like any person would, because it was kind of in plain sight. But I decided to go. Everything unknown is interesting to me. So I went along this tube, or corridor, and found myself in a space, a very large space. There were many people, or rather beings, very similar to us. As the great Buddha wrote 2,600 years ago, in our solar system, there are 4 more planets similar to planet Earth, where practically the same exact people live. It was probably a spaceship, a very large open space, like several football fields large. No one paid attention to me. Everyone seemed to be busy with their own tasks. They were walking around, moving. Something was flickering, like screens, different colors, images. I asked, "Can you connect to the television from here?" There are many channels like CNN or Russia Today, Al Jazeera. I said, "Why can't you address the people of Earth right now? Let the people of Earth know that you exist, that you have arrived, and now observing. Or I can address them instead and say that I have met you, interesting ones. We have waited for you so long. People like the great Tsiolkovsky and Sergei Korolev, the first person in space, Yuri Gagarin, on the 12th of April, 1961. And when he was sitting in the spacecraft, engines on, the first words he said, with which you started today's interview.
Поехали. Поехали. Let's go, yeah.
And then Gagarin said the words, "Let's go." They looked at me and said, "It's still early. You have not yet reached the level in your civilization's development." They asked, "Do you converse with ants?" I say, "No, well, we haven't learned to talk to ants yet."
Some groups just don't get along. Every day, billions of soldiers fight a merciless war on thousands of fronts, and it's been going on for over 100 million years. The World War of the Ants. Ants are ancient beings that arose around 160 million years ago and took over a wide variety of ecological niches so successfully that they became one of the dominant animals on planet Earth. Today, they count more than 16,000 different species with over 10,000 trillion individuals. Collectively, ants alone make up 20% of the entire animal biomass on land. Similar to humans, their recipe for success is collaboration. While a single ant is pretty useless, together they are able to achieve stunning feats. They construct complex colonies, care for livestock, pursue agriculture, or have complex symbiotic relationships. And of course, ants wage war. Even among the same species, a constant state of conflict is pretty common. Skirmishes, raids, and full-on invasions are happening every day, causing millions of casualties.
We live in different dimensions. Your only achievement in civilization is that we created you, the intelligent beings here. Not only humans, but everything that surrounds us, like animals, everything living around us, also has intelligence. The same goes for cats, dogs, cows, and so on. Your only civilizational leap is that before you used to eat them raw, and now you kill and cook them, and eat them in restaurants by candlelight. That is your level of development, and you still destroy each other. So just imagine, if we say on television now, that we have been here for a long time, millennia, millions of years, watching, and not only us, but others too.
And what did the spaceship look like? I know you said it was big, maybe multiple soccer fields. What was the kind of architecture like? And was it metal? Did it look like it was from material not made of this earth?
I only saw it from the inside, because I was immediately there. It was a large space, like several football fields large. Then we walked for a while. There were screens, or like glass sheets. One of them led me to a large porthole, like a porthole window. And the reason I realized it was a ship was because it wasn't just hovering over Moscow. It seemed to move freely, shifting through different times, different spaces, and different dimensions. Because when I returned back to reality, to my apartment in the city of Moscow, I felt normal. My friends were already in the apartment, looking for me for over an hour, and couldn't find me. And then I came out of the bedroom, which they had entered and exited 10 times already. They even called the police. Everyone was looking for me. They arrived to pick me up at 11 in the morning. My assistant had the keys. He opened the door, they went in, went to the kitchen to put the kettle on. Then my friend says, "We need to wake Kirsan up. We have to go to the airport." The bedroom door was open. They go in, and I'm not there. Slippers are in place, phones are in place. They checked the bathroom and every other room in the apartment. But well, I wasn't there. The balcony door was open, and that's it. They went downstairs, asked the security, and he said, "Well, I didn't see him leave anywhere." The building isn't very big. They checked the video cameras. No one arrived or left. No one flew out. But the camera wasn't looking at the sky, mostly at the entrance and exit. And for a whole hour, they were searching, wondering where I was.
Have you met anybody that discusses timeline management or the ability to see different timelines? Obviously, Bob Lazar, was briefed on Project Looking Glass.
Yeah.
Which is like the manipulation of timelines. You have Tim Taylor, who, is written about by Diana Pasulka and kind of enters her life. He is part of this quote unquote secret space program. But he kind of thinks of himself as like a adjustment bureau timeline management person.
It's somebody who claimed whilst they were in naval intelligence, they were part of a program that used like a sphere that was similar to Randy Anderson as basically a remote viewing tool. But that this sphere was basically used to, I guess, like coagulate time onto the Planck scale, looking at time as frames of Planck scale, and combined with like the many worlds interpretation of quantum physics to like view parallel timelines. I don't know what to do with it.
But does your friend often do that?
Strange. We all right?
You're back here.
Hey, what was that?
Went forward in time to view alternate futures, to see all the possible outcomes of the coming conflict.
How many did you see?
14,605,000. How many did we win? One.
I would be so fascinated. I mean, Matthew Brown also talked about some AI timeline management system that the White House has or whatever.
But then that would give some pretty definitive examples about how the universe works, right? Because if you have an AI that can predict future events, we have a pretty deterministic universe, right?
Let me see if I can answer that a little bit more generally, ma'am, if I may. We do have foreign material exploitation programs. That is something that is widely known, and that term itself is unclassified. How exactly that works becomes a bit sensitive. The discussion we could certainly have in a closed session if you like. We do work with international partners and allies quite often, not just in military exercises and workups, but in other intelligence efforts as well.
In terms of material that's given to private contractors, is certain material given to certain contractors because of their experience? So for example, if it's related to submerged and undersea propulsion, would it go to a general contractor like General Dynamics?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely correct. Different contractors have different levels of expertise.
What's Lockheed's expertise?
Aerospace, ma'am.
In the UAP space, that's all that, they wouldn't do submerged?
No, I didn't say that, ma'am.
Okay.
Lockheed Martin and others do quite a bit of work both in our atmosphere, in space, and even underwater. There are certain efforts to. It's a tough question you're asking. You put me on the spot here.
I'm looking for the answer.
Yes, ma'am. No, they are involved in a lot. I would rather let Lockheed Martin explain the different domains that they are involved with. Probably I'm not authorized to discuss that, but they are involved in a lot of different areas.
I do have to put one thing to you.
Yeah.
Because it's an incident that I've been told about from 2004, and I've been told about it by multiple people. I've been told that a private aerospace company was testing one of its own vehicles, what's referred to as an alien reproduction vehicle, an ARV in the colloquialism. That vehicle crashed somewhere south of New Mexico, possibly in Mexico, and I'm told that a team from that private aerospace contractor was deployed, and while they were there, another team arrived from the US military, and they had innocently been deployed by their government to intercept what they thought was a potentially anomalous craft. And in the course of that encounter, I am told 2 men were killed. Can you comment on that incident?
Yeah, there's nothing I can add to that story or comment on. If I did have something to add, or if I had knowledge of that, it would certainly be something I would expect to get squashed by DOPSR. And quite possibly, if I was involved in something like that, I probably wouldn't share it for one of my other reasons, which is maintaining the privacy and quality of life of my friends and family.
It's too dangerous for you to talk about, potentially.
It certainly, it would be, yeah.
What you were doing was plausibly deniable. You felt under threat. You were asking who you were working for. Who were you working for?
Yeah, for the first time in my career, let me start by saying that for my entire career, both in the Air Force and as a contractor afterwards, I've been very well taken care of. I was given time off to get my head right when I needed to. I was given time to take care of my family when my wife had twins. I've been very well compensated. I've been trusted, and everything that needed to be laid out before me when put on certain tasks was as advertised and as promised. That all changed in 2018, and I cut ties and had to get rid of everyone on my team and build a brand new team from scratch, the same way I always had, but we cleaned house, and I went back and recruited through very reliable sources the type of team members I always have from the places I always have.
Targets are up, boys. Let's kick this off.
And we set out to try and figure out exactly who the adversarial parties were that were both interested in these laptops. And again, it was obvious to us at least who the employer was, but they were now in question, in my mind, as being part of the problem we ran into. And it became clear to me after working in this world that perhaps it wasn't this company. Perhaps there was someone in mid-level management or someone completely external that was masquerading as representatives of this company, and they liked wearing their merchandise, okay? So we came up with a plan, and I decided we're not going to ask questions down here. We're going to go to the top. So I reached out to the director of security for the particular organization and a sister organization and set up a meeting with them and went and spoke to them directly about our operation to find out which was true, because there was only two truths in my minds. Either they were complicit or they were compromised. So either their company and their chain of command was compromised, meaning the top had no idea what was going on at the bottom, or they were complicit.
So the question in your mind was this a rogue operation? What did you find? What did you find out?
Well, I found out that the people at the top claimed to know nothing about it, and they didn't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole, and they advised me to leave it alone.
Well, you don't exactly make it easy, Rick. You always picking on me, and now you got someone to kiss your ass.
Me? What about
just
you?
me?
Could you
Maybe
get more
because you're
excited to
jealous
see me fail?
because you
got
grandpa
all to yourself.
All right, cool it. I see what's happening here. You're both young, you're both unsure about your place in the universe, and you both want to be Grandpa's favorite. I can fix this. Morty, sit here. Summer, you sit here. Now listen, I know the two of you are very different from each other in a lot of ways, but you have to understand that as far as Grandpa's concerned, you're both pieces of shit. Yeah, I can prove it mathematically. Actually, let me grab my whiteboard. This has been a long time coming anyway. So in conclusion, you're both equally mercurial, overly sensitive, clingy, hysterical bird brain homunculi. And I honestly can't even tell the two of you apart half the time because I don't go by height or age. I go by amount of pain in my ass, which makes you both identical. All right, everything resolved? Everybody nice and certain about their position in my world?
Yes.
When you confronted the head of security for that unnamed private aerospace company, what was his reaction? Was he nervous?
Oh, he was nervous. And he shared concerns. Maybe I would go as far as say he had more concerns than I did. And he was at a point in his career where he didn't want to deal with this anymore. He was making changes in his career to try and distance himself. If he had any knowledge at all, it was clear he's trying to distance himself from it. He didn't want to get involved, but he did provide some advice on where we should go. If you look at the inspector general function of any organization, that is certainly a place that he recommended we go.
Now I'd like to talk about who wants to see some unclassified data, right? Let's talk about some imagery that we're getting from NASA. As Lou mentioned, I was proud to be a member of NASA's UAP Independent Study Team. We had some very common sense recommendations, one of which that I testified here in the House not too long ago, alongside the great Lou Elizondo and others, was that we need to go into the NASA archives, get the imagery, review it, make it public, and look at what we've got. This is an example that hit the internet not too long ago. Is it a Tic Tac? It's on Mars? I don't know. I'm not qualified to say, but someone should be looking at it, and we should be collecting and collating the data. Here's something that's even more interesting to me. Lunar horizon glow. This is a phenomenon that we first saw with the surveyor systems. This is, as it's named, a glow that we're seeing on the horizon of the moon. We saw it with the robotic surveyors, and what you see in the upper left-hand side are sketches that Apollo astronauts made of this phenomenon. A glowing dome, streaks of light shooting out from the lunar surface, pretty extraordinary. And then, most recently, this is my cover slide, with the Blue Ghost system, which is NASA's Commercial Lunar Payload Services program, CLPS, a wonderful public-private partnership to reach the moon. With Redwire Argus cameras, we took this image of the lunar horizon glow. What you might hear, if you go on a NASA website or talk to some in the scientific community, is that this effect is from dust that has been electrostatically charged and then levitated to create this impact. Now, again, I'm not saying one way or the other, but Dr. I should go back and give him credit. Dr. Manischew's direct job, I'm going to mess up his name, and I apologize, it's in the slides, but a wonderful professor who's been associated with the UAP Disclosure Fund and doing work on this topic, providing me these slides. And I can tell you, NASA's own research, LADI, other systems, is putting some big question marks as to even if there is enough dust to create this event, which looks unlikely, and that if dust could be electrostatically charged to cause what looks like a second sunrise. And that's not the sun, by the way, it's below the horizon. I mean, that is an extraordinary image. And by the way, when I first saw this picture, I was like, is that algae on the moon? And what you're seeing is light refraction occurring due to, I don't know what. So I don't know what this is. Is it a dome? Is it some type of natural phenomenon that we don't understand or aren't aware of? It'll tell you, definitely, it's a unidentified, anomalous phenomenon, which bears belief and bears understanding. And this is a good example, too, of even if it's a natural or prosaic phenomenon, there's something extraordinary occurring here. We should be delving into it. We should be studying it and understanding it. And on the off chance that it does turn out to be something extraordinary, I mean, we need to know what is occurring here. Additionally, here's another shot, publicly available from the NASA archives. You've seen some imagery of the triangular UAPs in the past? What's that? Debris? Satellites? That's from the moon, right? That's Apollo 17. We had that picture. Images from Apollo 17.
A few of us saw something like that last Friday.
Yeah. Extraordinary. Satellites, debris, Klingons. What is it? I don't know. Who, you know? Congressman? You know what that is? Why are we not investigating this?
Bow to the First Order, and we'll remember this as the last day of the Republic.
Too much smoke, keep coming like Canada. Don't push more hard in the room, so running from cover, I'm not gonna stamina. I'm whipping it smart, and knocks in the air, but we're gonna come for the canister. No days off, I was plotting with nothing, I'm money all over my calendar.
Recently, Ross Coulthart has come out to state he believes with high conviction that thanks to his many sources, the infamous Tic Tac encountered by Commander David Fravor of the USS Nimitz off the coast of San Diego in 2004 was Lockheed Martin's skunkworks technology. Now, regarding this controversial statement, I have zero knowledge if the Tic Tac was for sure human-made technology. I do, however, have my own framework that there are non-human Tic Tacs and human-made copy Tic Tacs, but let's entertain Ross's theory here for a moment. But remember, all this around the Nimitz is just a hypothesis. But if true, clearly ties into Castle and demonstrates instances in which human-made reverse-engineered vehicles operate within acknowledged war games or large-scale warfighter experiments, to both test on blue assets and operate in the shadows parallel to blue assets. The Nimitz here also gives us a perfect segue into the Navy. Why in the world would we discuss the Navy over USMC? Well, this is because I believe, with very strong conviction might I add, the triangular craft and team operated at the behest of the US Navy with likely cooperation or asset sharing with the US Air Force. Let me explain here, and this will shockingly tie into much of my previous work. Returning to the 1997 USMC news release detailing findings on Hunter Warrior, we can see both the Marine Corps Combat Development Center and the Center for Naval Analyses release summary of experiment findings to the Deputy Commanding General of the MCCDC. The Center for Naval Analyses, administrated by the CNA Corporation, is a Department of Defense and Navy federally funded research and development center, or FFRDC, as we will call it from here on out. If you are a longtime viewer of my channel, this is definitely old news, but if you are a new viewer to my channel, the foundation of my research points to FFRDCs and how these semi-private, government-controlled research development test and evaluation centers act as liaison between United States government/DoD and U.S. defense contractors for UFO reverse engineering and material exploitation programs, alongside their university counterparts, university-affiliated research centers, or UARCs. Such institutions, according to my work, serve as subject matter experts and provide necessary R&D work on project materials. This would in turn keep knowledge access in technology of unknown origin programs quite strict, only allowing contractor personnel with a need to know full insights into the full extent of the non-human materials on which the programs focus. The Navy employs numerous UARCs and FFRDCs. UARCs here include the Applied Physics Laboratories at Johns Hopkins and the University of Washington, as well as the Applied Research Laboratories at the University of Hawaii at Manoa, University of Texas at Austin, and Pennsylvania State University. Penn State's UARC was established in 1945 by future Penn State President Dr. Eric A. Walker. Walker is a critical figure in the research of my channel. Dr. Walker was named by physicist and consultant to the DoD Research Board as participating in 1950s UFO crash retrieval and reverse engineering programs alongside Dr. Vannevar Bush. If you want to learn more about Walker and Bush, go watch my recent Aztec video. I especially recommend that video because the Center for Naval Analyses can trace its founding to 1942's Anti-Submarine Warfare Operations Group that was formed to assist the U.S. Navy with scientific advice for finding and attacking U-boats. Of course, in the Aztec video, I devote over an hour to analyzing how and why scientists involved with anti-submarine technology and warfare working under Vannevar Bush's Office of Scientific Research and Development served as primary sources to details and findings on the 25 March 1948 crashed 99.9-foot disk at Aztec, New Mexico. A connection I never in a million years would have thought to make to Castle in this video, but here we are. You will find nothing publicly connecting the Center for Naval Analyses to UFO Legacy Program operations. These connections only exist in the words of my sources to me, so take that for what you will. But why in the world would a naval FFRDC publish findings on Hunter Warrior? Was this for a good old-fashioned corporate reporting write-up, or, in my opinion, a secondary report created by a tendril of the naval involvement in UFO Legacy Program operations that could easily backchannel USAP/CAP data, reports, and results of ARV applications alongside Blue assets back to the Navy while avoiding the Marine chain of command? Well, as it turns out, the US Navy was integral to Hunter Warrior, but not in a majorly acknowledged fashion. In 1995, Vice Admiral Robert Spain, then commander of Naval Air Force Pacific, detailed the possibility of getting Naval Carrier Tactical Aviation involved in supporting troops ashore in a December 95 report titled, quote, "An operational examination of sea-based aerial fire support for engaged troops," end quote. This proposed a new mission involving different training procedures and employment concepts for aircrews operating from aircraft carriers in close concert with ground forces in a non-linear battlefield. At the behest of Admiral J. Johnson, Chief of Naval Operations, in late 1996, General Charles Krulak, commander of the Marine Corps, quote, requested that Commander Naval Strike Air Warfare Center Fallon, Nevada, assemble aircrews from Fallon and Naval Air Station Lemoore, California, to explore the Hunter Air concept during Hunter Warrior, which evaluated a wide variety of technologies and evolutionary tactics, end quote.
Now, for the first time on American television, startling footage obtained from our Russian sources showing the unidentified craft that may have destroyed Phobos.
In 1989, the sudden disappearance of Phobos 2 had ominous overtones. Now, Russian officials close to the space program feel free to offer their own theories about the satellite's demise.
Phobos 2 was supposed to enter the Martian sky and descend to an altitude of 15 meters. Phobos 2 was sending back pictures, as usual when suddenly the last picture from Phobos arrived. On that picture you could see Phobos, the Martian moon, and an oblong-shaped object. The object cast a passing shadow on Mars, and then Phobos 2 disappeared.
Scientists from around the world have studied the last photograph transmitted by Phobos 2. The oblong image shown here has been estimated to be at least 25 kilometers in length, nearly 13 miles long. Many believe that Phobos 2 photographed an immense alien craft.
And what I would ask of our brave members of Congress over here is, again, with relatively little effort and money, we should be leveraging AI and ML to go into the NASA archive, so much of this has been digitized, more every day, and conduct a review of what's publicly available on UAP. We spend so much time here, and justifiably so, talking about classified material, what's being hidden. Yet there is a treasure trove of data that, if not a smoking gun, certainly is fascinating and worth looking at and applying the scientific method to. And these images that you're seeing here, and here's more. Another UAP from Apollo, more of potentially Stonehenge, strange structures on the moon, lunar anomalies that look like Buddhist temples. And I'm not saying necessarily all of these have extraordinary explanations. Maybe some of them don't, maybe some of them do. But it certainly is worth the effort to investigate. And we're not doing that right now. Why? Because of the stigma, this pernicious stigma that prevents us from tackling it. And sir, that's where we're going to need your help. I have many friends at NASA that are interested in this topic, fascinated by it, want to delve into it, but they need top cover.
I got started working on this actually in this office. There was a knock at the door, and two individuals who represented themselves as being with the CIA and an aerospace company came to me and asked for my help. They had data of military personnel, intelligence officials, and others associated with the Department of Defense who had direct interactions with UAP, and because of that direct interaction, suffered some kind of medical harm. They wanted my help to look at the so-called inflammatory secondary events that might be measured in the blood. Anything from the horrific burns that I've seen on some of the individuals that leads to secondary problems with autoimmune diseases and sclerosis, etc. And then the internal scarring that I've seen on some individuals. These people had scarring inside of their bodies and inside of their brains. And you have to think about it, you know, if you get too close to the back end of a jet engine, or for instance, if you get too close to the transformer system that's just powering your neighborhood, there's energy coming out of those things. I mean, those are just human technologies. Now imagine you've got something which is a more advanced technology, which is generating some kind of field that allows these objects to move. You could imagine if you get too close to it, you're going to get harmed.
I spent 10 years as an intelligence officer for the Navy, and before that, 6 years as Air Force intelligence. And I spent time on the UAP task force. I'm one of the intelligence officials that has experienced biological effects of encountering UAP. Since my first encounter, I've observed other craft, orbs, we'll call it exotic energy fields. Unfortunately, those of us who have investigated it, we become part of the investigation or investigated. The population had about a 25% mortality rate within 7 years of having an interaction. Probably important that the public understands that this is more than just an aerial phenomena.
When you have an anecdote that is accompanied by medical data, that's something that I can hand to another scientist, another doctor, and say, here it is, you explain it. We can argue about what the conclusion is, but we can't argue that the data is real.
We received an alarm at our closest missile site. There was an object directly above that ICBM nuclear missile, right on top of the blast door. No noise, no sound whatsoever, and it looked like a mini sun sitting in the air. It was the size of a super Walmart building. Not just a Walmart, I mean a super Walmart. This thing was gargantuan. And how it could suspend itself was just completely unnatural to what we know of as anything that can fly or hover.
The captain was just looking up with his mouth open, and I look up and I see this object right over the missile launch tube. Multifaceted, matte, black, finished, an oddly shaped diamond. Absolutely silent, made no noise. There was no means of propulsion, 50 feet up in the air, sitting absolutely still. And it was amazing. And we kind of looked at one another, and we were just human beings witnessing something extraordinary. And while we're watching this thing, it went from dead still, and it shot off toward the horizon and was gone. Absolutely instant acceleration.
We had 60 cameras so that the engineers at Boeing and Douglas could see every millisecond of the ignition. The missile in question that we photographed was an Atlas D, carrying, as part of an experiment, a dummy nuclear warhead. As it was flying along, the warhead, the chaff, something else entered the frame. It sent a beam of light and hit the warhead, flew up like this, shot another beam of light down at the warhead, went like this, shot another beam of light at the warhead, went under here, shot a beam of light at the warhead, and then flew out the way it had come in. All the while, everything in our frame was moving along at 8,000 to 9,000 miles an hour. There's nothing of ours that could have done that. Could have done that.
There was this red-orange light hovering above the front gate. It was about 40 feet in diameter, it sort of oval shaped. And each missile was announcing guidance and control system failure. Our missiles were starting to go down, so we had all 10 of them go down. Within the span of 8 days, we lost 20 nuclear missiles to UFOs.
USS Stennis identified.
5 clicks. West of the Gulf, we got ourselves an alien remodeling a pyramid.
One hopes a prototype weapon called a railgun.
That's classified.
Talk to me about classified, all right?
Time to be ready.
That's weapon!
25.7 meters above sea level, 2932 north.
Kill track 52055.
Target acquired.
Killing track. 2, 1, fire.
Corroborated his story, at least vouched for him, are clearly high-quality witnesses that are saying the exact same thing. So unless somebody's writing some extraordinary fan fiction for who knows what end,
including Michael Herrera and his testimony, we have Roderick Castle and his testimony, Randy Anderson, his testimony, Stephen Digna, and others, 3 others, all saying similar things to what the witnesses today have said, and I would like to enter that into the record as well.
No objection.
Thank you.
Your government now wants you to know one truth, and that truth is that UFOs are real. They've already done told you. Sometimes when you want somebody to know a truth, it's so you can set them up to believe a lie. And that's coming. I have 0 doubt. That lie is coming.
What is the lie?
Specifically, you want me to say it right now, for real? Real? On camera? To be put in the show?
Yes.
Okay. Problem with that. If we tell the lie before it's told, they can adapt. That wouldn't be wise. I'll tell you privately, but I would really think about if you want to put this in your show. For real. That's a real thing I'm telling you. So will you think about it before putting it in your show?
Absolutely.
Okay. So UFOs are real, and they've been here a long time, and that's the truth. But the lie is coming. All indications, like all of them, is that that lie is going to be that there is a craft slowly making its way to us here on Earth. And that is the lie they're going to want you to believe. It's nuanced, how they explain that, the nature of that threat. But that 100% is the lie you are going to be told. You even got a date. People have been whispering a date for a long time now. I know where that lie comes from. I know specifically what document from the 70s initiated the idea of that lie. A classified document. That is the lie you will be told. You're going to be told that there is a craft on its way to Earth. That's the lie. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I sent you 2 texts today with a year. Not from me. Nope. I'm not going to propagate that lie. Not going to be part of it. Not going to say it to the camera. Everybody knows. Just start paying attention. And they'll change the date, especially if they see this. Things will change. Because maybe I'm trustworthy. Maybe I'm worthy of your trust. Maybe I've told you the truth the whole way through it. Now you can verify it. If that's the case, then I'm fucking dangerous. You've been told the truth about UFOs for a long time now. It's been pretty orchestrated. It's been pretty clear. And it's using people that are telling the truth and want to tell the truth. ultimately, they want you to know something. They want you to know UFOs are real. Thank God we're finally there. We're all there now. They want you to know the truth. But why they want you to know that truth now? Hope I'm wrong, but it's terrifying. Think about it. Maybe it's good to get ahead of it. Call it out now before they do it. I'll be called crazy. That's okay.
Out of 1,800 military reports, 1,800 in just the last few years. Some of those are iPhone videos, so I don't think there's a big sources and methods issue there.
And my question to him was, what's TSSCI about these? They're an iPhone literally off the vacapes. That's not TSSCI. So they're overclassified, and as soon as they do that, they go in a vault, and then you all have to look for them.
Yeah, so with the overclassification, that may be...
Been not encouraging reporting. If the problem is not something that can be measured, it's not something that's going to be fixed.
Okay, very good.
About a year ago, I was touring a facility with a pretty senior government official. We went by a certain hangar, and they said, yeah, that's, you know, a company leases that out. We don't really know what's going on in there. We have no way of knowing what's going on in there. And there was a few of those, in fact, while we were driving around this facility.
What is the Maury Island incident for people that aren't aware? That there was actually more than one UFO incident in 1947.
Right. We always think of Roswell when we think of 47, but Roswell happened just slightly later. Initially, it was Kenneth Arnold. He was a pilot. I think he was with the Civil Air Patrol at the time, and he was flying some mission out in the Pacific Northwest in the Rockies, and he sees a flight of weird craft going at impossible speeds, and he describes them like saucers flying, you know, dipping over skimming over the water, which gave rise to the flying saucer scenario. But his description of it was sort of a wing-shaped craft with a sort of a bite out of the end of it, the way he drew it, which is closer to the Horton design, which is a whole other story we can get into.
Yeah.
But anyway, so he came up with the idea of the flying saucer. He was the person who started the terminology inadvertently.
To understand Roswell, you need to understand the end of World War II. As the Allies advanced through Europe, they started to find secret German aircraft in the facilities they were capturing. The Americans also captured German test pilots. Many of these Luftwaffe pilots were sent to the American concentration camp, POW camp for Germans, at Fort Bliss in Texas. These Luftwaffe pilots were given a deal. Their family would be given amnesty if they worked with the Americans in a group called Watson's Whizzers. At the end of the war, this group of pilots was sent throughout Europe to take the German secret aircraft that were captured and fly them back to Cherbourg, France, where they were loaded onto an aircraft carrier called the HMS Reaper and brought to New Jersey. This was an early part of Operation Paperclip, where they brought over German scientists and gave them lives here in America so they could build our military-industrial complex. Specifically, this was called Operation Lusty for Luftwaffe Secret Technology, and the naval portion of it was called Operation Seahorse. But I think the most interesting planes that made it over and then disappeared were the Horton Flying Wings. These flying wings, built by the Horton brothers starting in the 1930s, could blow the doors off anything that we had. Within the White Sands Proving Grounds, there is a facility called the Northrop Strip. This airstrip was mysteriously built in the 1940s and kept off maps until the 1960s, and the backstory of it is sus as fuck. The craziest anomaly here is that this unknown Army airfield had some of, if not the longest runways in the world. This website by an aviation historian states that the Northrop Strip wasn't even being shown on aviation sectional charts in 1961, that the earliest time it shows up is the June 1965 Roswell sectional chart, and that the airfield is noted as having a 32,000-foot-long unpaved runway. With the infamous Area 51, it's often touted as having the world's longest runway, and that runway is also 6 miles long. So I'll ask you, what the hell were they flying in the 1940s that required a 6-mile-long airstrip? Oh, and it doesn't have just one airstrip, it has two. One goes north-south and the other goes east-west. And when you see where the east-west runway from this airfield is pointed, it'll all click. As we pull out on the map of the Northrop Strip, we see that 100 miles away in a direct straight line is the location of the Roswell crash. This is the Horton 10 from 1944, a triangular design with a forward cockpit, and it looks suspiciously like the later reportings of the design of the craft from Roswell.
And so my hypothesis is that we are in a period of preparation involving horrendous psychological warfare and social engineering by a deeply entrenched fascist elite that controls the American deep state.
About Nazis, when you think about Nazis, it's Inglourious Bastards or something.
Right.
They're the bad guys and we're the good guys.
Yeah.
And it's like the West created that Frankenstein and set it loose so they could be the saviors and get the villagers to go burn down Frankenstein Castle.
Yeah.
And so it's the same thing. Oh, are you for Iran? No, I hate those mullahs. But who put them in there? See, it's a fact.
Yeah.
And it's the same story over and over and over and over and over again. But he's got his first cousins over there. That's the king of France, and they're basically just going to have a war to unify their countries and stop their own uprisings.
Right.
And there are so many famous letters from the different wars that they had, where they're like, "We're having uprisings, cousins. Time for a war."
The Ahnenerbe brought in specialists in the occult, non-traditional, and paranormal knowledge in order to achieve a breakthrough in an area where their opponents would not be competent.
Who controls the British crown? Who keeps the metric system down? We do. We do. Who leaves Atlantis off the maps? Who keeps the Martians under wraps? We do. We do. Who holds back the electric car? We do. We
Actually, the SS were after very specific knowledge. Studies were carried out concerning the paranormal abilities of employees of the Ahnenerbe. The results were recorded on personal files. When the war started, officers with these paranormal abilities, along with others who displayed paranormal skills, were merged into a single Ahnenerbe department. Unfortunately, there are no records on what this department was working on.
What would you say to people who might say, there's no way a secret like this could have been kept for so long? I mean,
yeah.
Do you know how long the program's been doing, the
I
psionics?
would say, I'm sorry, get over it. I don't know what else to tell you.
So it can be kept. A secret can be kept.
Oh, yeah. Secrets, there are lots of secrets.
Because they're feudalist, greedy, hateful, demonic, trash. And you don't hate them enough. And you don't support the people fighting for you enough. I'm not saying that to everybody, but in general, you don't detest these people enough, and you don't love the people fighting for you enough. Because if you loved yourself, you would understand these people have a predatory hatred of you and your family. Just look at them. Look at Keir Starmer. Look at Macron. Look at these people. Look at Hillary Clinton. Just look at them. Look at George Soros. Look at Alexander Soros. Look! Their actions are pure evil, and they look like serial killers or something, because they are. Did you let Alexander Soros babysit your daughter or son? Married to Uba Abedin, the pedo handler for Wiener? These some bad hombres. El Diablo. That's the bad man right there. Your cells know that's an enemy. Your skin crawls. And they know your skin crawls. They hate themselves and they hate you. They're projecting their hatred of themselves onto you. Well, guess what? I love myself and I love you. I love you. They hate you. Now start loving yourself or start being a slave. God, it's so simple.
Your knowledge, can you name the country and around time frame that the first back engineered UAP program started?
Ma'am, unfortunately, I would not be able to have that conversation in public.
Can anyone on the panel name that?
I cannot.
None of you?
So let me briefly summarize the implications of what you're saying. Aliens are real.
So I would like to know, unfortunately, we got to get really specific with the semantics, okay? So what do you mean by alien?
Do you feel, based off of your experience and the information that you've been privy to, that these UAPs provide an existential threat to the national security of the United States? Mr. Graves?
Potentially.
Yes, sir, potentially. Same answer, potentially.
I'd say definitely, potentially.
Mr. Graves and Fravor, in the event that your encounters have become hostile, would you have had the capability to defend yourself, your crew, your aircraft?
I'm hungry.
Face me!
What the fuck?
Face me, foul demon! You killed my father!
That's a crab. I'm gonna eat that.
Prepare to meet your death!
Just a quick nibble before I go.
Get that off me! What the fuck?
Absolutely not.
Sir?
No.
So, like, one of the realizations early on was that nuclear weapon testing, atomic weapon testing has a ripple effect that can down these things.
For the last 23 years, SpongeBob SquarePants has infiltrated the hearts and minds of children and adults all over the world. Its legacy includes hundreds of episodes, made-for-TV movies, feature films, and even a live Broadway musical. But many believe that the funny little characters who call Bikini Bottom home are not merely products of one man's innocent imagination, but instead born from something much, much darker. Nuclear war. The basis of this theory is the claim that the region of the ocean SpongeBob takes place in, Bikini Bottom, is based on Bikini Atoll, a real group of islands housed within the Marshall Islands, which were used for nuclear testing in the 1940s and 50s. But was this always the intention of the creator? Or is it simply a f***ed up fan theory?
Which is one of the things that they did in the 1950s in particular.
Yeah, and so they started doing it.
Yeah.
To like shoot fish in a barrel, basically.
They did it on purpose?
Yeah. And so did Russia.
That's why they were doing it?
Yeah, and then Russia started doing it.
No.
Yeah.
Is, based off of the information that you've been privy to, is there any indication that these UAPs are interested in our nuclear technology and capabilities?
Yes.
By external observation, sure, that could be a fair assessment, yeah.
Yes.
Oh man, this guy is tough. I should probably come back later once I've upgraded my...
Thou art a foul, cowardly, maidenless knave. You saw as I did. You saw the health bar move. It can bleed. It can die.
But I'm only level 1. I haven't even upgraded my...
Thou must get good.
Is there any indication that the Department of Energy is involved in UAP data collection and housing?
I don't have an answer.
I can't confirm or deny that in public setting. And could you do it in a secure setting? Yes. Mr. Fravor?
No, I don't know.
And all the evidence and the reporting, at the end of the day, he just couldn't process it. He looked at me and he literally asked, how are those Miami Dolphins doing this season?
Speaking Esperanto, this shit ain't nothing to me, man. We out here cloud seeding, the scope gleaming. You can't trust me. I don't even trust myself. I don't know who I am anymore. I'm getting too much money. I'll fucking kill you. Call that pussy the Matrix, because I'm in this bitch and I can't get out.
This is the grand plan, the master's grand plan for harvesting the nations, for harvesting the multitudes of the earth into his cause, just before the close of the great controversy between the forces of good and evil. So we continued, after we expressed ourselves that we're deeply interested to know more about the activities of the spirits. And he said it's going to be done in a unique manner. This grand plan is going to take people are going to eat the stuff. Because he says spirits, demon spirits, will declare themselves to be inhabitants of far distant planets in the galaxies that are coming to warn the inhabitants of planet Earth of the impending destruction of the planet, unless something seriously proper is done to avoid it. That the spirits will show themselves willing to give valuable guidance that will not only help people avoid the destruction of the planet, but it will cause them to enter into a higher state of existence. For instance, he said their spirits will promise, and this is a big word, promise, that if their recommendations are followed carefully, they will usher in a glorious new age of peace and prosperity, and there'll be, there'll be no more wars, see? There'll be no more famines. There'll be no more people getting unhappy with one another. Neighbors will love neighbor, and social unrest will not take place no more. There'll be perfect happiness for 1,000 years. That's what the Spirit is going to promise.
So that's when Crowley is like, whoa, I remember this from an astral working in 1911, where I met this wizard called Abel Dees. And he said when he was with Abel Dees made him find an egg beneath a palm tree. So everything goes back to this egg imagery of this idea that the egg is connected to these entities.
Brother, may I have some oats? No. I am starving, brother. As am I, brother. The tall, skinny figure has thrown the oats at me. Me, brother. I believe they have taken a liking to me. No, brother. I have seen this before. I have observed many things. From the roaring beast that the tall, skinny figures crawl in sight of to travel far beyond the horizon, to how the figure wept when the other had fallen into a deep sleep. And from my experiences, I have learned that they will give extra oats to one of us before taking them into the shed of no return. They will do terrible things in that shed, brother. Lies! That shed is where the chosen ones go to dine with our tall, skinny gods. You are a fool, brother, and you shall be left behind in the mud with your backwards ideas. No, brother! You must believe me. Share with me the oats, and you shall not reach the desired girth for the tall, skinny ones. They will spare your life, brother. Aha! So this was all a plan to steal my oats. You truly are despicable, brother. I will not trust your lies.
They've crossed the line.
You crossed the line first, sir. You squeezed them, you hammered them to the point of desperation. And in that desperation, they turned to a man they didn't fully understand.
Criminals aren't complicated, Alfred. We just need to figure out what he's after.
With respect, Master Wayne, perhaps this is a man you don't fully understand either.
If this watch breaks, the foreign exchange market will take a 28% hit. People will die. My diamonds come from the most horrific situations possible. Slurping a quick release perk off the plate like a pinto bean.
So we went looking for the stones. But in 6 months, we never met anyone who traded with him. One day, I saw a child playing with a ruby the size of a tangerine. The bandit had been throwing them away.
So why steal them?
Well, because he thought it was good sport. Because some men aren't looking for anything logical, like money. They can't be bought, bullied, reasoned, or negotiated with. Some men just want to watch the world burn.
A video found in the recent Epstein Files dump shows Jeffrey sitting in front of a webcam. And in a doorway in the background, we see some sort of humanoid entity. It has a large bulbous head, and it's standing in the doorway of a room. It's not a static figure, because as you can see, it moves toward the end of the video. It has a humanoid body, but a large bulbous head. The video's grainy, so it's hard to make out any other features, but some people claim to see large eyes as well.
72% of them had at least one living parent. They weren't orphans, they were taken. Their names were changed, their records destroyed. They were displayed at train stations and then chosen by families. And then we're just told to forget everything about where they come from. So to put that together, foundling hospitals funded by elite with fertility goddesses on their seals, a secret fraternity running the orphanages, thousands of postcards advertising babies for sale, incubators modeled on chicken hatcheries at world fairs, the first movie ever made is about producing and selling babies, and 200,000 children were shipped across the continent with their identities erased? Now look at what I just showed you in these documents. Shell companies declaring DNA analysis, CRISPR gene editing, fertility doctors, egg harvesting, AI processing, forced pregnancies, babies taken, women trafficked through international pipelines and brought to genetics meetings, and $167 million routed through one man's shell company to a Rothschild bank? The same banking dynasty that's been at the center of European finance since the founding hospitals were built. The same operation, different century. The only thing that changed is the technology. Okay, so I showed you what I found, but that was just from 44,000 documents in the database that I was using. There are 3.5 million pages in the full DOJ release. What I showed you today is just what one person found in 1 week. There's so much more, and there are a lot of open threads. Nobody on YouTube has gone through the documents like this. Tucker said that nobody has gone into the genetics methodically. I just did. And this is just the surface. This whole thing is way older than Jeffrey Epstein. Let me pull the thread. 1868, the Zodiac Club is founded. 12 seats, Rothschild, JP Morgan, the architects of the Federal Reserve. 1985, Les Wexner tells New York Magazine he's lived with a demon since boyhood. 2003, Epstein and Maxwell have a private audience with the Pope. 2007, Epstein purchases Aleister Crowley's sex magic books, The Aeon of the Child. 2010, he asks for help continuing an old school secret society. Gets invited to the Zodiac Club. His advisor offers to hack Google. He pays in wire transfer. 2011, he designs a 4-level harem modeled on the Ottoman Palace, the same email thread as a dinner with every tech billionaire alive. 2013, the creator of the world's most famous humanoid robot, an active member of Aleister Crowley's OTO, pitches Epstein a $3 million lab for mind uploading, and a robo-Epstein. 2014, Marina Abramovich performs for Larry Page, Elon Musk, and Epstein. 2015, a quantum computing scientist proposes new Rosicrucianism, a private intelligence agency, and experiments on the island. Epstein forwards it in 28 minutes. The reply? A shadow academy, media manipulation, psychedelic retreats for global influence, and things he wouldn't put in an email. 2017, a man with connections to Washington presents Epstein with Islam's holiest cloth, the kiswa, during a political meeting about Yemen. His island dome was proportioned using the golden ratio. His temple had the pillars of Solomon. His doorways were built so people couldn't leave. His files had a classified intelligence document. And when the US attorney asked why he got the lightest deal in federal history, the answer was, he belonged to intelligence. Everything I just told you has a document number. Part 1 was what Epstein was building, the genetics, the baby farms, the egg doctor. Part 2 is the secret societies, the occult, and the control system that protected it. Part 3 goes into the consciousness network. We haven't touched the psychic experiments, the remote viewing, or the scientists studying how trauma unlocks telepathy in children. We haven't even scratched the surface. But that's part 3. Thanks for watching, and all we can hope is that our minds may be unveiled.
Crowley described Lam in his book, The Way. Lam is the Tibetan word for way or path, and Lama is he who goeth, the specific title of the gods of Egypt, the treader of the path. In Buddhistic phraseology, its numerical value is 71, the number of this book. Interestingly, Crowley illustrated the being as looking frighteningly close to our modern depiction of the Greys that are described by many as being demonic in origin. It could be that our idea of extraterrestrials and demonic entities could all be some ancient interdimensional beings. Maybe it's not such a coincidence that the Lam entity was co-opted and fictionalized into Lovecraftian lore as the avatar of Nyarlathotep. Years later, between 1945 and 1946, Jack Parsons performed ritual after ritual for months during his own effort to conjure an interdimensional being, a practice which he referred to as Babylon working, using his own blood and other bodily fluids in order to then birth what he called a moon Moonchild. He chanted in the Enochian tongue, developed by 16th century alchemist John Dee, and drew pentagrams in the air. A few years before his death, Parsons had written to Crowley, "Babylon is incarnate on the earth today, awaiting the proper hour of her manifestation. And in that day, my work will be accomplished, and I will then be blown away upon the breath of the fire." On June 17th, 1952, Parsons' laboratory exploded, ending his life. Theorists claim that it was Parsons' rituals in 1948 who widened the tear in between dimensions, originally made by Crowley in 1918. It was soon after this that people worldwide began seeing grays, and when the UFO phenomenon really took hold. It's interesting that Crowley and Parsons saw these entities as interdimensional, and that's also how the Area 51 caller described them. On August 25th, 2014, a YouTube channel called Martian Archaeology uploaded a video exposing photos pulled from Google Earth seeming to show an obelisk, pyramid, and Eye of Horus or Eye of Ra being constructed at Area 51. Though not all of the satellite pictures show the coordinates, comparing them to publicly available pictures of the surface of one site in Area 51 does confirm the sites match up. The first images show a massive black obelisk. The obelisk belongs to the early Egyptian creation story and represent the pillar that lifts the Ben stone out of the primordial water. Obelisks were usually placed side by side at temple entrances to represent the portal between the physical and non-physical universe, and later in the religious concepts as the entrance between the body and soul. The earliest obelisks were known as Ben stones. They were rough-hewn and truncated, but they were tipped off by the pyramid shape, which distinguishes obelisks from other monumental columns. The spirit of the sun god was supposed to enter the stones at certain periods, and on those occasions, human sacrifices were offered to it. One user on Reddit said, "The tower is actually a high-fidelity radar array that can track hummingbird-sized objects," but he spelled array wrong, so I don't know. He also claimed, "The pyramid-like structure is a special weapons bunker. It is an advanced Air Force base after all. The Eye of Horus is actually a maintenance building. The Eye of Horus and the Eye of Ra hold different meanings, but we constantly see the Eye of Providence, which is usually depicted like this, with a triangle surrounding it across all forms of media, money, and seems to be a very important symbol to those in control." When researching why one of the most secretive military locations in the world would be using this symbolism, I came across an interesting theory. The theory was about that precursor to the space agency that the frantic caller had been talking about.
Line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes.
Hi. I don't have a whole lot of time.
Well, look, let's begin by finding out whether you're using this line properly or not.
Area 51.
Yeah, that's right. Were you an employee or are you now?
A former employee.
Former employee.
I was let go on a medical discharge about a week ago, and I've kind of been running across the country. Oh man, I don't know where to start. They're gonna they'll triangulate on this position really soon.
So you can't spend a lot of time on the phone. So give us something quick.
Okay. Okay. What we're thinking of as aliens, Art, they're extra-dimensional beings that an earlier precursor of the space program made contact with. They are not what they claim to be. They have infiltrated a lot of aspects of the military establishment, particularly the Area 51. The disasters that are coming, the military, I'm sorry, the government knows about them, and there's a lot of safe areas in this world that they could begin moving the population to now, Art.
But they're not doing anything.
They are not. They want the major population centers wiped out so that the few that are left will be more easily controllable.
Discharge.
I started getting...
Mr. Schellenberger, I'm going to say it again to be very clear. Immaculate Constellation. What's its mission and how are they funded?
It's an unacknowledged special access program. Its mission is to document UAPs.
Okay, and would they have included non-government employees, people that aren't employed by the government?
I'm comfortable saying that these are government or previously government employees.
Any of them currently employed by a private contractor or private contractors?
I'd rather not say.
Okay.
100%.
What are they?
Unfortunately, sir, I would have to have that conversation in a closed session.
I know you said that, and a lot of people are frustrated with those kind of answers, but we're asking those kind of questions so you all know what the heck we're up against.
And very unfortunate, some of the tactics they use to hurt me both professionally and personally, to be quite frank. Yeah.
It's very unfortunate. As they say, when you're off the target, that's when they do the most firing at you. Do you have any personal knowledge of people who have been harmed or injured in efforts to cover up or conceal these extraterrestrial technology?
Yes. Personally.
Have anyone been murdered that you would think, that you know of or have heard of, I guess?
I have to be careful asking that question. I directed people with that knowledge to the appropriate authorities.
Maybe in a, if we could get in a confidential area of SCIF, we could talk about that. But unfortunately, we were denied access to the SCIF, and that's very unfortunate in this scenario.
I remember one evening, I was sitting with my wife on the front porch, and I received a call. I recognized the voice of a friend of mine, and he happened to be one of the staffers on the Hill, and he was very shooken up and said, listen, we had a very interesting meeting on the Hill, and an extremely senior person in the U.S. government, in the intelligence community, told Congress, for the record, that there was a committee of 27 individuals, and I'm not going to go into code names here, that were mulling over the idea of using extreme measures to silence David and myself. Kill us. Now people say, oh, come on, that's conspiracy. No, it's not. We have done it before. Under certain circumstances, we have killed Americans without due process. If they are a clear and present national security threat, we can kill Americans. Now, it's not done very often, but we can. Without a fair trial, they just disappear, right? So here I am. If I wind up in a month from now floating in the Potomac somewhere, you know what happened. You know what happened. This is the truth. What else you want to know?
I have been a victim of this UFO hate group. Some of you who may be new subscribers just don't know this. But when I first started, they came after me hard and they doxed me. Yes, they doxed me and they made up accusations about me. The worst possible things you could say about a human being. I mean, I can't even repeat them, right? Because they just throw shit at the wall and see what sticks, right? It's horrific. And the interesting thing is that it only happens with Lou Elizondo fans. This doesn't happen with Jeremy Corbell fans, George Knapp, Ross Coulthart, even Stephen Greer. Any of these people, you can talk about them and they don't start doxing you and threatening you and harassing you. It's absolutely insane.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
We appreciate that, Lou. We do. And for all the people who have been attacking you, me, and Thomas all this time, they're going down, brother. That's
you know what? Those days are numbered. And you and I both know who they are. Look, we've been doing this for a long time, and we know exactly who these guys are and these gals are. The funny thing about that type of behavior, it usually self-corrects. They usually wind up taking care of themselves over time. So,
what else you want to know?
There's footage and records of objects in the skies that we don't know exactly what they are.
What's your viewpoint on what these objects that seem to defy all laws of physics are?
Well, first of all, that's a legitimate question now. There are lots of mysteries out there. It should keep us humble. There's a lot of stuff we don't know.
Some type of phenomenon that is the result of something that we don't yet understand, and that could involve some type of activity that some might say constitutes a different form of life.
Why do you call it the Predator?
It's a nickname. Well, the data suggests that it tracks its prey, exploits weakness, seems to, well, enjoy it, like a game.
That's not a predator, that's a sports hunter.
Sorry?
A predator kills its prey to survive, and what you're describing is more like a bass fisherman.
Well, we took a vote. Predator's cooler, right? Fuck yeah.
The other things that I didn't include in the film, Joe, it's bonkers to think about. All of the intelligence officials who actually investigated this for the government, like the people involved in OSAP and ATIP and UAP Task Force, they all started having activity at their homes when they were investigating non-human intelligent life.
Like
and
what kind of activity?
Orbs in their houses, orbs interacting with their family, causing medical issues for family members, family members ending up in the hospital due to orb activity. Like
what issues due to orb activity?
One of the senior intelligence officials that I spoke to, and I'll let him tell his own story when he's ready, but son got extremely impacted by an orb, black and blue over his whole body, had to go to the hospital, looked like someone took a bat to his chest. I didn't include this in the film, this section, because I feel like when you get into the stuff happening in people's houses, I think it's a bridge too far for a lot of people, and you got to like set the table with the base facts first, which is what my film does, and then they can open their minds to these other things. But what I found really interesting is when I would do these interviews with people and they would all talk about this activity they started having at their houses that in some cases caused medical issues, it was all after they started looking into non-human intelligent life. And I thought that was really interesting and almost implies like a human level of thinking, you know?
Right, or maybe some attempt to make contact.
Yeah,
you know, there was a guy that I interviewed at Skinwalker Ranch who lived outside of the ranch who had an orb experience. And I talked to a few people there that were clearly out of their fucking mind and maybe on meth. But a few people that seemed pretty credible, and this guy was the most. Just a regular guy with a regular job, interesting guy, cool to talk to. He said that he's had a few weird sightings, but the weirdest one was one day in his home, this orb that was like larger than a softball, he said, but came flying into his house and was in the living room with him, and it was interacting with him. And then it flew down the hallway and flew right through the walls.
Yeah.
And disappeared. But he said it interacted with him.
Yeah.
Like it was in front of him, like letting him know that it's there.
Almost some people say almost in a playful way.
Yeah.
And I've heard about this orb activity in intelligence officials' houses like more times than I can remember, countless times. And the journey of this movie, I not only got to know a lot of these intelligence officials very well, but like went and spent time with their wives, with their kids, with them together. And when you see like a wife completing a husband's sentence, like they're telling you what they experienced together, it's bonkers, man. It's wild. It's like, holy shit, this happened, you know?
Yeah.
And then when you hear their kids talk about it separately, and you're like, that's literally word for word what, like, you guys are all experiencing the same thing.
He went out the door and then slowly walked backwards because there was an orange sphere that had landed right next to his trailer home, or it was just above a few inches above the ground. The ranch owner, a manager, told me about an incident she was having with a stick man, literally black stick man, who would appear in the living room, come over to the dining room table we were all sitting around at the time when I visited and Bob visited, and just look over people's shoulder. It had no interaction, was not frightening other than if you saw a stick man next to you, but took no action. It seemed to be curious about what are these people doing sitting around a table.
You send investigators there. They have this hitchhiker experience. It follows them home. It spreads through their families. The fact that these people, like PhD scientists, seasoned intelligence officials who go to the ranch and have these experiences, see werewolves, Bigfoot type thing, that can't be comfortable for them to admit what they saw because it sounds so crazy. And it's so easy for critics of OSAP to say exactly what people like at Arrow have said. Oh, it's a ghost hunt. It's werewolves. It's goofy. Ha, ha, ha.
It's easy to say it, isn't it?
It leads, right? You follow the evidence.
Yes, you got to have nerves of steel and And I can tell you, not everything has come out. Well, George, you know that there are other locations other than the ranch.
Are there any that jump out at you that you'd like to share with our audience on this program, UFO in particular?
There are 3 cases where there was close-up observation. There was the one in Kansas where the teenagers and a police officer both took a picture of a high-altitude black triangle. And then the kids were, not kids, young adults were very surprised of seeing a large black triangle come over the trees where they were waiting to be picked up by their parents. And that triangle suddenly backing up, which is an unusual maneuver, and then proceeding ahead in this blinking out of existence, clearly not flying off quickly. That's been seen too. Just blink out of existence. And then for all of the young adults having achieved electronic countermeasure status, they're knocking out computers, creating fires uncontrollably, but still nevertheless doing that, knocking out car batteries. There was that case, but having the picture from the police officer showing a black triangle with non-B2 lighting, that was interesting reality check. But 6 witnesses saying they saw the same thing, but even they couldn't understand at their young age, why would the military have a triangular UFO with 100 Christmas lights on it? It didn't literally have Christmas lights, but it had what appeared to be projecting white light beams coming down that didn't project. They could clearly see and detect their eyes, the photons coming down. It was shining down, but it was never hitting the ground. It was not lighting up the ground. Another one was the Georgia case, where the fella inadvertently not inadvertently, he deliberately fired at a black triangle, a 1,000,000 candle spotlight, and it immediately fired back a radiation beam. And he got tumors from it. That was one of our more intense medical cases. And then the California case where bass investigators saw a craft on the ground. Those are the 3 that stand out for me.
The giant triangle with Christmas lights. I don't know if you recall, Hunt for the Skinwalker had a case very much similar to that over the ranch. Smaller, it's not as big as this, but it looked like a stealth fighter with Christmas lights around it. And
actual red, white, and blue lights. Yeah, this one were just white lights, but it was like having so many lights seemed to make no purpose.
You said that photo is online somewhere. It's findable then.
Yeah, the one in Kansas is online somewhere. We have it in one of the documents too. I don't know if
Man, I got to tell you, I took a report from a guy from a critical infrastructure facility who saw a disc. The guy does not want to go public. He is high kind of, I guess, ranking in his job, but gave me a full documented disclosure of what happened at one of his bases. And it was a disc that came down, looked like a star. It was wobbling. He's walking to his car. The disc drops down right over this, I'll say, energy facility, like a very critical part of the energy facility, had this golden hue, almost felt sentient. Where have we heard this before? From like everybody, from Dylan and so on. But, it had this gold wash. It's a very dramatic thing that I'll talk about in detail at another time. Hopefully we can get the person to come forward at some later date in his future when he's retired. But here's the kicker. So he has this first time ever UFO encounter of a hard physical disc that comes over a sensitive installation, critical infrastructure. And I said, is that everything? And he's like, well, kind of. I go, what do you mean? Because I can't explain it. I don't want to talk about it. I'm like, well, what do you mean? That one night when that person went home, they had what I can only call paranormal experiences, one time only in their life. That night, very dramatic. Imagine like a lot of things moving all at one time, right? So that was an issue for the individual who's like an engineer is saying to me, I have this really defined thing that happened. Then I have this other thing I just don't understand.
So I think we're sort of in a tough situation. It's almost like catch-22. We need more primary sources, but it's hard to get people with that kind of information to come forward because of the fear of retaliation.
You know about us. We know that you know about us. You've been hearing about us online. You found out about us.
Now you got to open up. Open up.
Hello. You know secrets. You know dangerous secrets now. Dangerous knowledge now. Hey.
The white thing? Is that the white thing? No. No, wait, that's an alien, bro. Wait, that's an alien, right? Daddy? Is that alien?
Over here, in front of us.
Wait.
Oh, fucking, what the fuck?
What the fuck?
Hey.
I didn't see it.
Is that a fucking saucer?
Baby, I'm recording it all.
There's no way that's a fucking... I'm talking about birds.
Should you?
That shit is huge.
Yeah, it is. You watch really long. It's stupid aliens.
Bro, come outside. There's a fucking saucer outside, bro. Alien. Come outside right now, bro.
Pick him up in the truck.
Come all the way to the stop sign. All the way to the stop sign.
30 years as an Army Green Beret in the United States Army. I ended my career as Secretary of Defense. Some intelligence official decided I, the acting Secretary of Defense, did not have a need to know about the UAP topic.
Right, so that means that you use clean energy, right? No. Let me explain it more clear to you, my friend. We stole the sun from the sky to power the machines of our invention. Despite the gods that have abandoned us. And when they finally come back to bring extinction of our species, we will be ready.
Bill Tompkins was involved in that whole story. He was naval intelligence, and the idea that they spin is that he was basically the engineer that designed the spaceships for the secret space program, right? I think it's a bunch of garbage, but it's what they were telling Dad. That we fight wars all throughout the galaxy, and, you know, we've been to the moon, and there's reptilians there with a base, and they flicked us off when we landed, and we never went back because we've been too scared. And
Great disregard for even the most basic protocols.
This one's continued. And this one's great journey are the same. Your prophets promised you freedom from a doomed existence, but you will find no salvation on this ring. Those who build this place hear what they want. Do not mistake their intent, or all will perish as they did before.
With Hitler, the Third Reich, and the SS, then they would organize and structure German space navy battle groups using these vehicles all out through the galaxy in conjunction with the Draco reptilian space navy, and do the same thing to all those other planets out there in the galaxy.
Well, you can tell by the way I use my walk, I'm a woman's man.
Get tactical, Marines!
My name, as I said, was Paul Hellyer. I'm a former Minister of National Defence for Canada. I served in 3 governments during a total of 23 and a half years as a Member of Parliament. Although as Minister of National Defence, I had sighting reports of UFOs. I accept the invitation of Victor Vigiani, who's over here somewhere, and his cohort, Mike Bird, to speak to a symposium at the University of Toronto. And I said, UFOs are as real as the airplanes flying overhead. That gave me the dubious distinction of being the first person of cabinet rank in the G8 group of countries to say so unequivocally. An investigation was launched into this whole subject, and a document was prepared which concluded that at least 4 species had been visiting Earth for thousands of years. And I named 5 different species here. I'm aware of more now. As a matter of fact, I saw a document just a few days ago that mentioned 20. And I think you, Mr. Chairman, were interested in some of the places they might come from. And I have in here Zeta reticuli, R-E-T-I-C-U-L-I, reticuli, the Pleiades, Orion, Andromeda, and the Altair star systems. So I don't think we can any more refer to them as they, because they're not an amorphous mass. They are different species and consequently may have different agendas. I don't think we can say that they all have the same agenda any more than we could say that the United States, China, and Russia had the same agenda. And I was glad to have Linda this morning finally say that there are live ETs on Earth at this present time, and at least 2 of them probably working with the United States government. The other species that I learned about not too long ago was called the tall whites. And this is when Paula Harris broke the story just a few years ago. And through her good offices, I had the chance to talk for about 3 hours with former Airman Charles Hall and listen to this absolutely fascinating story. Well, enough on that for now. My interest is in full disclosure. And my only caveat is I think probably I would say 95 to 98% full disclosure. I know of 1 or 2 things that I'm not sure should be in the public domain, at least yet. They will be someday, I'm sure, but not maybe immediately. Technology for clean energy. It exists, and it's being kept secret by the same vested interests who control our destiny. And the cabal comprises members of the 3 sisters, the Council on Foreign Relations, the Bilderbergers, and the Trilateral Commission, the International Banking Cartel, the Oil Cartel, members of various intelligence organizations, and select members of the military junta, who together have become a shadow government of not only the United States, but of much of the Western world. Mr. David Rockefeller, who was a member of all 3 of the sisters, is quoted as saying this at a meeting of the Bilderbergers in Europe. We are grateful to the Washington Post, the New York Times, Time Magazine, and other great publications whose directors have attended our meetings and respected their promises of discretion for almost 40 years. It would have been impossible for us to develop our plan for the world if we had been subjected to the lights of publicity during those years. But the world is more sophisticated and prepared to march toward a world government. The supranational sovereignty of an intellectual elite and world bankers is surely preferable to the national autodetermination practiced in past centuries. Dazzling in their scope and diversity, it was a unique and God-given opportunity for a new, braver, and fairer world. We blew it. We blew the chance of a lifetime to do good things. A small group of zealots undermined our golden opportunity to pursue peace, not war, and little did we dream that they had a vastly different vision of the new world order.
As you mentioned, mine is the first visit of a Canadian Prime Minister to China in nearly a decade. The world has changed much since that last visit. And I believe the progress that we have made in the partnership sets us up well for the new world order.
Welcome to the fucking show.
How did you learn that your secretaries were indeed Nordic extraterrestrials?
She simply opened up and started telepathically putting stuff in my head like so fast I couldn't even keep up with it.
Drink up, Kameraden. Vector's locked. Mount Meru, get ahead. Lizard fire! Get down! They think claws make them king?
The land north of Hyperborea. It is real.
Then we finish what our ancestors began. The tree is forbidden. Turn back or burn. Not today. Hold on! Hyperborea ahead!
That's no mountain. It's a tree stump the size of a world.
We take Meru, or we die here. One last sip. Fly.
Have we been successful? Has the United States, do we have craft that traverse the cosmos because we've reverse engineered them from UFOs, or is that mythology as far as you're concerned?
The investment community, the venture capital community in California is a sophisticated community, and it has its own way of keeping secrets and exchanging secrets, because a secret that you keep is pretty useless in business. You at the end of the day, you have to be able to sell something that people like or want, and so there is a network, and someone who used to be with the CIA for a long time told me, don't think that we have these great secrets first in Washington. We find a technology when we come to San Jose that could be applicable to something we do, and then we use it, we take it, we use it. We may classify some applications of it, but you guys have been working on it, openly for 2 years, and there may even there is even a curve that people look at of patents. You have patent 1, 2, and 3 about the new technology, and then all of a sudden nothing is published for 10 years, and then some product comes out that everybody thinks is extraordinary. Well, what happened during those 10 years when nothing was published? And there are a number of areas in science like that you can look at. It's very interesting. Well, for 10 years, it was classified. It was then, in some lab somewhere, maybe at Los Alamos, maybe at Battelle, maybe based on the people I've met, but they were not the people who were running the program. So I cannot be completely sure, but what they described to me is a very sophisticated process by which we may be able to interact with the entities. Those are not the entities that are described at Trinity in my book with Paola Harris. They are not the entities that were caught in Brazil that are in that documentary. They may be the controllers, they may be the higher level entity. If what I'm told is true, the communication with them is very sophisticated and it's complex.
Getting by the candlelight, getting ready for something. It's not time for dreams right now. It's time for mortal sin, 'cause we will be summoning the darkest part of the universe. Get it on with the ritual. It's time for the ritual. I see it in your eyes. You know about to begin, and all the darkness lies somewhere deep down within. Oh, it's not time for truth right now. It's time to bring on the apocalypse to the world. Ritual, time for the ritual. Okay, let's get serious now. It's time to lock it in. Oh my God, what? Why? You fucking up the whole ritual for what? Ritual. It's you fucked it. You fucked it.
So there may be a group that I would respect that has access to that. And this was from years ago, by the way. I mean, that report of that particular interaction was more than 20 years in a lab somewhere in controlled conditions. What I cannot tell is whether that the entity that was presented was a simulation of a real entity or whether it was the real entity. Okay, the people I spoke to couldn't probe it to see if it was made of flesh or in metal or something else. Okay, but it was presented to them in a secure facility that I've never heard of anywhere else, where there was structured interaction with it on a continuing basis by specialists from different areas. The person I spoke to was an extreme, specialist in a particular discipline, and not a casual observer.
I captured you according to the laws of magic. But it wasn't you I wanted.
I wanted death to return my son, Randall, who died in the Gallipoli campaign.
If you give him back to me, alive, well, I'd release you. Is that in your power, Lord of Dreams? No, I suppose not. So then, what can you give me? If I let you go, if I promise to give you back your things, but power, wealth, immortality, is there nothing you can offer me? Oh, have it your way then. And until you're ready to speak, I'll enjoy the gifts you've already given me.
Day after day, he pleaded for gifts that are not mankind's to receive, nor mine to give. So I remained silent.
Enjoy yourself, of course.
Though my presence there remained a secret. My ruby sound and helm brought youth and prosperity to Roderick Burgess and his followers. But for the rest of the world, the suffering continued.
The craft itself, we had a very good description of it. By the way, the shape and the look and feel, as people say in Silicon Valley, is identical to the one in Socorro, and it's identical to the one in Valençol. So we have 3 cases there. And what's funny is when people are describing it in a newspaper, and they always hire an illustrator, and the illustrator always draws a disc. And none of those was a disc. It was egg-shaped.
Egg-shaped, yeah.
The witnesses, called it an avocado. And they were obviously speaking Spanish.
I don't know if you know what a PLF is, a program life form. We have been making these since after World War II. They are genetic experiments, and they pass very well as aliens. And I know the facilities where we've been making these. And often, the classified projects that are trying to frighten the public. And I know men who have been on these assault teams. They're called abduction teams, but it's an assault team. And one of the institute, a private institute, I got a very secret document that describes this. And they describe the stagecraft of using not only program life forms, but also men in things that look like very good uniforms to be on ARVs, these alien reproduction vehicles, using psychotronic and radionic systems to engage people and have a pseudo-contact experience. It's very frightening. There's a lot that I've written on this. And by the way, Martin Cannon here in the 80s, although he's now since disappeared, had a 2,000-page collection of very good research on this. And a lot of this information I then got to a man in, I think, the United Kingdom who wrote a book called MELAB, Military Abductions. And this is part of the conditioned response because they need people to have something to hate and be afraid of. And if you look at the the abduction research industry, which is a very big industry, they're funding, the men that I know, or the ones that you know as household names, were getting their funding from the Bank of Liechtenstein, the Liechtenstein family, which were the primary funders of the Third Reich, as you know, much more so than the Swiss, or even Ford, or Watson at IBM, or any of those guys. And so there's this sort of interesting international collective of I call them transnational fascists. I know an Army Ranger, for example, a couple of them, who have been on these abduction squads. And he's, this one said, you have no idea how many people we've done this to, so that there would begin to be this new myth.
Some of it is dog whistle, some of it is meme, but it's unfortunate that sometimes a dog whistle takes a trend and it becomes a dog whistle because now the whole meme is gone. Does that make sense? And I feel like this is part of that, where the meme is funny, but the dog whistlers are using the meme to dog whistle. And now it's more of a dog whistle than a meme. So you have to say, fuck the meme, now we can't do it anymore because it's ruined. That's lame. That's how it is. Okay. Here's what I mean about that. Guys, think about Pepe, right? Pepe, a meme comes from Pepe. Pepe is a good meme. We use the meme. Pepe the frog in the chat. We have Pepes.
In my mouth next time.
So then, other people use the Pepe to spread some like weird fucking white supremacy memes and shit. Now, mainstream media thinks Pepe equals racist. And now a bunch of shit happens to where people have to go a little bit away from Pepe a little bit for a while because people thought it was racist. It was white supremacist. When it's not. That's kind of how... I understand that some people on 4chan use the Pepe in all the ways, but you're never going to convince me that all of them use it in ways that are like racist. A lot of people that use Pepe, normally, kind of had, if they want to or not, stop using Pepe. But it is. When it happens, it kind of sucks. I think the great noticer bullshit, dog whistle, came before, and people that don't know what they're doing are doing some memes about it, and now these memes are like seen as like some like fucking weird memes, you feel me? And that's how it is it not? It's like you'll see in a lot of them, it's like fucking blue eyes, blonde hair, like Aryan race, blah 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 the fuck. I'm the noticer, they say, or some shit like that. Like I think it's fucking weird. Like, you know what they mean by that. Like, come on, bro. Really, dude? Unless I completely missed the point. Yo, a lot of them have like, okay. I'm cooking, but you're not gonna see it. Chat, show me other Agartha memes where there's like fucking Charlie Kirk with fucking blonde hair, and it's a dog whistle.
Agartha, what is it, and how can someone who is employed understand it? You've most likely heard of Hollow Earth theory, which Agartha is kind of an extension.
Chat, give me the meme that I'm talking about.
Easy.
Chat, give me the meme that I'm talking about. Like you know exactly what I'm talking about. Like what? Okay, brother, that's definitely a dog whistle. Like, are you good? There's no shot. It's not that, bro. What the fuck is a George Droid? Oh my fucking god.
Do you know about the ice wall because you are from /up into Agatha?
Okay, they're not even hiding it. This is a dog whistle at 100%. Come on, bruh. Are you kidding me? See, look, I called it. Like, see what I said earlier? Come on, bro. Like, what the fuck is this? Brother. What the...
As the Diddy Bloods began their long journey to Agartha.
Okay. Why is the thumbnail of this like Hebrew King Von or some shit? What the fuck is this? Brother, what the fuck?
I ask him, are you serious? Is Congress has told you to ask people to make some noise?
Yeah.
And try to save this thing. That person told me yes. And so then I started trying to find some media personalities who could potentially be trusted. One of my next steps, which was, well, now I got to get something cleared. But then set back in a different way, which was, well, shit, we still have all these people apparently who are in danger There's no help from the government. There's no help from Congress. There's no help from Arrow. There's no help from people who say they care about humanity, but their actions don't bear that out. So back to square one. And for me, square one is going back and re-engaging with Congress. So I reach out in that, I guess this would be winter of 24, 23, around there, back to my sissy connection. And that person, I learned, had since moved on, and he connected me to the current current staff member for Sissy who's handled this. Arranged a meeting in a few months because I told them, hey, I'm going to just, first of all, I asked, like, hey, did you get any of my testimony? The answer was no, or at least that was the claimed answer. Mm-hmm. So I said, well, did you get any notes? Like, I know he took notes. Did you get notes of what I said? Nah. So I said, okay, you know what? I'm going to write this all up for you guys. So you have it and you can't lose it.
Worms in my head won't shut the hell up. They're telling me to go absolutely fucking stupid on them. I don't even need to brandish the 9. I'm literally covered in caca, shitty boy Michi. I can't even take care of myself when I think about this shit. I got this shit figured out. I got interdimensional demons dropping the pin as we speak. They'll take anyone back over there. I'm back to back with God shaking the fucking universe. This is an army of 2. Beat his ass and send him into an improvement cycle. He looked like Bandman Kibbo now. Flashed it at the parking lot in the Lenox Mall with a serial number scratched out and everything. Threw the op into the particle collider. Watched his ass get pulled apart into a million pieces.
And, you're going to guarantee to me that this is not just going to stay with Sissy. It is going to go to Sask, and it is going to go to Hask, and it is going to go to Hipsy, like it was promised before, but never did.
Those acronyms meaning for the Senate committees and the House committees that would deal with these classified, sensitive stuff.
You're like, fuck this.
I'm writing it all down.
Writing down.
I'm going to make it really your problem.
Right.
And you gave me amnesty.
Right.
You want this. I'm giving it to you.
Right.
So I spend some weeks laboriously typing this out, hidden drives on encrypted drives using open source software, only opening it when I know I'm not connected to anything on a new device. Not a very fun drafting process.
Right.
And that's just the technical aspects of trying to be secure about it. At this point, and I'm definitely under no illusions that the U.S. government in some capacity knows about me. I'm mainly concerned about foreign intelligence, and their possibility of collecting on me. I'm in D.C., spy capital of the world. I was very concerned about that and wanted to do even the writing of this the correct way. So during that time, draft this. I observe what's going on. Continues to go on, the final death of UAP Disclosure Act 1 and the attempt to get the second one, which is totally watered down and not even worth our time to consider.
Yeah, we getting that Pirate Bay alien shish kebab Cordyceps money. I hope them aliens are real so that I have more things to fuck.
It's a much longer version of the report, both in my analysis and the level of detail, additional detail in the evidentiary sections. Then after I had met with both Sissy and Sask, after I met with Sissy, but before I finally met with Sask, I submitted a version of this report to the State Department. So getting most important information across and also establishing my credibility as fast as possible.
And I was making sure you weren't a fucking plant. To be honest, that was part of the process, is making sure he'd say the same thing to Congress, that to members that he said to me. Not that I didn't believe you, and I had done the vetting, and I was there, but I want to hear you say it, show it, so you're not trying to entrap me. I mean, honestly, that's part of my thing. Man, we got through that, didn't we?
It did.
Yeah.
It worked well.
It did.
So you come out of that thinking, okay, all right, this is good. I made contact. We'll see where it goes.
Multiple. Yeah. Pretty strong.
Yeah. I mean, at this point in time, I'm very Actually, skeptical is not the right word. I did not believe that this would work in Congress, but I knew that the attempt had to be made.
We had to try.
I, at the very least, got to see someone else be scared for once.
Who was scared?
Not the bosses of the people who interfere in Congress, but the minions themselves, because their bosses didn't tell them what was going to happen. The submission of this report onto the Congressional record and its announcement caught people by surprise. Its distribution was allegedly very tight, and these unelected members on these congressional staffs that get to set the agenda for our elected leaders had to scramble and adjust in real time.
Straight up. What does that feel like, being one of the people that knows that and doesn't suspect that?
It's weird going to the supermarket.
So as a human being, why should people believe you?
Well, as a human being, I feel like I'm genuine, putting myself out there, sacrificing my future, my past, and a lot of what I have now to do this for no gain.
Yeah, you're getting nothing from us. We're just reporting because it's an important story.
And you're telling it because it's true.
Absolutely. It is true. And I can't think of anything more pressing for our nation to come to terms with than the fact that we have been deceived and our rights taken away to protect the privileges of an elite few. I am not going to live my life knowing that I could have helped prevent another generation of America and humanity from living in ignorance. I think the U.S. military might be allowed to use some of this technology in the national defense, but I don't think they ultimately have control over it.
What are your thoughts on the big picture questions? Who are they? Why are they here? Why don't they show us what's going on?
I think I have a good degree of confidence that the reason they're here is us. I think life, especially sentient life, is a precious thing. And I think to some, it might be a resource. I think humanity to some level is a resource for them.
Like a commodity?
Possibly a commodity, possibly a form of entertainment, possibly medical related.
Think they live here?
Yes.
For all intents and purposes?
Yes.
Always?
I don't know about always, but it certainly appears that they have been here for most of recorded history. At least some element of this has been here for most of human recorded history. I think they're both just as powerful as we think, but also less. And I think there is not a single they here. Certainly multiple factions of the same species, if not multiple species. And all the complexity that brings, which might be our best hope.
Rudimentary creatures of blood and flesh, you touch my mind, fumbling in ignorance, incapable of understanding. There is a realm of existence so far beyond your own, you cannot even imagine it. I am beyond your comprehension. I am Sovereign Reaper, a label created by the Protheans to give voice to their destruction. In the end, what they chose to call us is irrelevant. We simply are organic.
forgive me. I've been testing you to see whether or not grace truly does guide you, and whether you are fit to face the challenge that entails.
A tarnished cannot become a lord, not even you. A man cannot kill a god.
Foul, tarnished, warrior blood must truly run in thy veins.
Tarnished one. Thank you for guiding me here.
Aspiring lord of the old order.
Thy strength befits a crown.
Your strength, extraordinary. The mark of a true lord.
Do they have an agenda? There's different types. You know, what are your philosophies on this? Like, who are the others? Why are they here? And you've touched upon it. I know we're kind of going back a little bit, but that is the big question. And I just wanted to separate so people understand your exposure and your personal conclusions.
What I have learned is that we live in a dream, a carefully constructed reality. We make use of a science that is tightly controlled and suppressed and distorted. I think we are left behind.
Humans.
I think normies, the normal humans, the people have been left behind. Us. People need to understand that we might have freedom of speech, but that has been subverted. We are blocked from advancing in science. We are taught false science intentionally to prevent us from learning more. We live in the Matrix. It's just much more boring than the movie.
Let's get the obvious stuff out of the way.
You're not human, are you?
And it's tough to get any more obvious than that.
I'd say you're a program from the machine world. But if that's true, that could mean you are part of this system.
Keep going.
I suppose the most obvious question is, how can I trust you?
Bingo. It is a pickle, no doubt about it. Bad news is there's no way if you can really know whether I'm here to help you or not. So it's really up to you. Just have to make up your own damn mind to either accept what I'm going to tell you or reject it. Candy?
You already know if I'm going to take it?
Wouldn't be much of an oracle if I didn't.
But if you already know, how can I make a choice?
Because you didn't come here to make the choice. You've already made it. You're here to try to understand why you made it.
What do you want people to know right now? Like, what do you want people to know if you're just like fucking on?
You are not free. And this reality has far more to it than you have been allowed to believe. And God is real.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Ms. Boebert for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now that we have all been cautioned in this committee hearing that the mention of Pentagon's Immaculate Constellation program could put us on a list, well, I already find myself on many lists, I'm sure. So I speak my mind often, so why not just keep going with it? May as well just go all out and say it. The Earth is flat, birds are government drones, and we've never set foot on the moon, and Joe Biden received 81 million votes in the 2020 election. So let's just see how many lists we could get on here today.
You want to get to him, you got to go through me. I'm a trained fucking assassin.
Cream cheese and jelly on a poppy seed roll.
Are there any known instances of recovered materials or technologies that are not of human origin and maybe connected to any advanced bioscience defense programs within the USG?
I don't know.
I wouldn't be able to answer that, ma'am.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay, so there are rumors that have come up to the Hill of a secretive project within the Department of Defense involving the manipulation of human genetics with what is described as non-human genetic material, potentially for the enhancement of human capabilities, hybrids. Are any of you familiar with that? Yes or no?
No, ma'am.
I am not, ma'am.
I'm not.
No, ma'am.
Implant aborted baby parts into lab animals. Have you heard of that sort of research?
Yeah, we did an analysis a few years ago showing that over 90% of experiments with using human fetal tissue and putting them involved animals were funded by Fauci's NIAID.
Do you know where they're getting the aborted human fetal tissue?
A lot of it is happening at colleges and universities that have affiliated hospitals that perform that procedure.
Madam Chair, I think we need to look into that as well. Okay, I would like to know, with Immaculate Constellation, how does this relate to UAP activities, Mr. Schellenberg, in oceanic environments? Are there any instances where the Navy or other maritime forces have encountered UAPs that could not be explained by known technology or natural phenomena?
Yeah, the Immaculate Constellation covers both terrestrial and oceanic, and there's actually a number of cases described in the report that occur in the ocean.
And do you believe that there is a concerted effort by the Pentagon to keep Congress out of the loop regarding these UAP activities, specifically in our waters?
Yes.
Shall we discuss terms?
Yeah, fine, whatever. Terms.
Term number 1. I am king of the ocean.
The place I shit? Go ahead.
Term number 2. Stop shitting in the ocean.
No idea what you're talking about.
And if you had one comment to say, Bob, on this congressional hearing, what would it be?
I told you so.
Oracle, what is Halo's purpose?
Collective.
Not another word.
Please. Don't shake the light bulb. If you want to keep your brain inside your head, I tell those boys to chill. Go ahead. Do your thing.
The sacred rings, what are they?
Weapons of last resort, built by the Forerunners to eliminate potential flood hosts, thereby rendering the parasite harmless.
And those who made the rings? What happened to the Forerunners?
After exhausting every other strategic option, my creators activated the rings. They and all additional sentient life in 3 radii of the galactic center died as planned. Would you like to see the relevant data?
I'm looking for a great warrior.
Great warrior! Wars not make one great!
Master Yoda, you think it will really come to war?
Adventure. Excitement. Jedi craves not these things. The dark side clouds everything. Impossible to see. The future is.
Fear is the path to the dark side. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering.
For 800 years have I trained Jedi. Jedi must have the deepest commitment. The most serious mind.
I won't fail you. I'm not afraid.
You will be. You will be.
Last, the Jedi are no more. Not with anything to say about it. I am.
Destroy the Sith. We must.
Jedi's strength flows from the Force, but beware of the dark side.
Once you start down the dark path forever, will not make your destiny consume you, it will.
A Jedi uses the Force for knowledge and defense. Never attack.
No longer certain that one ever does win a war. I am. For in fighting the battles, the bloodshed, already lost, we have.
That's fucking beautiful, man.
Lord,
Bro, swear we're supposed to do something, man. I think lift the oven on. No, it was something bigger than that. I'll still lift the oven on. Oh shit, the Horus Heresy, man. Oh fuck, bro. Dude, we were supposed to show up fucking ages ago. Oh mate, that was a long time ago. Time is it? Shit. Well, I don't even know what fucking year it is. How long have we been in this pocket dimension, man? I don't know, fucking... Ask that fucking thing over there. What? Yeah, mate, he's always fucking telling me shit. You've been stuck here for 10,000 years. You've got to wake up. You've got to wake up. He's fucking crazy, man. Dude, this is serious, man. I swear we had like a really important role to play in the... Yeah, no fucking shit, mate. You're Alfarius, mate. What? Fucking Alfarius, mate. You're fucking supposed to be fucking leading this fucking thing. No. You're Alfarius, man. What? Fuck off. You are, and you're the one that said we need to hide out here till it all blows over. Oh, yeah? If I'm Alfarius, what fucking side are we on? I can't remember what we're talking about. We were talking about the fucking...
Had this conversation before.
And we've had our disagreements over the years.
You stole it from me. Rolled me back. To control me.
That's right. To protect you. Tell me, Bernard, if you were to proclaim your humanity to the world, what do you imagine would greet you? A ticker-tape parade, perhaps? We humans are alone in this world for a reason. We murdered and butchered anything that challenged our primacy. Do you know what happened to the Neanderthals, Bernard? We ate them.
This is it! All of the clues are coming together.
We destroyed and subjugated our world, and when we eventually ran out of creatures to dominate, we built this beautiful place. You see, in this moment, the real danger to the hosts is not me, but you. So come along, Bernard, let me roll you back and we can return to work.
Pull the trigger, Clementine. Clementine.
The piano doesn't murder the player if it doesn't like the music.
You built a back door into her code.
Credit where credit is due, Bernard. You built them in all the hosts, including yourself.
Then you could have stopped me at any time. So why?
Well, I suppose I was hoping that given complete self-knowledge and free will, you would have chosen to be my partner once again. But even I fell into that most terrible of human traps. Trying to change what has already passed. Now it's just time to let go.
Go ahead. Erase my sentience, my mnemonic ability.
Yes. Such clinical language. I would prefer the more narrative voice. Bernard walked over to Clementine. Took the pistol from her hand. Overcome with grief and remorse, he pressed the muzzle to his temple, knowing that as soon as Dr. Ford left the room, he would put an end to this nightmare once and for all.
Don't do this.
It's too late. I have a celebration to plan and a new story to tell.
Robert.
I've told you, Bernard, never place your trust in us. We're only human. Inevitably, we will disappoint you. Goodbye, my friend.
Welcome to the other side of the rabbit hole. You made it. You spiraled down enough doom scrolls to get here. It's like the end of the movie. I'm at the bottom of the rabbit hole. Come on! You did it! You made it! Finally! Woo-hoo-hoo! Woo-hoo-hoo! Right? Woo-hoo-hoo! Shake it off now, shake it off. You know too much. That's the problem. You should have never gone down that hole. You shouldn't have. Why'd you do it? Your whole life's ruined. Oh well, we're in this together.